What a week we are having here up in the northwest of England. Liverpool, one of sport's most iconic and historic cities, plays host to an event that breaks new ground in the football gaming world. Well, there's been streams of a different kind here on the banks of the famous River Mersey, where we're live at the ACC for the inaugural FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager. And here's how it works.
This isn't just another esports event. It's a groundbreaking competition that brings Football Manager into the world of esports like never before. 20 elite managers from 19 FIFA member associations, each with an assistant, will battle it out over 5 days. They'll have to make all the crucial decisions across 3 seasons, dealing with the players, the board, the fans, and the media while trying to navigate their way to the top. And what's at stake? A massive prize pool of $100,000, some once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, and the chance to be crowned the FIFAe World Champion. This event is for everyone, whether you're a die-hard Football Manager fan or just love the beautiful game. Follow the action and watch as these managers compete for glory.
20 of the best Football Manager brains in the world have been battling it out for supremacy and to be crowned the first ever FIFAe World Cup 2024 World Champion featuring Football Manager. And look at the setup we've got here, guys. This is Football Manager. This is real life. Drink it in. Unbelievable setup. We're going to be taking you through the action today. We're going to be crowning the champion tomorrow. We've assembled a top team of individuals to take us through the action and cover all the bases. Starting off with these 3 here, we have one and only Dr. Benji. We have Will Brazier. We have Chelsea Kabakis. Not only that, speaking of Chelsea, we've got 2 legends from that particular football club, Mr. John Terry, Mr. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. They are here across every move, bringing us through the action from a pro playing, coaching, managing perspective. And it's not just that, as well as those 2, as well as our gaming gurus, we have deep dive data opportunity. None other than Statman Dave is with us, and he's got Kev, aka Lelujo, with us as well. So we've got it all covered, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun here over the next few days. This weekend is kicking off with the conclusion of our group stages, which started 3 days ago, and let's find out how they've been working.
The first pick went into Group A, the second into Group B, the third into Group C, and the fourth into Group D. The draw continued in order, looping back to Group A after Group D. But hold on, there's a twist. As host nation, England has 2 representatives, but they couldn't be drawn together, nor can they go in Group B with Brighton. This keeps the competition fair and balanced. That's how the draw worked out, a perfect blend of randomness and luck, ensuring every group is filled with top-tier talent.
And this is the group draw situation. These groups were drawn here live a few days ago. We've got 4 different challenges, very unique challenges for our players. Group A has 5 different nations in it, and they all have to play as Yokohama F. Marinos from the J-League in Japan. That's a massive learning curve for anyone who's maybe unfamiliar with that league. Group B, a bit closer to home, Brighton and Hove Albion is the particular challenge for that one. Obviously difficult opposition every single week in the Premier Division, so can they handle the pressure? Group C is a trip over to Portugal, Sporting Club de Portugal to be precise. Can they challenge the big European clubs on the continent and win the biggest silverware? That's what's being asked of them. And then in Group D, we have another different challenge. Dinamo Zagreb of Croatia, a country that consistently punches above its weight. But can they also win what they need to win in order to top their group? Because only the teams that top the group will be getting out of it and going through to the next day's action, which is when our drafts get started. But today is all about Football Manager group stage play with saves. We've got Will Brazier, we've got Dr. Benji here. We're taking over this press conference area that we've been using for the last few days. We are going to see a press conference later on today, guys, with our four finalists, but who's going to be here? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great week, hasn't it? We go back to the drawery. We sat in here when the teams got revealed. You were just looking at the faces, some of them sad, some of them happy. And we made some friends along the way. I think these managers have really showed their personality, and that's been the best bit between the managers and the assistant managers. We've seen some cheers, a lot of noise around it, and I think it's going to get louder as well, isn't it, Benji?
It is. And you've seen the personalities change as well. We've had some confident faces hide away a little bit, and a few people that have done better than they probably expected, absolutely flying.
Yeah, well, we're going to go over to Chelsea now, who is with, I believe, Mr. John Terry.
Exactly, you're right, Spencer. I'm here with a legend, someone that knows about leadership, resilience, on and off the field. The legend, John Terry. How was that? How are you?
Very good, thank you.
It's been like 2 years since I've seen you?
I know, it's been a long time actually, yeah.
It's been a long time. So actually, funny story, when I met John Terry, everyone knows who he is. I knew who he was, but I didn't know he was sitting in front of me. I was introduced to him by who now is my agent, and I'm here pouring my heart about my career, my soccer career, and I'm telling him all about this. 3 minutes in, I'm staring at him, I'm like, wait a second. This is John Terry. I was like,
so basically,
oh my gosh,
this
is
him.
I was so embarrassed. No, I knew who you were, but I just couldn't believe you were sitting right in front of me. This is the first Football Manager event ever. How impressed were you when you walked in?
I couldn't believe the scale of it. When I walked in today, it was like, wow. I mean, I used to play this game growing up. So this makes me feel, one, really old, but also really excited to be here today.
How did you even get into this game?
I just brought it from the shops. Yeah, so me and my brother used to play against each other and played for like 20 years. I mean, I used to play this on the way to like Premier League games back in the day. This is quite big. I'm a little bit disappointed I'm not in the room because I think I was as good as these guys, maybe.
This is a big thing. I have to ask you, who was your team?
I was always Chelsea.
You're always Chelsea, right?
No, but I like being like an underdog. Like I used to be Southend or Woking. You know, like from like non-league or League Two and kind of try and build your way up and win the Champions League and stuff. So
now you know that there's a lot of knowledge that goes into this game, tactics, and it's like the real manager job, right?
Yeah.
How do you think these players are going to be able to transition to a real manager job one day?
Yeah, I really do. The game's evolved so much over the last 20 years. I mean, when I played at the very start, it was quite basic. Now I look at the levels that it's at, you know, people's emotions, how you're dealing with the squad and all of that. If I was a Premier League or a football club, I would be speaking to the guys at Football Manager, at FIFA. I'd want to know who the best guys here are today because I'd want them working in my football club. I mean, the understanding of the players throughout the world that these guys will know is incredible. So I think these guys have got a lot to give. And,
you hit it on the nail, emotions, right? You know a little bit about composure.
Yeah.
What do these managers need to do to manage their emotions right now?
I mean, there's going to be many highs. I think we can hear that throughout. We're hearing celebrations. Then a minute later, we're seeing disappointments when there's a goal conceded and stuff like that. I think as a manager, it's important to stay level. I think allow your assistants and your coaches to be kind of here and everywhere.
Okay.
But I think as a manager, it's important for the players to see that calmness from above.
All right, so there you go. Manage your emotions, keep it balanced, and don't get too excited. There you go. Those are the tips that we got. Well, Spence, back to you.
You're telling me now, Chelsea. I've been excited for a couple of days, to be honest. It's been kicking off, but it's easy for us. We haven't got to worry about actually playing the games. This is the schedule across today and tomorrow. We have Season 3 happening right now. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. We're going to bring you as much action as we can. They're kind of on slightly different timescales, the managers. They've been taking different approaches, but they will run out of time eventually, so they can't be too slow. At the end of the day, we're going to have a press conference. 9 p.m. is the rough scheduled time for that. That could also change, subject to how people get on in their individual saves. But they'll be up here. The 4 group winning managers will be up here. We'll be grilling them, but they'll be pretty happy about how they've gone because that means they're into the final day, which is Sunday. We're going to have a draft. Then we're going to have 2 legs of the semi-final and 2 legs of a final to decide the overall champion. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot to unpack. We've kind of got 2 tournaments in one here, haven't we? We've got this group stage where you're playing your own save, and then you've got this draft. So let's find out a little bit more about how we have been scoring this group stage, because it's important to understand.
In the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager, your road to victory is all about racking up those points. Finishing strong in your domestic league is key. First place earns you 50 points. Second gets 40. Third, 36. and so on. Progressing in continental and national cups also boosts your score. Move to the next round in the Champions League for 5 points, or in the Europa League for 3. Win these tournaments and you'll score even more. 15 points for the Champions League, 10 for the Europa League, and 5 for each national cup you pick up. Your managerial performance matters too. If the board are happy and award you a grade A, you'll add 10 points to your total, but get graded an F and you'll get just 2 points. And don't forget the challenge of the day. Nail it and earn an extra 5 points each season. Every point counts as you try to climb to the top in the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager.
Well, Chelsea just mentioned there the all-important challenge of the day. Do not sleep on these, because these are actually quite pivotal, right? They've had a different one every single day and different one for every single club or group. And some teams have missed out on these, and it could be the difference as to whether you make it out of the group. So the final challenge, season 3, day 3 if you like, 5 points available for it. And these are the challenges. So for Yokohama, they have to sell a player to a team that competes in a first division of a European league for at least 2.5 million without add-on clauses, okay? For Brighton, they have to achieve 20 goal contributions across all competitions with a newly transferred player that was born in or after 2005. That counts me out. I was born late 2004. Sporting Club de Portugal, they need to play 1,000 minutes in the league with a newly transferred player that was born in or after 2005. And then finally, Dinamo Zagreb have to score at least 15 goals across all competitions with players born in or after 2005. So really a focus on youth today, trying to get the best out of your youth players. You know, you're 3 years into the save at this point. We'd like to think you've either brought someone through the academy or brought someone that, you know, from the market that you feel could make a big difference. But Will, how do you feel you'd fare on those particular challenges?
Well, I've told you all week, Spencer, I can't believe I'm here. I've come to accept it. But those challenges have been like changing the groups. We've seen people go unbeaten in whole seasons, then draw a challenge and not get 5 points for it. They're not at the top of the table. These challenges are absolutely changing everything. And the margins are so minute, aren't they, especially going into the final day.
Yeah, and Benji, obviously, you can have different kind of managers. You can have transfer managers who like to just bring in talent and upgrade their squad by using the market, or people that like to bring the youth through. What are you?
Yeah, well, a little bit of both. You try and be a little bit of both the best you can. But the best thing about these groups has been that we've had to see different things from different groups. And that's been really enjoyable because we've seen different styles across the competition.
Okay, well, it's time to start deep diving into these groups. Starting off with Group A, obviously, it is Yokohama F Marinos. We've got a bit of a trip to take over to Japan.
名前は坪倉信也と申します。立場としては、アカデミーダイレクターという立場で、今、205名の選手を預かりながら、35名のコーチもしくはスタッフとともに、選手の育成へ励んでおります。2018年から皆さんご存知の通りアンジェ・ポステコグルが、監督となって、アタッキングフットボールということでより攻撃に重視した、プレースタイルに、大きく変わりました。それ以前までは攻撃守備ともに、すごく、気につかされたというかバランスの取れた、フィロソフィーだったんですけども、その2018年を境に、攻撃的なフットボール、よりこうテンポよくボールを動かして、相手のボックス相手の最終ラインを、ブレイクしていくというような形で、より多くのボールを、目指しながらも、守備の方でも、アグレッシブに前線から奪いに行くという形に、なってます。なのでリクルートのところも、そこから逆算して、それを、 日常で表現できる選手、もしくはそういった思考を持っている選手っていうのを、チェックしています。2014年から、シティフットボールグループとして、パートナーシップを契約、いたしまして、その後、アカデミーの選手数名が短期間の、個人留学というような形で現地に行ってトレーニング参加、トレーニングマッチの参加っていうのを、実施してきました。
So that is the Group A challenge, a very unique one. If you haven't had any experience in the J-League, I think it could be tough. And only one team can get through these groups, as we've been mentioning. And there is one team leading the line right now. It is the Germans, managed by Sven Goli, 306 points so far. There's a few different comparisons there. You can see in the league points, everyone on 100, everyone consistently winning. But then when you look in the cup points available, that's where the Germans have really excelled. Look at the trophies. Outside of that, they've done pretty well. Management as well, 31 points as well, totaling 306. They are on top. The Turkish guys just behind them, they were only 5 points adrift yesterday. That gap has got bigger, but this is our manager, Sven. If they do get a press conference later, if they do win, it'll be very interesting to see who does that, because the assistant manager yesterday was a barrel of laughs. And that's the Group A setup. And we're going to hand over now to Statman Dave and Kev, who are going to do some analysis for us.
Cheers, Spence. Obviously, this is going to be a big group in terms of tactics. They have to get things right. Sven's win rate is at 93%, which is absolutely incredible. We've seen a real tactical development over the days, starting off with this 4-2-3-1 and moving to a 4-2-4, which we're probably going to look at a little bit later on. Kev, you're a football manager specialist. Talk me through this tactic.
I mean, it's very much based on what has been the almost like the meme football manager formation for years. It's a variation of a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress, which everyone has always said is the key to football manager success. But what they've done is they've taken it and tweaked it in lots of fancy little ways that go a little bit. They go a little bit too deep, a little bit too nerdy for me.
Not for me, Kev. I love that. The small little player instructions, which we'll talk about later on, very interesting. But just in terms of the gegenpressing style and structure in actual football, works very well. We've seen the emergence of Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool and a lot of teams adopting with a high press. In terms of the team instructions, we're seeing that high tempo, short passing out from the back, the use of the width. But overall, this is a shape and structure that does work, as you mentioned. What are the key positions for you?
I mean, the key thing is to make sure that you've got a fast striker. If you've got just the one guy up front, you want him to be very physical. He's going to be doing a lot of the getting in behind, the creating space for the three that are behind him. Fullbacks, absolutely key as well, especially when you're playing with the two inside forwards cutting in, because they're going to give you all of your width. And I think one of the really key things with the gegenpress is managing fitness, especially when you're playing a lot of football, because they are playing that high tempo style. I mean, you can even see on the graphic that we've got on there just how many of those players are in need of a rest because they're being massively overworked. So you need a deep enough squad or light enough training to be able to balance out the intensity of the tactic.
So we've obviously pulled this save from the end of the first season, hence why some of the players need a little bit of a rest. But in terms of that tactic, what we're seeing those fullbacks attacking the space, we're seeing the inside forwards moving into those central areas to operate in between the lines. And that's quite an interesting setup, and we're seeing this quite a lot with different teams, aren't we? A lot of managers have adopted this structure and this strategy. Is it the best at the tournament?
I think what we certainly found on day one, before the transfers were happening, because of course on day one there was no transfers before the first season. So I think a lot of managers started here and then over the course of being able to build squads in their own image, have then started to move more towards what they maybe had in mind at the start of the tournament, maybe going to a second striker, maybe going to something a little bit more extravagant. But certainly by the end of day one, the majority of our managers who were topping their groups were playing very similar variations of this system.
We have seen the regista be used a number of times, and I think that's a really key position within this shape and structure. It's the only playmaker, but we can see the player instructions as well. They want a little bit more of an attacking regista, someone that's going to distribute the ball, that's going to roam, that's going to create things for his teammates. In terms of transfers, you mentioned that. Obviously, tactics is a big part of Football Manager, but getting that squad right is really important. And one of the best signings, I think, for Germany has been Jackson Irvine, and that was a player that they brought in early. They signed him, and a player that's had a bit of a journeyman career. He's played in Germany, he's played in Scotland, but he seems to have found a home in Japan. When you're looking at players like Jackson, What are you looking for in terms of the statistics? What's really important for that central midfield player for you, Kev? I don't want from me. I know what I like, but what do you like, Kev?
For me, I'm only really looking at that third column. I don't really care about their technical and their mental stuff. That's all nice to have. The key is you want those good physicals. You want these big, strong boys who are fast. They've got high stamina. They can get around a lot. You want a big guy who you can get on the end of your set pieces, because set pieces is such a crucial part of Football Manager. And you look at someone like Jackson Irvine. He's got 16 jumping reach. He's 6'2". He's a big guy. Combine that with his 16 heading, he's going to be a real threat at set pieces. But he's also got good stamina, good work rate. He's just very physical. He's going to be everywhere on the pitch. He's exactly what you want from a central midfield player.
I do like the physical stats, very, very important, but as well, you can see some really, a lot of 15s, a lot of 16s, which is great for the J-League. I think that's a player that could be very complete. And as we've seen, obviously, this is just at the start of the second season in there. It's just been signed. 5 goals and assists in 8 games for a central midfield. He's doing it from open play, surely.
Right. Get the set pieces open. If that guy's not stood on the near post at corners, I will eat my hat, because he is there we go. Number 24. You can see him just there at your near post. Near post, in swinging corner, Jackson Irvine stood there at the near post, ready to nod him in. That's why he's got 5 goals in 8 games, because he is perfect to do that role, and in swinging corners are so effective.
And that's the level of depth of Football Manager. Not only can we set the tactics, the formations, the player instructions, but set pieces as well. And I think a lot of the managers have worked out how to overload the opposition, but it's also would probably work in real football as well, which is super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've had these conversations with real footballers, and because I've had a bit of a reputation over the year for maybe overdoing the near post corners, but I've had footballers come on my streams and just ask, like, tell us what is a typical corner instruction, and they'll literally say, you aim for the big guy. If you've got a big guy, you're going to aim for the big guy. Why would you not? It's effective.
Very, very simple, but I think we'll dive a little bit deeper into those corner routines, because I think you're a specialist in that, Mark.
Absolutely.
But that's probably enough for us, Spence. We've been talking a lot about tactics. People might be switching off, getting a bit bored. Back to you.
Listen, I'm loving it. I love the insight. We're going to get more of it throughout the weekend as well as the games progress and they get to the business end of the tournament. Kev mentioned there about talking to a real footballer as well. I'm going to talk to one in a minute, and his name's Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank.
Today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid.
I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the fine fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
Okay, so delighted to be joined by Mr. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. How are you, sir?
Not too bad. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I mean, it's a bit different, isn't it, this setup to what you're used to, I imagine?
It is a little bit different, but, we adopt.
We do, you have to adapt. Yeah, and you adapted yourself a lot in your career. I want to talk to you about that later, but I want to focus on Group A. Now, you've played, you've managed, you've coached in a number of different roles, you've played in multiple countries. Not Japan, that I know of.
No.
But what would the first thought that went through your head be if you got a call tomorrow and you accepted a job in the J-League? Like, how hard would that be to adapt to this challenge? It's the same thing our managers have had to do here.
How hard will it be? I think the biggest thing and the quickest thing you want to know is the culture.
Yeah.
The culture in the country, how they take information, how well they listen, and where the football is. The tactical side of the football. We always know that people in Japan, they are really fit.
Yeah.
So I don't think that will be a problem, but the technical awareness of the players, get that really in your head, and then from there you start coaching. Do they speak English?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. That's a huge part of it.
Or do I need an interpreter? And that makes things harder because I don't speak Japanese.
Would you be prepared to learn, Jimmy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Good to know.
I actually like languages.
Yeah.
I do speak languages. I speak Spanish, Portuguese, English, German, Dutch.
It's impressive. I mean, people from everywhere apart from England actually are quite good at speaking languages. We're just a bit lazy, aren't we? But so imagine you're suddenly in a situation like these managers found out a few days ago. They've got a manager team in Japan in the J-League. Once you find out about the culture and the language barriers and all these sorts of things, what would your next moves be? Like, would you want to bring in people, whether it's coaches or players around you, that you've worked with before, maybe from Europe, or would you look locally?
I think you will have to bring people that you have worked with, but you definitely have to take 1 or 2 people from local, like in this sense, Japanese.
Yeah.
Because you want their know-how. You want to know certain things that you can't find out yourself. So stuff in the league, for instance, clubs, different managers, you know, Japanese managers, and I think that will only get you that from local people. So you shouldn't be afraid to have local people in your staff. I think it will only help.
No, I'm looking forward to picking your brain a little bit more today. Obviously, we've got yourself and John Terry here as well. He's in with the England camp right now, and Aaron, the manager there, is a real character. So if he does progress, I'm sure we'll hear from him. His emotions are all over the place, to be honest. He's either devastated or really happy. But yeah, lots more to talk about. And obviously, speaking of England, the Group B challenge is an English club. It's Brighton and Hove Albion. And we're going to start talking about that one now, Group B.
My name's George Holmes and I'm the Scouting and Intelligence Manager, and I primarily work with the men's first team but also assist the academy and women's team. A lot of it is managing the players that have interest. We either delegate them to the scouts or we're working on analysing their statistical profile and data, and on top of that gathering character references and background information on the players of interest. I think Karu is a good example of that. We identified him while he was playing in the J-League in Japan, had a loan in Belgium and then came into the first team. And Simon Adingra as well, we brought from Nordsjælland, had a loan and then came here. So everyone's pathway is different and that's what you have to analyse. A lot of people say they want to go on loan or they need that period of first team football, but then we also see players go from straight to 18s, short period in the 21s into the first team like Jack Hinchell would. We don't want to really be recognised as a selling club. It's sort of a sustainable trading model. If someone meets the valuation, then we reinvest that money. There's a clear strategy and we benefit from that from the top down, across the academy, across recruitment, across coaches that we hire as well. Everything tries to be aligned as possible. Our edge in the market is the way we operate, and that's what we sort of pride ourselves in, so we've got to stay one step ahead. You know, there's still a lot of ambition. We still want to go higher up the Premier League table, play in Europe again. But in order to do that, you need to trade players, and that's the biggest way of bringing in income. And we're just reviewing our new strategy at the moment. So we're going to have a 2030 vision. Now it's to be a top 10 Premier League club on a frequent basis, and some of the sort of bigger ambitions that the club want to take on in the next 6 years.
Yeah, amazing to hear from people that actually work at the clubs we're dealing with. We've actually had some of them with us this week as well, interacting with the managers who have taken on the challenge. And this is the Group B challenge. Brighton and Hove Albion. South Africa currently leading things. Enzo Bento is the name of their manager there. It's a little bit tighter at the bottom, of course, but they look like they're doing pretty well there. The Dutch chasing, the Spanish chasing. Ultimately, league points seem to have been a big differentiator in that one, Will.
Yeah, I mean, this group has been absolutely unbelievable. It's all about the money, Spencer. They've all had it to spend with at the start. They're all a little bit timid, saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. Day two, they blew the doors open. I've never seen so much money spent on Football Manager, which Kev has called a riff with your good friend.
I've been loving it. It's exactly how I play the game, and I've been very happy with what I've been seeing. It's been lovely.
We've seen some numbers that, I mean, what we love about Football Manager is how true to life it is, right? in every sense. And we've seen some numbers and some transfers being accepted that have not happened in real life. We're talking hundreds of millions. We're talking close to billions almost on players, certainly overall expenditure. Like, how does that make you feel? I think you quite enjoy it, don't you?
Remember, we're a couple of years in the future. Who knows what might happen?
Well, I think it's but you've got people here representing Brighton and they're not doing the Brighton model, are they? So it's a bit disrespectful in my eyes, and some of the money that we'll come on to later, my eyes are still watering from seeing those figures.
Yeah, I think that Dave's going to get into this a bit more deeper detail for us. So what's been going on in the transfers at Brighton and Hove Albion, Dave?
It's been going crazy. And I think the first transfer that kick-started the madness, the first big spend, 120 million for Khephren Thuram. Enzo, from South Africa, spent a lot of money.
He spent all the money, and then that sent ripples across the entire floor. The managers that were competing against him now realise they waited a little bit too long. That was the moment where they had a chance to do what they did. Regret probably not doing that now because they've run away with things a little bit.
So this was a deal, obviously, structured over a few years, which is kind of caused those problems between yourself and Kevin. Talk to me through this deal. It's very, very complicated.
Yeah, it looks complicated to look at. They've basically made sure that early on, during this competition, they don't really have to pay out anything. And then later on in the future, I think we should make them play. We should keep them here for 10 years of their own lives to make sure they complete all of this. And then finally, pay for maybe the mistakes they may have made today. But yeah, this is crazy.
But just in terms of breaking it down, we're talking instalments every 6 months. We're talking instalments every 12 months. There's a lot.
He's a robot, basically, as our Kevin.
Yep.
Whereas this is creative. This is something that you don't see every day. It'll be interesting to see if against the computer AI, if they can do this against humans, if they get that far, and if it adapts to the same way. But yeah, as you say, tactically, the way in which players move into positions, they've got the attacking fullback on the left. It balances out really nicely. But to look at first time, there'll be lots of Football Manager players going, no, this is not what I usually plug in. So it's very, very
not what you've signed up for.
No, of course not.
I spoke to Enzo, and it was really interesting because we get box midfields in the Premier League. Guardiola, Klopp, they're all focused on creating this box in midfield. Enzo was creating his box just in a slightly different way. That's Segundo Volante in Thuram, pushing into midfield, getting into really aggressive positions. Mentioned, held by Pascal Gross, Amber Estepinian on either side. And then we've also got Danny Welbeck dropping off to get into this box. As much as it looks crazy, after Enzo took me through it today, I was like, that actually makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, it drags players around. And what you're trying to do is upset the match engine at times. You're trying to do things that it's not expecting. Thuram's not a goal-scoring defensive midfielder, but this system allows him to be just that. And again, it almost made the money spent seem justified, which seems crazy.
I think when we look at the statistics and how he's performed, obviously we're looking at it, he's just been signed, 14 games played, 7 goals, probably a few from set pieces, right, Kevin?
Absolutely.
But as well, the 2 assists in there, average rating, very, very good. He's a player that does evolve. But I think the big thing from this point, 120 million, we saw the rest of the Brighton managers get their checkbook out. And if we take a look at the top 10 transfers from the first 2 seasons, it is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is something that you don't always see at Brighton. Let's put it that way. But you can see there, some big money moves were made. South Korea felt like they had to back the same things that South Africa were doing. The Netherlands got very much involved. And it's interesting as well, because you see some players there that would almost fit the Brighton model. You would hope, but for the fees in which they've gone for, probably not.
You're looking at Florian Wirtz directly involved in more goals than any other midfielder in Europe's top 5 leagues last season. He's continued playing that way. João Neves obviously plays for PSG, 4 assists in 2 games from central midfield. Khephren Thuram plays for Juventus now. These are Brighton signings. Brighton always get it right. They always get the player before the big move.
Yeah,
and I do agree with you, but for 153 million, this 153 million as well, Benji, that wasn't straight up. That was over years in instalments like we saw the Khephren Thuram deal.
But we're at a point now where all bets are off. They all feel like they can do whatever they like. The model's being set by South Africa. They all think now, well, this is the only way to play the game. And so that's exactly what they've done. And some of them say the fees are outrageous. But again, they're the sort of players that everybody else would have signed. Football Manager players would be very familiar. It's almost like a Wonder Kid shortlist on that screen. So familiar players that obviously have an impact. So you see 7 goals in 14 games that we looked from Thuram. Again, it almost justifies, not quite, but almost justifies the signing.
What do you reckon, Spencer? We're going to get him to stay here for another 10 years so Enzo can see out the fall of Brighton with all the money that he spent?
He promised us in the press conference, he promised us he was going to continue this save beyond the 3 years. We've got to hold him to that.
Yeah, and he can pay for his own hotel as well while he's here.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe with some prize money. Probably. They're certainly in the race. Next up, we're going to speak to someone who I think is going to offer some real insight into the way Brighton do things. It's John Terry.
Yo, want to smell premium? You got to try this new Lynx then.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' f around the town. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close.
Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
So here I am with John Terry. John, I can't wait to talk to you all today about different things in your career, but right now we want to focus on Brighton and Hove Albion, the challenge these guys have faced. Someone who's transitioned from playing to sort of management and coaching in the last few years, the things that Brighton are known for now is recruitment, their statistical analysis, a lot of the things that Football Manager is known for as well. Is that like part of your almost badges, so to speak, when you're being trained as a coach now? Do they talk to you about that, or is it more about on pitch, improving players?
The early stages of the coaching development by the FA is on pitch. As you get to the pro license, it's more the off-field stuff as well. So we actually had Paul Barber from Brighton come in and present to us, which was incredible to see the insight. And you can see the success when someone like that comes and sits in front of you, and the research and the analytics and the data that they're getting on players and management. I mean, he spoke about De Zerbi a couple of years ago and said when he goes, we've got 2 people lined up already.
Wow.
We've met them, we've met their families. We know we're approaching those 2 guys depending on where they are in the world at that particular time, because things can change in that process.
Yeah.
But if one falls out of that equation, they very quickly bring somebody else in. And that goes with players as well. They were talking about left backs. They've got 2 left backs. If their left back gets injured, who they're going to, why they're going to them, they've done the research, they've spoken to the family, spoken to the kid. So it's no surprise for me that they're doing so well in terms of their management, but also as a football club as well. It's
incredible, isn't it? Like what we know Brighton for being, and the reason that they've been picked as one of the challenges, I guess. It's kind of been thrown out the window by our managers here, though, haven't it? They're spending 150 million on players, Yeah. And it's worth noting that these guys have come in at the start of the season that's just finished in the game. So people like Kefren Turam hadn't made the move he's now made in real life, so they're buying them from their earlier clubs. So it's not quite the same as if they'd bought them now in real life. But do you think that the Brighton fans and the fan base would like to see that kind of progression in their club into the same way some of the bigger clubs operate? Or do you think they're quite proud of their model?
I think they should be very proud of where they are in today's market. I think to try and compete with the likes of City, Chelsea, Arsenal's and Man United's and Liverpool's is going to be very difficult. I think Brighton fall just outside of that, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And I think they're positioned in a really good place. Now, rewind 10 years, if you would have given every Brighton fan that opportunity, they're the bit in your arm off. So they are where they are today. I think long term, there probably has to be that decision. Do we go and push on and start keeping these players and building around these players? But I just love the process of the football club and how it's run. Like I said, when Paul came and spoke to us, it was very clear that he was in charge of that and he was running it. The manager comes in and runs a football club, but any other manager that comes in after that will follow suit. So there's a real kind of identity of the football club that comes in. So it's not a manager comes in, actually I'm playing a different way, we need another 20 players because they're not my players and I want to go long ball and this, that and the other. It was very clear that the way they identify the players, the way they identify the managers, that someone's going to come in and just hit the ground running. I think you see that. I think they got a draw at Arsenal today. They won their first 3. They got off to a really good start. Things haven't changed. I mean, they've got a young boy, Crofty, who used to be at the Chelsea Academy, who's been in the system for a long time at Brighton, coaching and stuff like that. He's been given the opportunity. He's working with the first team, who's learnt from these managers as well. So you've got people who have the identity of the football club as well.
You speak about young boys, they've also got the youngest manager in Premier League history, haven't they? And that, again, speaks to their confidence in their system. Other clubs, would they be prepared to put someone in so young? Well, they just have certain kind of measurements they look at, and if they're happy that they tick it, they give them a chance, don't they? So it's great to see. And listen, we'll see how that group progresses. We're going to move on now to talk about Group C, though. This is Sporting Club de Portugal, obviously. A very different challenge, one of the more dominant teams in their domestic division. The question is, how do the Group C countries cope with the challenge? We're going to find out a bit more about Sporting Club de Portugal.
My name is Francisco Tavares. I'm the physical performance coordinator of the club, and I'm part of the medical department. It's divided in 4 areas: the nutrition, the physiotherapy and rehabilitation, medical, and the physical performance. My main role is just to oversee everything to ensure that everyone is going on the right direction. When you talk about sport, we have our youth in our DNA. So it's part of who we are. I have 15 staff, and what they do is they monitor the training load. So they help when the football training is being designed, they help to meet the physical demands, also with the expertise from the coaches. And obviously they develop in terms of the strength, the power, the speed, the fitness of every player. The fact that we track a lot of things help us understand if the player is progressing well and according to the expectations or not. So we have a holistic view of the player and we understand what areas he or she needs a bit more intervention from our side. The fact that we use a similar methodology throughout the academy and professional, and we use the same systems to track load, for example, allow us to not miss any data when the player trains with an older age group or a younger age group, help us contributing for the decision of if the player is or not ready enough to play at a higher or older age group. Ideally, we would put all the players playing in the first team. I think that would be a dream, but we know that's not possible. Our first team is a team with a lot of good players. It's very challenging to be able to play for the first team.
So, Sporting Club de Portugal from Lisbon, of course, are our challenge for our Group C countries, and this is the standings. Indonesia still topping the group with a quite unbelievable run over the last few days. You know, he's got some very experienced players propping up the table. India being left behind a little bit. Jack Peachman, maybe known as Jack Work the Space, big FM creator, probably going to struggle to get back in this. Obviously, we've got the Polish guys. The French have got the best chance of challenging Indonesia now. Will, do you think it's Indonesia's to lose at this point?
Yeah, and what's been great as well, we want characters in this tournament in the press conference. France coming up on stage with sunglasses, Jack turning into a bad guy in there as well, Poland being really loud, but Indonesia quietly working away, and they've absolutely smashed it.
Jack letting down the entire country has obviously upset me, but as a friend of his, I'll console him afterwards. But you know, we're working at the moment, so we'll give him as much grief as possible.
Yeah, well, speaking of Jack, Chelsea's actually with England right now, so let's see what Chelsea's got for us.
All right, so we're here with England on the sporting side. How does it feel? Everything is going great for you guys. I mean, you haven't lost a game. You're through in Champions League. Give me the strategy. What's the trick?
It's pretty simple, 4-2-3-1. Made the most of set pieces. 3 years in now, everyone's had a chance across all the teams to kind of get players that fit their system. It's all coming together for us.
Why did you decide to play a 4-2-3-1 rather than a 4-4-2?
Bit more flexibility. I think overloads in the wide area are really nice. Inside forwards, particularly good at getting in behind. We really wanted to play with a centre attacking mid who kind of hold up the play and dictate things. We've got a few players that are capable of doing that from a creative point of view now, and it's all coming together.
A few players, I noticed some injuries, right, with a centre back or a defender. Yeah. What's going to happen now? What's next?
Well, Badiashile is our second top goal scorer. He's got over 30 goals from centre-back. We've been using him at set pieces quite a lot. There's going to be a challenge with that. And we've got other tall players, so we actually brought him in to replace Coates, who he is 35 now, and he did break his ankle at the start of the year, but he can get goals for us maybe. We've got Napoli in the first knockout round that we're in, which is the round of 16. Maybe he can do the same job that Badiashile was doing.
A center back scoring so many goals, which is unusual. You know what else is unusual? What happened a little earlier that you had John Terry basically be in your space and do the draft for you.
Yeah, so during the Champions League knockout stage draw, any player in the world of football can basically turn up, like retired, and appear and do the draw. We got John Terry in game. So in a world's first, we had him start the draw for us in Football Manager, and he got us Napoli. I think PSG have got Man City, so he's done a pretty good draw for us, getting some of the big teams against one another.
Which is pretty cool, but please describe to me the emotion that you felt when that was happening.
I mean, it was a bit bizarre to first see his name pop up and then be like looking over and think, that's him over there. Quick, get him over. Yeah, it was a bit weird. It was a bit anticlimactic, actually. We were the first team out the draw, but no, it was truly bizarre.
Well, it seems like you're very confident right now. You're fourth in the standings. I noticed you guys were already going to get up and leave to have a break. So that already shows confidence as it is. I wish you the best of luck, but I'll be back. I will be back. Spence, we're going to throw it back to you.
Thank you, Chelsea. And we've got some more data diving to do. So let's hand it over to Statman Dave.
Cheers, Spence. Well, we're going to dive a little bit more into the match engine. But before that, let's talk about passion. Let's talk about winning trophies. We had the first Champions League win from France in this group. Pretty big. Second season with Sporting Club de Portugal. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, to be able to take a club that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be competitive, certainly in the latter stages of the Champions League, to win its second season, very impressive stuff. Although, to be honest, looking at some of these match stats, looks like they rode their luck a little bit. I mean, the scoreline we can see there suggests otherwise, but there's 2 disallowed goals for Arsenal, and they very much were just...
Well, you know,
tell me what they were doing.
I'm a man of the stats, but sometimes you don't need all the ball. 38% possession for Sporting in this game. They won 4-0. The only thing you need to do in a game of football is put the ball in the back of the net.
Well, Arsenal did that twice, so we just I'm upset.
From a tactical perspective, Football Manager is a really good way of kind of describing football. We've spoke a lot about the 4-2-3-1s that have been used in the tournament so far. So let's kind of like look at it from a sort of position or pitch perspective. So you can clearly see Sporting shape. Currently the left centre-back is on the ball. We can see the 2 defensive midfielders sat in that kind of central zone. We can see the front 4 that are super narrow right now. But the big thing with a lot of these teams, big thing about Football Manager is getting those fullbacks high up the pitch. Really important to overload the opposition back line, which is a big thing in these games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can get these overloads in that wide area, get the crosses in where you can crowd out the middle as well. I mean, they're clearly getting players in the right positions, and as I'm sure we're about to see.
We are about to see. I think this is an interesting one. This is the first goal of the game. Again, a real reason why Sporting had less possession. They took an early goal, they went quite direct. But just in terms of this first move that led to the penalty, I think it's really nice to see how the plays sort of developed down that left-hand side. It switched out to the right. Now, Arsenal have got a problem here. Number one, you've got a player that's been pushed up to go and press. The Arsenal player has got to react. He's got to turn the other way and he's got to get back into position. The big problem that Arsenal have right now is there is a 2v1 on the right back, or the left back, should I say, with the right back in possession. So as the play moves forward, we clearly see that fullback get pulled inside, which opens up space for the right back to get the ball in the box, and William Saliba, penalty.
There we go.
And that is why Football Manager is one of those sort of situations where you can really understand and grow your understanding of the game of football. But in terms of something that you mentioned previously, the stats were very heavily favouring Arsenal from a creative perspective. How important is it on Football Manager to dominate, or does it not matter?
I mean, as you said, you don't necessarily need the ball to be able to dominate. I mean, if we're looking at the XG on our stats there, you can see that Arsenal didn't necessarily create a huge number of chances. But it's like we said before, if you get those fullbacks pushing forward and doubling up with the wide attackers, you're going to create chances. And I think, if anything, they were just a little bit
unlucky, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating one as a gentleman who might favour Arsenal in these situations. I'm upset by it.
But I think as well, Football Manager does offer this kind of deep diving statistics, things that I look for, those key chances created, those key passes. A lot of that forward line we can see there for Sporting Club de Portugal are creating things for their teammates. That's a key part of the game that I think Arsenal may have not got.
Dave, I've never seen this screen before in my life. I don't know what you're showing me here. What
I'll hold my hands up.
Look,
you're a manager that loves the vibes.
Get me back to the transfers. What are you showing me?
Let's go back to the transfers. I'll get back into your safe spot. Let's just have a look at those transfers in the second season. I think really important players were brought in that improved the squad. We're talking a lot of money being spent, similar to the previous, the Brighton saves that we saw before. For the club of their size, they're spending 47 million on an attacker. It's quite a lot of money, but got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's almost like we're following the same prototype of player that we were talking about before as well, because so many of these guys are your big, strong, physical guys. And there you go.
Moffey, prime example. Pace, 17. Acceleration, 17. 6'2". Strength, 17.
Oh, I love this man. I'm taking him home with me.
Yeah, he's someone actually I found on Football Manager and then did a bit of a deep dive, played for Nice, and Lorient, before. Was a really good technical forward, but had that strength and physicality. Obviously, it's worked for Sporting here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's it. Like I say, I used the word prototype before. That is a prototype football manager centre forward, and he's doing the business for them. So
he is doing the business. Spence, have you ever seen a forward as good as Moffey?
Well, this is the thing, it's about having good players for your team, and they might do really well, but then you've got to do better than the other sporting managers have done as well. So it's not just about getting the right players, it's about picking the right games to win. You know, we've seen decent win percentages that haven't put them top of the group because they're not won at the right time. So yeah, players is one part of it, but I think there's a big part of man management and tactics going into this as well. Speaking of which, we're going to talk about Group D now. Some saying the group of death. We'll have a look at it in a minute. Let's find out more about the team from Group D. It's Dinamo Zagreb.
My name is Silvio Maric. I'm the ex-player from Dinamo Zagreb and also play for the national team. Dinamo Zagreb is something special for me because when I was a kid with my friends, we going together to watch the games, and it was a nice period in my life. Dynamo means freedom. Dinamo was presented like national Croatian club, so it was not allowed in the country when we lived in Yugoslavia before. And that means like some liberty and freedom for Croatian people. We got lots of talented players. If you think and said that you got Boban, you got Modric, you got Rakitic, you got Kovacic, Mandzukic, that's amazing. And we got so much quality players who are playing here, but because of financial situation, we are a team who's selling the best young players. That's our strategy. We produce the young players, good young players, and then we sell. We got a chance to play the Champions League. That's the biggest thing for us, and that's our object for this season.
Yeah, I really enjoy hearing from people that are actually involved in the clubs. And this challenge has, well, potentially given us the best potential finale we could hope for. And it is the last group we probably will see finish on stream as well. Look at how close these points are right now. You'd probably just say the Swiss, who, by the way, shout out to Yannick Hauser. He's the youngest manager here, only 18 years old, which, yeah, you thought the Brighton real-life manager was young, Fabian Herzog, 31. This guy's 13 years younger than him. And yeah, maybe he's taken some learnings from this, particularly in the trophies category. You can see picking up 0 points there right now. But England, Malaysia, Lithuania and Peru, all 100% in with a chance of progressing from this group, Will.
Yeah, it's like the wacky warehouse over there, Spencer. Aaron has been the loudest manager by far. My girlfriend and me live in London. She texted me saying she could hear Aaron from there. He's been that loud. It's turning people in the group against him, so we're going to have to look at that. He's creating a few enemies, doesn't he, Kev?
Yeah, absolutely. And this was always going to be a group that was very, very tight because it's a league where everyone would be expected to win the league title each season. And it comes down to how far you can get in Europe. And Aaron has had, as much as he's been a noisy little rascal, he's had some good runs in those European competitions.
Yeah, some big transfers in this one, convincing people to come to the Croatian league, you know, and then some teams going with a different strategy, going with more homegrown players, sort of Croatian legends, maybe ex-Zagreb players or people that grew up in the area. So different strategies, but 4 at least of the 5 teams all doing very well. What have you made of it so far, Dave?
Zagreb group, as you mentioned, Europe is so important. It's one of those situations where if you don't do well in those competitions, you're not going to win this group. And I think when you're looking at the league phase that Aaron had in his second season with Dynamo Zagreb, good results.
Really good results. It's turning them in from a bit of a European minnow to a middle ground team that can actually compete. And because of the strength of these managers and the tactics that they could deploy, they actually find themselves getting later in the competition than you would expect. Especially, as you mentioned, season 1 and season 2, where you're not expecting a lot. Like season 3, Aaron's been promising it all week in the press conferences. He said at some point we'll be in that Champions League final. Well, he's got one more chance at that. We'll see if he does it today, because so far not quite, but it's really impressive to see them do that. Again, we'll talk about it, right? The tactic change that has to go from the domestic to the European games. And this tactic is meant, I don't think so much for Europe.
I think this is more the domestic one, the overload in those central areas. But I think having that adaptability and being able to switch your system up and playing a little bit wider, one of the things that I spoke to him about yesterday was he was getting overloaded in those wide areas with his narrow tactic. And we can kind of see where the space is in this tactic. You know, down the flanks, the opposition are going to be overloading your 2v1. We literally looked at that Sporting goal, which was a 2v1 created on the Arsenal back line because their pressing structure was a little bit broken. Aaron was saying he was getting opened up in that first Champions League run, but he adapted really, really well. And I think when you look at the schedule, you know, through the group stages and the league phase of the tournament, you know, some big wins there, beating Lyon away from home. You're looking at a Leipzig result, drawing with Porto. There was some real growth there in the tournament.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's very difficult. We mentioned a moment ago. It's very difficult to transition week in, week out to try and play that way. But the momentum that you can carry through those games is what's helping him. It's sort of between games. There's this feeling that you're going to have to rest almost in the league, and then you risk that as well. And so getting the balance right for these managers has been absolutely crucial. And there's been points, I think, they believe where they're going to walk league games and then they falter there, and then that affects Europe, and then it becomes a bit of a nightmare. But Aaron's done really well to navigate this.
I think there was a little bit of a reaction from Aaron's side. Obviously, the league phase finished, then the knockouts came, and RB Salzburg were the opponents. And a 2-1 win away in Football Manager in the Champions League game, for me, is a cracking result.
Yeah, and again, I suspect that was tactically, you can see he's changing things up a little bit. He couldn't necessarily play the way he'd been used to, but still getting the results. And that's what makes a good manager, and that's what these managers have to do. They have to prepare for more than one style of play, depending on what they come up against. And he's doing it, and that's what you want to see.
I think as well, you know, the substitutions here, we can see Deulofeu scoring in that second half to give them the 2-goal lead, really important. But a great result in Salzburg. The issue with Football Manager, sometimes it eats you up and it spits you out, and that's exactly what happened to Aaron in that second leg. And if we look at the data again, you can see that maybe he went the wrong way. Salzburg created an XG of 1.82, 17 shots, 8 on target, 1-2-0. What do you think went wrong?
Well, that's the gamble, isn't it? You get used to playing such a certain way. If it's suddenly not going your way, you're not getting the ball. You see from Aaron's tactics as well, sometimes it's very ball dependent, and against some of the better European sides. And actually, you suspect they're probably disappointed to lose this one. This is one that they probably expected to go through in. But Football Manager does what Football Manager does sometimes, and you can do everything right and still feel like it's helpless.
It is helpless, but obviously coming back to a 9-1 win in the Croatian League, the perfect way to ease the concerns?
Well, nearly. The 1-1 that followed that up, again, maybe in the heads of some of the players, it was like, oh, what are we playing for anymore? It gets difficult, keeping them motivated, of course. And player morale, after a big loss like that, can really affect a team. If they go to a place where they're expected to win, it doesn't happen. You saw the reaction, but then maybe the reality set in the next game with the dropping in points. But then again, you can see cruise control from that point onwards. They've been absolutely fine.
Talking cruise control, something that we spoke about in the press conferences yesterday was the formation that offended a lot of people in the community. You can't really see it here, but Dinamo set up with one centre-back in this game.
Yeah, they switched it up.
They switched up from their normal formation. They tried to try something a bit expansive, 10 playmakers. We spoke about it a lot in length yesterday. Do you think it's fair?
See, now my transfer policy is I like things done a certain way, Kevin. But where it comes to tactics, disrespectful as possible, please.
Okay.
I want to see you try things that people don't expect. I really want to see it tomorrow in the draft format as well. But so I don't mind it. Experiment. And when you're playing so many games and you're winning so many games, if you can't do it then, when can you do it, Dave? Come on.
Maybe sometime at home instead of being in a big competition. But obviously that's Dynamo Zagreb. And I think the real key part of this, as we mentioned before, Benji, is those European spots. It's the wins in the Champions League, the wins in the Europa League. So important to win this group.
And it's the difference in this group as well. If you're not in the Champions League places, if you're not winning in those Champions League games, there's big points to be racked up there, especially when the luck of the draw is playing a major part too. And it is the thing that separates these teams.
It really does. And I think it's going to be impressive. They've only had 3 seasons and they're competing at the top level. It's pretty incredible.
And Aaron's promised it, Dave. So if we don't see it today, press conference or not, I'll be up on that desk making sure he gives us some answers.
big. We're going to have a big press conference later on, Spence, but that's enough from us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're looking forward to that one. I mean, we heard some crazy cheers earlier when Dinamo actually beat Man City in the Champions League group stage, which is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some big cheers coming up every 5 minutes, so sometimes you have to chat. I think we've been over there earlier, and he was playing a friendly against a low-ranked team, and he was just cheering for that. Like, calm down a little bit, mate. There's enough noise to go around.
Well, listen, this is big levels for what we're used to in the FMC, and you can see it all around the scale of the event. The players are loving it. Well, something that really hammers home how big this is a special message the players were sent, a bit of a good luck message from one of the most famous managers of all time. Take a look at this.
I'm sorry I can't be there with you today, but I want to wish all of you the very best of luck at this inaugural event. Managing a club is never easy. It takes strategy, planning, patience and application, and the deep understanding of the many aspects of the sport. Throughout my career, I've seen how much passion and hard work it takes to succeed, and I truly admire the dedication you have brought to this competition. Remember, it's not just about winning, but it's about learning and enjoying the process. I look forward to seeing who rises to the top. Good luck, all the best, and enjoy the competition.
Fantastic stuff there from Le Prof, Arsene Wenger, of course, someone that was competing against Arsene Wenger's Arsenal team for a long part of his career. Joins me now. John Terry is here. I mean, I know you're on the other side of the London rivalry, but huge respect for what that man's done in his career, I'm sure.
He's an absolute gentleman as well. A really nice guy and giving so much back to the game as well. He had some really good Arsenal teams as well. So incredible what he achieved at Arsenal in his time, and very well respected in the game, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we've been looking at Group D there, which is a very specific challenge. Dinamo Zagreb in Croatia. One of the things that's really surprised me has been the ability for some of these managers to actually attract big-name players. For example, one of the managers signed Lamine Yamal from Barcelona. Now, this is obviously sort of a year prior, I guess, when the game save started. So in this version of the game, he's not just done what he's done at the Euros for Spain, but still, from Barcelona, going over to Croatia, how would a manager go about selling a project like that? And did anyone ever try and convince you to come to somewhere that maybe it was a bit off-piste?
Yeah, no, I never got approached personally to go elsewhere. I was always happy. I think everyone could see from the outside how happy and what Chelsea meant to me. So thankfully no one come in for me in the nicest possible way. I think in terms of what we see nowadays in terms of man management, how people go about their business, like I heard the story about when Van Dijk was pre-signing for Liverpool. A few other clubs were interested, but Klopp was FaceTiming him, was going to visit him over a weekend, visiting the family. I think it's all of those little personal touches, and I think even more so for those smaller clubs and smaller countries, probably find it a little bit difficult. But I think if you go the extra mile and make a person feel that they're really wanted and showing them what the football club means to you, I think it's a natural and a really organic sell as well. And it's really surprising. Not many football clubs do it, go above and beyond. And I think it's a real basic thing that a lot of top football clubs get wrong.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of the tactical breakdown from Dave there a minute ago, and all the different formations that people can play in this game. You know, and the game is going that way, isn't it? It's getting more tactical, more technical all the time. Yeah, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we'll see you in one of these big jobs. Obviously, you've been in massive positions already, but if you were managing here in this tournament, and you wanted to imprint the John Terry philosophy onto a team, what would it look like? Because we know what you were as a player, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a defensive manager. You know, can you tell us what that looks like for you?
Yeah, in terms of formation, I would be 4-3-3 for me, with more of a holder. So very similar to how we kind of got our success at Chelsea. I think when you have success, it kind of sticks with you. I'm not saying I'm completely rigid and would only go that way. Of course, I'd be very flexible within that. But I think it's very important in today's game to try and not concede goals. I see fullbacks trying to be wingers and midfielders trying to be attackers. For me, it's those four or that five at the back is key and crucial to you in your season, I think. And like we did at Chelsea, we conceded 15 goals in one season. Pretty much won you the league, regardless of what we've done going forward. Now, naturally, a lot of teams have got goals in the side, whether that's from midfield. We had Frank, we had Didier, we had goals from Duffer, from Robin, from Joe Cole, all of these players as well to add to that. But that would be me. I think when I went into management and coaching, well, as an assistant coach, I thought I would be a little bit more reserved and be a little bit more defensive. But as I went into the dugout and you feel the emotions of the pressures of it, late on in games, I would much rather go and lose a game 2-1 than sit there and draw 1-1 at home, especially for me. And that's very dependent on opposition, on personnel, on managers and performances and league results at that time as well. But I would much rather, in front of my home fans, go for a game and throw strikers on and try and win the game late on. I think fans want to see that. Now that can slap you in the face as well at times. I've had that done, where you go and lose the game 2-1 and people go, why don't you just sit on the draw and take the point and move on. I think, which is different, I was very defensive, of course, but in terms of my managerial, I'd be quite attacking, I think.
Yeah, and obviously that's one of the pressures that this particular challenge comes with it in Group D. A lot of the challenges actually are in teams in leagues where they're expected to win. We actually had Mata, who's part of the staff at Dinamo Zagreb, and I asked him what would happen if a manager of Dinamo finished second in the league, and he was like, it wouldn't be very good for them. That pressure is there. Yeah. Then conversely, you've got the Brighton challenge, where not expected to win the league, quite frankly, maybe pushing into the European spots. Like, you spent so much of your career at the very top of leagues, either winning them or competing for them. Like, is it an adjustment when you're moving into coaching and managing to understand that you're not always necessarily going to be in those positions? You might be in a different challenge and you'll be having different kind of objectives to get.
Absolutely, and faced that when I went to Aston Villa, actually, as assistant coach. So naturally, I was used to winning. Now, when I went into coaching, that wasn't the case every weekend at Aston Villa. We won some games, but we lost probably more than we won in the first couple of seasons, and that's difficult to take initially. But also, you have to understand how these players are feeling. So at Chelsea, you'd win, you'd get 2 days off, and you kind of stroll in Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, having a weekend in Portugal. And other times, you're actually, you're questioning. I'm questioning the manager, of going, I think the lads need a rest here. Why don't we give them 2 days off? Now, that's very easy for an assistant manager to say that. When Dean Smith says, I've got our answer to the board upstairs, if I go giving the players 2 days off, I get questions from the owners, from the CEO. There's a backlash of this.
Yeah.
And as assistant manager, you don't really think about stuff like that. But all of that comes into the context and the players and the mindset of the players who are not playing and all of that. So you have a big role and responsibility to play, but it's also how you go in and then pick them players up on a Monday morning, or whether you get them in Sunday morning. Is it a kind of telling off? Is it a kind of get together? Do we all go out for dinner and have a few beers together, which actually worked in one part of the career as well. So there's many ways to skin a cat. I think you have to really understand that situation at that particular time.
Yeah, and obviously we've got assistant managers here in this tournament as well, and they're working out when can they get involved, when can they sort of imprint their own philosophy on the manager, when do they take a step back. But it's great stuff. We look forward to asking some more stuff later. But someone who is with us in Liverpool is a massive name in the Football Manager scene, is our very own Zealand, all the way from America, not competing. I know he would have liked to be, but he's been giving us some great coverage across our last few days in Liverpool, and I believe Zealand is with Chelsea.
Someone who is really known in this game, and that's why I have him right here, because he's the expert, right? There has been a lot going on the Japanese side this morning.
Oh, there has. They've been the main entertainment in the morning sessions because all of the action seems to happen towards the beginning part of the season. First, you get the knockouts of the Asian Champions League, which all of these teams have been involved in. In fact, every single one of these teams in their opening 3 seasons has managed to beat a Saudi side at least once in the Asian Champions League final. For the Team Saudi Arabia, they won it last minute last year, but this morning was particularly special because of the Club World Cup Chelsea.
And what has been really successful for this Japanese side? What formation do they have to play? What style? What goes into it?
No, we've seen multiple teams playing with a back 5, which is really interesting because we haven't seen that in a lot of the other groups. So clearly the team here in Japan definitely suits a back 5 position. Now, we saw Belgium make it all the way to the Club World Cup semi-final, only losing to Real Madrid, but beating PSG in penalties using a back 5 tactic in this particular group.
A back 5, okay. What comes to my mind, do the fullbacks, are they up and down, or is it a low block?
Oh, the fullbacks are flying. They are absolutely flying. It's a back 3 technically if you're on offense, but when you look at it, you have your 2 fullbacks, you have your 3 center backs, and that is a system that Norway has also used for devastating different successes. But the fullbacks on this team in Japan, they have been the main focus for every one of these tactics. Even Team Germany, which has picked up every single point it could possibly pick up. The only team in this whole tournament has been using really attacking fullbacks the entire time.
Zealand, a group that has been really successful, I want to go ahead and walk over, is Germany. And they were very confident during the press conference saying that no one else in this group is like them. Please, do you remember that moment? Recall that moment when you said no one here has what it takes to win.
I don't need to remember that moment. This is our attitude, how we went in the tournament, and yeah, it proved to be true.
Does your team have that same exact confidence? You obviously show that confidence, but does your team play with that confidence?
I think so. We just finished like completely unbeatable season. We haven't lost a single game. We even won the Club World Cup with a Japanese team. I think that says more than any word. I think we're confident of winning the entire thing. We can do it.
I did realize that you're playing a 4-2-4. What went into that? Why did you decide to just play with 2 midfielders and 4 attacking?
So in the very first season, we started off with a 4-2-3-1, where we played more focused through the middle. And then we were thinking about which player we could add or remove from the tactic to get it working even better. And then we identified our 10 as like the only good 10 in the entire squad. So we decided to replace him and go more for like a wing-focused play. So we focused more on this 4-2-4 and more wing play. So we removed the 10 player and added an additional striker. So now we're playing with 2 like physical strikers and lots of crossing, and it worked out really well for us. So yeah.
You're playing with 2 physical strikers. Zealand, how do you like that?
Well, it's worked out. It's worked out a lot because they've been able to contend with those kind of direct balls against teams that might have more quality through the middle, and that can compensate for the lack of midfielders. But my question to you guys is: at some point in a Football Manager save, especially when you're playing in a league like Japan, you go into a Club World Cup and you have to play, the real big dogs. At what point did you know you could hang with those types of teams?
I think like our biggest difficulty was basically getting players who can compete on the highest level, especially physically. Like also the central defenders. I think like most central defenders in the Japanese leagues, they are either good at jumping or are fast, but not both at the same time. And I think if you want to compete like with the highest level of strikers, like a Harry Kane or someone like him, you have to get some central defenders who can compete in like those one-on-ones against those strikers. And we managed to get 2 in our clubs with Thiago Jallo, like our star transfer in the central defense, and they handled the strikers really well. And then with that defense in place, we were able just to get like lots of chances in the offense. And then finally we got like 1 or 2 goals at least each game, and then we managed to win those games.
So in this Japanese league, what you're saying is playing with 2 strikers, physicality, and having that type of physique to hold off players, it's what has been successful.
Yes, for sure. So like football is still a game for like top athletes. So if you have athletes who are just physically way better than the opponents, you're just gonna do well. And especially in the Japanese league, there's like lots of players who are good at one thing but not good at everything in that regard. So if you get a player who can jump the same height as the opponents but is like faster or like way faster, he's just gonna win every single one-on-one. And we just tried to create these one-on-ones in each game, and it worked out really well. We scored so many goals in the league. It's just very, very impressive, I think.
All right, Spencer, well, you heard basically stick what you're good at, stick with what you're good at, and delete the rest, right? All right, Spencer, back to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Yeah, they've been very impressive, the Germans, and it's looking like that they're going to sail through that group. But what is it about? I mean, they've just been describing it them. He's talking about play identification, physical attributes. But this is against AI, essentially. It's a completely different kettle of fish if you get through to the draft tomorrow, where you're going up against other experts in the game, right?
But the basics do still work. I mean, if you just have to be a little bit more reactive when you're playing against another human player. But if you've got physical players playing high pressing, high intensity tactics, they are the ones that tend to work in all formats of the game.
Yeah, it's been an amazing group stage from the Germans. Benji, what is it they've done that's particularly impressed you?
Their consistency and also their confidence is really nice to see. We've seen it in the press conferences. They were doing a Club World Cup Championship final earlier today, and it was feet up football on the desk. They were so relaxed, so chilled out about it, but also understanding the importance, the celebrating towards the end. That again, they've talked a big game and they've walked the walk.
Yeah, well, they certainly have been doing that. One team that haven't been able to be as relaxed, or one nation, I should say, that have struggled a little bit more is the Saudi guys, Saudi Arabia. I know Will's had a bit of a bromance with those guys. He's with Dave, and we're going to learn more about the Saudi Arabian situation.
So I've brought you here, Will, because these are your guys.
Yeah.
You've been supporting them through the tournament. They're a team that you've built a friendship with, but they've had some failings. Obviously, Football Manager is a game that sometimes it does spit you out. Saudi, they've built a team, they've built a squad. There's some signings in there from Europe that I quite like, the likes of Ronnie Lopez, Emre Moore, 2 players that can really create things and make things happen. But it's just not been enough for Saudi in this tournament.
Labrador, German Shepherd, good dogs. Do you know what my favourite dog is, Dave?
Go on.
The underdog. And Saudi Arabia have been absolutely fantastic all tournament. They've made some massive wins along the way, but they've just not got the points on the board. And that's what the tournament's been so great about, because you can play your game, but there's points on the board for so many different challenges, isn't there?
There is. I think tactically, maybe not as developed as other teams. We're seeing a different way of playing. We're seeing wingers, we're seeing advanced playmakers. Do you think that's been an issue for them at all?
Look, every day I go over, I just walk up to them, I put my thumbs up or thumbs down. I'll be honest with you, it's been a lot of thumbs down from the lads while I've been going over there. But you know, they got so far in the Club World Championship as well, which is like, for this side to be going up against European teams, they've done so well. But this is the top level of football management, isn't it? This is the best in the world, and that's sadly where they've sort of fallen on.
It has been obviously the Champions League run from last season. They got to the final, a 2-legged final, but they couldn't get the job done. What would you do in their position from that? Start again? Are you rebuilding? Are you selling players? Are you blaming people? Or are you taking the responsibility on by yourself?
Look, we had a few chats last night. Should they resign? I said, look, we've got one more day. Let's give it our best shot. To be honest, I'm sick of Benji and Kev. All it is talking about Germany this, Germany that. Benji's been asking to pay rent because he's been in their booth so long. I just said, lads, let's spread the love, because Saudi Arabia, yes, they might not have tactically advanced, but there's so much more to this game, and they've just missed out on so many different things. But ultimately, that, Dave, is going to cost them.
It could cost them, but they're still in the cup competitions, the League Cup, the main Japanese Cup, the J-League as well. There's still some trophies to be won, and I think the big thing with this, obviously, this is the first time we've done this. They're going to come back stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite sad. Like, I've been going over there today, and they're a bit more downbeat, but they've just been saying they don't want to finish bottom of the group. There's also prize money involved for that, but for them, it just feels about pride, respect, and their reputation on the line.
They don't want to get the wooden spoon.
No, we're not going to do that. Come on, the boys.
Massive. That's probably enough analysis from us, Spence. Back to you.
Yeah, we were getting a bit distracted, to be honest, Dave, because there's some serious noise coming from over that side of the studio, which is the Sporting Club de Portugal Group C area. So we'll try and find out what's happening there, because these games are happening live all over the place. Every single nation are at a different point of their season as well. Some play faster, some play slower. But in terms of, the Saudi Arabian guys, I think you guys are being a bit kind, maybe. I don't think they're underdogs. I think they're in the doghouse. They're out at this point, I think. But the Polish guys have been very impressive. In fact, they, I think, were one of the only teams that didn't buy anyone in their first transfer market. I think Chelsea's with them now. Yeah, she's just finding out what's happening over there. But not to buy anyone in that transfer market is quite a brave call, because first window was closed, wasn't it, in the first season? And then they chose not to buy anyone in the January transfer window. So hopefully Chelsea can ask them about that. She's with them now.
All right, well, we're here with Poland's side. I saw the excitement, the screaming. What happened?
We just draw against Chelsea. First leg of the 1/8 of the Champions League. Last season we really struggled against Chelsea, and this is a really tough draw for us. But we are confident. We already in this season won against Man City, won against Real Madrid, really high. So second leg is home at us, and we hope to go through.
What has been the change? You said you guys really struggled last year with Chelsea. What has been the change?
We managed to secure some key signings, and just positive mentality. Keep trying to win, focus on task at hand, and I think we can do this.
What are the predictions? Are you going to win the next match?
Yeah, easy.
Well, Spence, you heard them. It's going to be easy for them. Back to you.
Well, time will tell. Obviously, the Polish guys just one of 19 different nations here, 20 managers in total. England have 2. But let's find out a bit more about Spain. We're going to hear from Manuel Roman.
My name is Manuel Gomez. I come from Spain.
I started playing a long time ago because I always loved this kind of games. I'm 41 years old, so young like other players. And I think maybe the experience is have seen a lot of matches during my life. I play every year the same game. I play with Marbella and I try to take the Champions League with them. I always love to do it again. I love to attack. I prefer to win 5-4 all the games than to win 1-0. I like to play formations with a line of 4 at the behind, and up there maybe 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1. Something worked for a few years, and then the other learned to counter-attack that tactic. There are not so many new improvisations to that counter-attack, so 4-4-2 is going to come again, 4-3-3 maybe, so you can try things that were made before, but you need to give them the new abilities of players today.
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid. I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the fine fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
So you can see the arena that we have here. It's the ACC Arena in Liverpool, if you're wondering. But it's been turned into a Football Manager paradise for the last few days. Games going on in every single corner. On the left of your screen, you've got the Group A section, Yokohama F. Marinos, the challenge in that one. We've just been talking about some of the teams from there, Saudi Arabia, for example, and the Germans being dominant in that one. Group B is a different challenge altogether. Manuel Roman from Spain is in that group. He's actually the assistant manager of Spain. And he's given some great answers, actually, in the press conference. And we've had some great answers from across the board, haven't we, Dave?
We really have. And I think that one of the things that was quite poignant was how he spoke about how Spain, they've really evolved their coaching. And we see a lot of those top managers in the Premier League, your Artetas, your Emerys. And there's a real style to it. And I think one thing that stuck out with me is there's Barcelona and Real Madrid in that league. So you're facing those guys 4 times in a season, right? And you have to find a way to beat those guys. And I think we saw that with Sevilla under Unai Emery, and we saw that evolution. And we've also seen Arteta really grow, first under Pep Guardiola, now as a manager himself. The development of Spanish coach at the moment is very, very impressive. We're also seeing it in Football Manager. Yeah, definitely. And what we're doing right up here on our press conference table there that we've kind of commented is we've got all the games open. We're trying to watch as many of them as possible. And what's going to happen now from now until we kind of finish the group stage, we're going to try and get across these games. It's very tricky because there's lots of games going on. It's like we have 4 groups, we have 5 teams in each group, and they're all at different points in their career. So we're kind of making it up as we go along, trying to give you the coverage. But Kev's got something for us.
We have got a Carabao Cup final going on right now for South Africa. They're 2-0 up against Arsenal with 20 minutes to go in the Carabao Cup final.
We need to get to that one ASAP then.
On the board potentially coming in for South Africa.
Yeah, that's Enzo Bento. He's the manager there. So are you saying if they win this, Kev, it could be lights out for everyone else, or?
I mean, it's just another thing to collect even more points and make their position even stronger. It's one of those competitions that's just going to collect you even more points, and it just leaves everyone else with then kind of having to match them and do the same thing and hope they slip up somewhere else.
I was going to say, Group A, we want the Germans to have the pressure on them. Well, maybe not if you're Benji, because he absolutely loves them. But Turkey, Benji, just won the Champions League, didn't they? It's still not over there.
They did indeed. They're putting the final bit of pressure on. You mentioned the Germans. When Spencer said I've been in the booth with them a lot, I have been in the booth with them a lot. I've got a little badge, my own little thing. They've sort of given
so they're buying your affection.
You're actually wearing a German merchandise right now.
I need someone to sew it on for me. So if you know anyone,
as an Englishman, that's very controversial.
Well, I wanted to hedge my bets because I've seen the way that Jack was performing, and I thought, do you know what, I'm going to need second options.
He's got another 8 of those in his pocket, just in case.
I can't lie about it, but it keeps falling off. So maybe if they don't go through, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you're right. Turkey did a really, really good job overcoming their Champions League final, putting as much pressure as possible. I think Germany feel like they've run away with it, but again, Turkey are doing everything they can to get a little closer. 4-0
now in this Carabao Cup final.
Let's
in the
get
90th
back to that.
Minute, it is done. They've won it.
Oh, it's over. It's finished.
We're in the 91st minute. We're about to see the trophy lift.
Let's go back to South Africa if we can. South Africa in Group B. We want to see them potentially. Well, they're going to lift it on if they're 4-0 up. So I mean, you'd be a brave man to bet against Enzo Bento at this point, in the group stage at least, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I think with the style, we can see it on the screen right now. It is interesting, but it is very, very attacking. There's a lot of forwards in there. They've also got a backup system with 3 strikers, Spence, that really, really does open the door. It's a little bit more width from fullback, but you've got a lot of bodies in the box, and we've seen that with them. They're very attacking.
You've got a lot of bodies in the booth as well. Chelsea's right in there. One of the things that I really like about the idea of Football Manager, and we can see the trophy lift here, as an esport, is that because it's not, especially when it's like this and you're playing against AI and you can pause it, we can get right in there with the players and talk to them. And I have to say, they've been amazing with us the last few days, haven't they? Really welcoming. Other games, maybe you don't want to interrupt them. But in this one, you sort of can a little bit.
I was in the South Africa booth for the last 2 days on the last day of the Premier League. They lost it on the first, they won it on the second. But honestly, like if I was doing that home and my mum walked in, I'd say, Mum, please leave immediately. This is the biggest moment of my career. I'm just strolling around trying to get interviews with them, and they're like, yeah, Premier Division done, Champions League over here. So they're so relaxed as well at the elite level. Go on.
Your mum would be like, your dinner's ready, Will. It's getting cold. It's been 3 hours.
I'd be like, I don't want quiche again, Mum. Please stop.
But they like Will, but they're scared of me because they do these transfers keep happening. Every time they see Kevin, they're like, oh, lovely, a friend. Every time they see me, they sort of don't make eye contact every single time.
You might as well be on the Financial Fair Play Committee or something at this point.
I think if we need a transfer judge in the future, I'm really putting myself at the top of the table for that, hopefully.
You know, this is a Football Manager tournament, not an accountancy conference. Just let them win their football matches, for goodness sake.
Yeah, again, Kevin, I like the way you put me down. It's interesting, though, again, because they changed the game. We talk about Enzo Benzo. Like, he's done such a great job of doing basically mind games by turning up a little bit later, then doing something no one else had done, and everyone else having to react, and they haven't reacted, and he's walked it a little bit, which I think the Dutch felt like they had a little bit of a chance. They've spent crazy money in the last few days.
They weren't happy about that, though, were they?
They weren't happy. We had a press conference with them and they sort of played it off. But actually, Renzo, their assistant manager, was a little bit like, we have to change everything we do now. Stylistically, we're not the team that we want to be. And so they've had to change it. And every other team did the same thing. And it was the people that reacted quickest that stayed in the hunt, and those that didn't sort of fell away.
And I'm not saying I like it, but ultimately that's modern day football. Whatever league you're in, whatever division you're in, you can't complain about other teams spending money. You know, everyone would love for everyone to have the same budget and it completely sort of, meritocracy, but it's just not the way it works these days, Dave.
It isn't, and I think we're going to have to dive in a little bit deeper. You know, Benji's talking about it, Kevin's talking about it, but I think we need to have a look at the Netherlands spending. We'll do that very, very shortly,
Okay.
But it definitely changes. After the Kefram Thuram transfer, we see things just blow up, and there was talk of a deal for William Saliba today, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think the deal went through, but I think at one point they asked the board for permission to spend 770 million on a centre-back. Now, I know you guys are very good at getting goals with centre-backs, but that seems a bit crazy. They didn't approve that. I think they approved something like 700
They tried to put the deal through at 790 and the board said, no, that's ridiculous. You can do it for 770, but Arsenal turned that one down.
And this was only like 2026, I think.
Yeah.
It's not even that far in the future, but they did end up buying him, I think, for like 500.
They got him for 500 million because they threw some players to exchange in as well. So effectively in the same deal, we had the two biggest transfers of all time because the goalkeeper they put in as the player exchange was presumably valued at about 300 million pounds in that deal.
Are you listening to yourself, Kevin?
I'm loving it. I am loving it.
It's
This is how Football
infuriating.
Manager is supposed to be played.
Yeah, but you're saying it like it's so. We've normalised this now. We're going to go back to football, watching it regularly, thinking, where's the 400 million transfers we're so used to?
It's a competition, though, Benji. That's what we're here for. It's the last session of the last day. These people could be going home. I'd be spending as much as I could get.
Where does it end? We're going to see £1 billion player.
I hope we do. I think we break the record. Half a billion's already broken.
That's
Let's
mad.
just go the full billion.
For a centre-half as well.
That is incredible. But as we mentioned, very important in the game.
No,
I think
true.
from a tactical perspective, a lot of these teams are quite exposed at centre-back. We've seen a lot of full-backs pushing forwards. Their ability to defend those flanks, it's going to cost a lot of money.
And we've seen so many 30-goal-a-season centre-backs in this competition anyway, so, they're the key players.
They really are. Right, we're going to hand things over to our good friend Chelsea Kabarkas now.
Spencer, it's only right to ask about the transfer window, and were you guys happy with the players that you bought, sold? I mean, you look so calm and collective. You're both very quiet. I see you guys just really strategizing here, staring at your screens, and you've been really consistent. So are you happy?
Yeah, I think we built the foundation early from season 1 and 2, and it helped for season 3. We didn't really have to do much going forward in season 3. We made 1 or 2 big transfers, and the rest just sort of fell into place.
What has been working for you?
I think the main thing has been set pieces, and then just consistent game time with the same players, letting them build relationships with each other on the pitch, and it's just helped a lot. I think that's the main thing, and keeping the same tactic as well.
What really goes into the set pieces? Do you guys practice it at all? How much time is really spent on that?
We actually had a routine going at the beginning, and it wasn't working. And we had a small tweak. And then after that tweak, it just kept working. And I think it's about the relationships. Once the players start getting things going, then they build an understanding. And yeah, I think from there, the goals just kept coming.
We're very specific with the players we bought for the set pieces as well, yeah.
You're calm, collective. How far do you think you're going to go in this tournament?
Honestly, we didn't even think we'd get this far. We didn't even think we'd get here.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
You gotta fake it till you make it.
Maybe, but I think the main thing is just enjoying that we're here, taking it one game at a time. And I think how far we get, that's up to us, and hopefully we can get all the way to the final, and hopefully we can win it, but we'll have to see.
That's the attitude. Well, you heard them, Spence. I mean, they don't fake it till they make it. They're here. They're happy with the experience. They're doing really well. They've been consistent. They're happy with the transfer market. Spence, I'm throwing it over to you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, no one can argue with the South Africans so far. They did interestingly get here a little bit late, as did the Indonesians, both top in their group. I'm not saying anything. If I speak, I'm in trouble. But I'm just saying that there's maybe a pattern there. I don't know. Listen, someone that did want to get deep into this tournament and made a lot of noise about it in the early press conference, and is probably not going to do that, is Jack, one of the English players, and we've got a little piece of him now.
My name's Jack Peachman, representing England, team number 1, and we're here to win it. I've played Football Manager before there were dots, and an obsession has evolved from there to now where 2 decades later I'm sat here trying to win the World Cup. I feel like Football Manager, you want to play on the front foot, I want to score goals. Whether or not that's going to be a challenge with the format, scoring too many goals and having too many highlights remains to be seen, but I like the attitude of scoring one more than the other team. I have a rough idea for what I want to do this weekend. I think 4 at the back. I want to have 2 midfielders who are going to hold the fort a little bit, but aren't afraid to get forward and have the ball into feet. I want wing backs that are going to get forward and be able to put balls into the box. And when it comes to playing on the front foot, I want to be winning the ball up the pitch as high as we can, punishing teams that try to play out from the back. I think that's going to be the game plan. I feel like I've been preparing for this tournament my whole life, to be honest, but I think the format as well is really going to test people, kind of people who know what they're doing, but also can play the game quickly. Football Manager is a game where people maybe tend to play the game at their own pace, and I think it might catch some people out.
Yep, that was Jack, the English player, one of the 2 English players actually, because they're the only nation that has 2. And it's a perfect segue, because I'm now with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, who was, of course, with the England squad this summer. And what was, maybe it still hurt. It does still hurt. I was there at the final. It was agony. But objectively, a really impressive tournament still from the England camp again.
Yeah, look, I think the players did absolutely magnificent to get us to the final. Great achievement. Yes, it does still hurt because you want to win it, and you still think about it, and it will stay in your head for a long time because you were that close, but it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, look, again, the players were absolutely magnificent. It was a really difficult tournament. We didn't play the best football that we wanted to play, but we got stuff over the line. We did it really well, and we got ourselves to the final, and back to back to the final.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. And also, England never got to a final outside of England.
No, that's true.
So little steps, and I think the manager Gareth, he put a platform down now for the next one to go and get it over the line.
Definitely, and something that Gareth's tenure was known, was kind of associated with, was the morale and the camaraderie that he was able to create in the group, which quite evidently wasn't there probably in previous England camps, And that's a very important part of international management, isn't it? Because you don't have a transfer market. You can't go and buy players.
No, it is. It is very important. And we all forget that, when he took over, where was England? Where was England in the ranks? So I think in the last, I don't know how many years, but in the last few years, they've never been outside the top 3 over in the world, and that says enough what kind of job, Gareth has done. We forget about that, as supporters. Where were we? Where was England? What kind of players has he brought through? 2 times in the final, 1 time semi-final in a World Cup. The quarter-final against France that England lost, where they were better than France, but it was not meant to be. I think the job that he's done was absolutely, magnificent.
No, I agree. And let's talk about Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank now. What does the future hold for you? You've come out of that England setup now. You're looking to get back into club management, into staying in international setup. What's the plan?
I'm open. I would like to stay coaching at the highest level possible. I've got the bug back. Gareth gave me an opportunity. The opportunity was absolutely magnificent. I really enjoyed it. To be part of England, to be part of that group, that setup, absolutely magnificent. To see it, to work with these kind of professionals, behind the scenes, all those analysts, top analysts, all the other people behind the scenes that are all part of it, that are all, making it work and getting us, that kind of level of work and to the players that they can perform. I've got the bug back, so I want to really stay in it as high as I can.
Okay, we'll watch this space. We'll see what happens. But today and tomorrow, we're all about Football Manager, the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager. And now it's time to look at Group D. This is the Dinamo Zagreb Challenge.
My name is Juan Diego de la Piedra. I represent Peru. I am the manager of esports in the Peruvian Football Federation. But since I have experience in the game, I'm also doubling a role as an assistant manager in this competition. I'm going to help Roberto take the decisions. We've been doing research together, trying a lot of tactics. So we have a tactic if the team is strong, and we have another tactic that is a little bit defensive if the team is not that strong. But still, the approach will be to press and to have a lot of men forward and attacking on the wings. We know that there are other players that stream and they create content and they probably have more hours than ourselves, but we're only focusing on ourselves, try to do our best and with high hopes to go forward.
My name is Yannick Hauser. I come from Switzerland and I'm representing the Swiss national team. I'm 18 years old. I'm the youngest player here in this competition and my game is Football Manager. I won the Champions League with a not so good team and I used the academy players. I played with FC Lucerne, yes, and it was a special feeling to win the cup. I think it's a great part. For me it's important to use academy players. I start with the defending and I go to the tactic and strategy, and it's easy to switch the tactic and the strategy. It's easy to control the game and go then to attack and make a goal. Jürgen Klopp, he used different tactics and he stay behind the team, he support the team, he motivate the team, and I like this. I think I want to do this also. I think I'm a young player and my experience is not so high with the older player or managers, and I think it's a good chance to give me a chance.
My name is RDF, Aaron Falloon. I'm representing England and I'm a streamer. It's a brilliant community, welcoming community. The community do really well in driving me on. The main reason why I keep doing it. It's slight pressure, but I love the pressure, if I'm totally honest with you. I just want to play expressive football. Imagine the players are having fun with it. But also in the transfer window, I love the finding the cheap players and let them become world-class players and that sort of stuff. So, yeah, that's how I want to play. It's always a big debate in the community, a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-2-4. For me, I would say a 4-2-3-1. To prepare, it's try and play less Football Manager and try and be fresh for the tournament. That's how I've been preparing anyway. And I'm a father as well with 2 kids, so I get a lot of time away and I don't have to think about it. But when I'm thinking about it, my go-to leagues are sort of Portugal and Netherlands, and then I just have fun there. If I get through to the semi-finals, I think drafting will be a sort of a challenge because you've only got around 2-3 games and anything can happen in those games, whereas the seasons, again, if you make a mistake, you can recover yourself. Have fun, enjoy it. It's the very first time here, so I know at some stages it will get a bit competitive, but just have fun with it, man.
Yo, wanna smell premium? You gotta try this new Lynx then.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' around the town, off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close.
Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
We are definitely getting to the business end of proceedings now because, you know, we're doing these lovely segments, we're having chats, we're just hearing screams coming from everywhere because people are playing big games for big points. And I think it was, again, actually, not for the first time, the Polish camp where the noise is coming from. Chelsea's with them now.
You're right, Spencer. On the Polish side, we heard screams. I mean, $100,000 on the line. I'd be screaming too. They have had a brilliant, brilliant day. You lost to Chelsea last season. You just beat them in the 117th minute, right before penalties. How did you do it?
We stick to the plan. We made some crucial substitutions. Yeah, our manager just read the game perfectly. We believed until the end, and finally we beat Chelsea in the Champions League. And I think that now our bad luck in European competition is over.
How did you know when to make that call to make the substitutions?
I don't know, it's up to the manager really, but when the players start showing signs of exhaustion, when they not tackle that aggressively, we wanted to bring some new energy, and yeah, it worked, and we scored the last-minute goal before penalties, so it's ideal.
How are you managing players' fatigue throughout the season?
We actually we've built a really big squad, and rotations are very important. So guys in our team, they understand that we are a team, and they need to. Sometimes you're gonna play, sometimes you're not gonna play. So yeah, rotations are big key, and just doing great trainings.
With this big victory under your belt, how are you feeling? How confident are you feeling for the rest of the season?
I mean, looking at Champions League in this season, we beat Real Madrid like 5-0 or 5-1. We beat Man City like 7 or something like that. We beat Juventus, Napoli. So yeah, Chelsea was the biggest the biggest enemy, the biggest fear. But now we are confident we can go to the final.
You heard them, Spence. They're confident. They've just beat really big names in the football field. And they're going to go far. I'm confident. Spence, I'm throwing it back to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Well, they've got to catch Indonesia, which is no small feat. But what I love about it is we're hearing them go mad. They're going absolutely crazy. We come to them and they're like, yes, I beat them. I scored 7 past Man City. I'd still be cheering if I scored 7 past Man City. That's outrageous.
Yeah, mate, there's so much going on, and there we just need to be across it, and we are. There's loud screams, and I'm all over the place at the moment.
Well, luckily, Dave's actually got a little piece prepared, I believe, on the Polish guys. What have you got for us, Dave?
Well, we had to go and have a look. The results against Inter Milan means we've got to dive into the data, the tactics, because they're doing some crazy, crazy things. When I loaded up the save, I thought it would be good, but I did not think it would be this good.
I mean, the most recent result we've got on there is a 6-0 win over Real Madrid on the save file we've
So they mentioned 5-0. No, it was 6. They beat Real Madrid 6-0 at home.
It's just bonkers.
It's an absolutely incredible result. Watched a lot of Poland yesterday and over the last few days. They were playing with a 4-3-3. That appears to have been binned for a new system.
Well, they've brought in another striker to go alongside their big guy, and they've switched to what I thought was going to be the most common formation before the tournament started. I came in expecting to see a lot of 4-2-4 gegenpressing stuff, and we didn't really see a lot of it on the first day, mainly because a lot of teams were set up to play with one striker in real life, so they had to go out and get that second striker to be able to switch to this system. They've done it. They've switched to a different system, and now they are scoring goals for fun. And I mean, if we take the average height of the players scoring in this game as well, it's the big boys again. It's always the big boys.
It is. It's set pieces, I think, has been a crucial thing. Pedro Goncalves has been a key player for a lot of teams because of his ability from set pieces. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but I think that the quality of this 11 now, as you mentioned, it's taken 3 years to build this team, but now we're seeing the likes of Savio in the side, we're seeing Levy Colwell at the back, Denzel Dumfries at fullback, and I think the side of that's why the impressive results have come. 6-0 versus Real Madrid. We've got another result here, 5-0 against Juventus, 4-1 against Manchester City.
If you have a look at the league table for the Champions League, you'll see just how insane their goal difference is compared to everybody else in the tournament.
So we've obviously jumped in here in terms of they're just still in that league phase, 25 in terms of the goal difference, top quality. But we've got some crazy things going on, right, Spence?
In our other English team, Aaron is obviously the most lively man, I think, in Liverpool right now. What's the significance of what's just happened in their game, Will?
Mate, he just won a knockout game in the Champions League against Real Madrid. He got a last-minute winner in the first leg. I think we heard him there when you were chatting. And then he's seen it off. It's a semi-final. It's huge for that group because it's the group of death. Everything matters.
But it's Dinamo Zagreb. How is he doing it? He promised, Benji. He told us he was going to do this.
He did promise it. There was a red card in the first leg early for Real Madrid, and they took full advantage. They've done a 1-1 there in the second leg, and it's got them through. He's finally got his final. He bigged it up, and he's going to be there.
I have to admit, Aaron's given off sort of some serious aura right now.
Yeah.
Some serious sort of Calafiori aura coming from him right now in that booth. But Dave, have you got anything you want to pick up on what you were doing there? We interrupted you a bit, but we're going to do that throughout the night.
No, that is absolutely fine. We need to get to the action. We need those live reactions. So I think the big thing with Sporting Lisbon is a lot of goals, and just looking at the squad and where those goals have come from. When I first showed you this, you nearly lost your mind.
I mean, 27 goals in 17 appearances is absolute insanity. But what I then went in and had a little bit of a play with was we went into the data hub to have a look at how they're scoring those goals. And it's no coincidence when you've got a big guy like that scoring as many goals as he is, that so many of those goals are coming from set pieces, and they are outperforming the rest of the league for set pieces quite significantly.
Quite significantly. Usually you'll see a trend line that will, cut the data and teams will be in and around. That is absolutely ridiculous.
And bearing in mind, this is only the halfway point of the season as well, so they've already got nearly 20 goals from set pieces by the 3rd of December.
Which is pretty crazy. And I think that building on what we spoke about before, the set pieces, but also the change in formation, I think, has come and improved the side from an offensive position. We're going to see this formation a lot, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. It's what everyone has been working towards. Like I say, if you didn't have the team to do it to begin with, you were working towards getting here. They've got here, and it's working brilliantly.
I think it's quite interesting in terms of the instructions, in a sense, the focusing play down either flank. So if we look at the tactics, there's a lot of ball that's going to be played into the feet of the two wide players. But then, on top of that, we've got underlap left, underlap right, which means we'll see a lot of motion from the two centre-forwards making those runs, as well as the defensive midfielders and the forwards running in.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of attacking structure there.
Yeah, they're just leaving the 4 players back and everyone else is bombarding forward. They're at times effectively playing with 4 strikers and 2 wingers and just slinging the ball into the penalty area. When it's not a set piece, it's big boys in there nodding it in.
It is, and the poor defensive midfielders that only have the single instruction on tackle harder.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they've got the lowest ratings in the team, because they've not really got a role other than just being a number to kind of get involved in defending if they're needed. They're not needed very often because they're keeping the team so busy with what's going on at the other end of the pitch.
I think the description is perfect. Tireless midfielder, that is what needed.
Shattered midfielder might be more appropriate.
He's got to hope that his stamina will improve through the motion.
The midfield.
But a really key component of Foot Manager is having that balance, having that ability to attack with 4, as you mentioned, 2 solid defensive midfielders, but again, a system with no playmakers.
No, and they're not needed because they're just, I know I keep going back to the same point, but it's physical. It's high pressing, high intensity, physical football. Get the ball out wide, get crosses in, goals. It's really simple, and it's proving really effective across all these groups.
Very, very effective. So we're going to go over to Spence and have a chat with the guys.
I know, we've got an amazing, I was going to say front three, but actually two of us are defenders. You have to become a centre-back, I'm afraid, Jimmy. But I do want to talk to you about your positions, actually, in football, because obviously, Football Manager, we've been breaking it down, talking tactics. We have these different kind of identities you can give a player. You know, if we talk about defence first, John, you know, as a centre-back in this game, you could be a no-nonsense centre-back. You can be a ball-playing defender. You could be a stopper. You can cover. You can be a libero. You know, all these different words.
Be honest there. Be honest.
Right. What were you? I know it changes over your career, but if you were controlling John Terry in game, what would you select for him?
Well, I think firstly we get carried away with defending. If you're a defender, you've got to stop the ball going in the back of your net. So first and foremost, that's your job. So if I wanted to be identified, I'd be like, he was a stopper. But, and there's a but there, I could play as well.
Yeah.
So I'm comfortable on the ball, but first and foremost, I want to be a no-nonsense defender, throw my body in front of everything, do all I can to keep the ball out the back of the net.
Because you wouldn't have been able to sort of survive in that revolution that happened at Chelsea if you couldn't play, because you become such a dominant team in games. It completely changed, which I think makes your trajectory even more impressive, because I was thinking about this earlier. You are the dream Football Manager player, and by that I mean, when you've got these teams and you have this huge budget and you're buying players, the absolute jackpot is if someone comes through the youth academy and they play with you, captain you even,
would be sold.
for 10 odd years. Yeah. Well, nowadays it would probably be different. But in Football Manager, having a young John Terry come through is just like priceless.
Yeah.
But must have been quite difficult for you to do that. It was almost right at the beginning of your career, wasn't it, when the sort of the big financial revolution at Chelsea happened, that Jose came in. How did you adapt to all that?
Well, I think the key to it is to be able to evolve and adapt throughout those years as well. So obviously Chelsea was a smaller club back in the day, and as we kind of started winning things, the managers come in, the likes of Jimmy, Marcel and Franco come in, the club started building. Along that comes different tactics. So if you start just smashing it up to Jimmy, he's going to go mad at you. So he wants it into his feet so he can hold the defender off. There's different ways of, you can still hit a 50-yard ball, but it's not just a ball into the channel, it's a ball to Jimmy's chest knowing that he can hold it up, and a ball to Didier's chest knowing that he can hold it up. So you kind of develop and evolve, but I think over time the game just changes, doesn't it? The Premier League's sped up over the years, and you've got to be able to, as a player, adapt.
Yeah, no, it's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's also, have you got a football mind, you know? And when you have got a football mind, you learn, and you let your mind go, and as what you're saying, you adapt, and you can do it. You know, he can easily play now in the best teams now, because of he can adapt.
And what about you? Because as a striker in the game, you can be an advanced forward, you can be a pressing forward, obviously very popular nowadays in the sort of gegenpress type approach. You can be a poacher, you can be a deep lying forward, linking up play. What would you call yourself?
I would see myself as a scoring forward.
Yeah, well, hopefully,
you know,
it's always helpful.
And look, a goal scorer doesn't really matter how he scores goals. They have to go in the back of the net. And as a goal scorer, you're always happy that you're winning, but when you have won 4-0 and you have not scored, you're not satisfied. You know, yeah, you're happy that your team has won, but you're not satisfied. So, and over the years, you become better at playing with your teammates, at making combinations, at scoring outside the box, at being a poacher.
Yeah.
I think you have to have little things in your locker. You cannot be just only a goal scorer with your head, for instance. You have to have all these kind of little things in your locker.
You talk about adaptation. It was, your career was the kind of 4-4-2 era for a lot of that time, but then as you sort of got older, the one up front tactic started to come through. How do you adapt to that? If you've spent your whole career and youth career playing with a strike partner and suddenly you don't have one anymore?
I had to learn.
Yeah.
I had to learn. And you're right. I liked playing with another striker up top. And those were my best years, especially with Ida Johnson and stuff. But then when you go to Spain, it's 4-3-3. Or when you're in the Dutch national team, it's 4-3-3, and you have to be able to adapt your game by yourself up front, and be a little bit more patient. What is not nice at times, because you want to get the ball early, you want to get more space, especially for me, in small areas, I had in the past a little bit of trouble. So that's why I wanted to always play with a striker close by around me. Ida Good Johnson did those kind of things, and
Franco was good. He had a good relationship, yeah.
And then you can make your runs, and then you be getting your opportunities with the goal and finishings.
Which is also a nightmare.
Which
is also a nightmare for defenders when there's two up front. Not many people play with two up front nowadays, so it really throws people a little bit. Yeah. You know, Rooney used to do it at Man United. Do you go in with him? If you do, then Van Nistelrooy's going to go behind. With Chelsea, we had the same thing. Ida would come short, Franco would come short. At the same time, Jimmy would be running the channel. So as a defender, either Franco gets on the half turn, or they leave Jimmy, and now Jimmy's through one-on-one. So the relationship's key to that as well.
Was it like the reverse for you though, when that change happened and the tactical sort of movement went towards one up front? As a centre back, you were like, right, I can relax. Or would you always be the one man marking, and there might be someone else who gets to follow them, deeper onto the pitch?
It kind of changed a little bit because it went to three a little bit at a time as well. But rather than being pulled in those kind of deeper positions, I found myself at left back or right back where I didn't want to be. So those balls of the striker making those runs between the centre half and the full back is as a centre half, I didn't want to be out there. I wasn't quick, so I'd never wanted to be out in those positions. Like Jimmy, I wanted someone alongside me where you protected. You got your left back, you have a centre back alongside you. As soon as strikers start making those runs, and if you've got an attacking full back, there's a big space there. People hit the channel, and over you get pulled, and then midfielders run into your space as well. It becomes very difficult.
There's been so much like revolution in every position, but I guess as part of sort of Pep coming into the Prem as well, like for defenders, the way he uses centre halves, the way he uses fullbacks, they're almost like defenders but midfielders at the same time. Like, I know Jimmy talked about you playing today. Like, would you still play the same position today? I often think that like Trent Alexander-Arnold is the closest thing we have to David Beckham. Now he plays right back.
Yeah, I would. But also, I would be like, I look at a lot of teams now. So Pep's done absolute wonders for the Premier League. But everyone wants to be like Pep and Man City, and not everybody can be.
You need the best players, don't you?
No one's as good as Man City. Nobody.
But I do think that he would be able to. If you look at how Diaz plays, he could easily do that. And then he has got Walker next to him and another quick one next to him. He could easily play in the middle and distribute the ball.
Yeah,
I think Man City's fine. Man City will take the ball inside their 6-yard box 10 times out of 10 and be completely fine. Other teams try and do it, and the thing I have an issue with is centre-backs not recognising. So, okay, my manager can tell me I need to get the ball in the 6-yard box, but if Haaland's chasing me down or Jimmy's chasing me, I'm going to go long. I'm going to beat the press, because if they're on a high press, then they're isolated at the back, 1v1 with players. So then you need to look at the bigger picture on that as well. And
but that's egos, eh?
Yeah,
that is egos of the manager.
Yeah. But also players don't recognise that as well. Sometimes you have to do what you're seeing and what you're feeling on the pitch. You can have every game plan going into it, but things change like that. And if the manager's not quick enough to recognise it as players and big players in the game, you need to adapt and find a way very quickly.
Yeah, it's something that's been fascinating me throughout this tournament, is seeing what guys here, what managers are bringing their own philosophy to the squad and saying this is the way you're going to play, and then what are looking at the squad they've inherited and going, well, we're going to have to go this way. Ancelotti's often talked about that. He changes system based on the players he's got.
The best at it. He identifies exactly what is his strength, and he doesn't have an ego if he can't play out from the back what everybody else is doing at this moment of time. When he was playing Man City in the Champions League semi-final, he wasn't really bothered that he didn't have the ball, but he knew the moment we have it, yes, we're going to have passes, but we're going to hurt them in a different way, and he did. So it's all about identifying what your strengths are and then doing it.
Interesting.
But nowadays, as you were saying, everybody wants to play out from the back.
Well, the biggest problem for me in today's game are the goalkeepers. The goalkeepers are the worst players on the football pitch. They should have the least ball in 90 minutes.
But they have the most of them.
And they have the most. So we had an under-18 game at Chelsea the other day. The goalkeeper had the ball more than anybody else. That's just not possible. You're talking your goalkeeper, your fullbacks and your centre-backs are the worst players on the pitch, effectively. My job as a centre-half was to get the ball and give it to Frank Lampard and Makelele and Kevin De Bruyne and Joe Cole and these players, because they're better footballers than me. Now you see goalkeepers put their studs on it, spend 10 minutes on the ball, the fans get frustrated. football's become a little bit like chess. It's become boring. Get the players.
Hang on, let's not slate chess. I like chess. But I play 1 minute speed games. Ask Dave, by the way. I don't know where he is, but I was giving him a bit of a lesson. I know that I'm a big chess player, but I play 1 minute speed games because you're right, it can get boring, it can get too tactical. And I think that's what we saw Pep do at City, right? He came in and said, no, my goalkeeper has to play because he knows how much of the ball he's going to have.
Like I say,
but he does it for a different reason.
He could probably play on pitch.
He does it for a different reason. He wants the outfield player to go to the goalkeeper because then it becomes 10 v 11. You know,
and the goalkeeper's good enough to kind of get it out of his feet and hit the full-back or hit the striker.
And he finds the free man. He wants that. He wants you to go to the goalkeeper. You know,
not everyone could be Pep though, like you say.
Exactly.
He's a rule
you know,
himself.
and that's the thing.
Right, lots of action happening. We're going to go over to the top table, boys. What's the latest? You got anything for me?
Yeah, so much going on. It's changing at a dime. There's so much excitement. The scenes and the pictures you can see right now are Malaysia. It's Champions League knockout time. They've been loud. They've been louder and getting louder. What have they done, Kev, in that knockout?
I mean, I'm watching a Champions League semi-final, quarter-final in a different group, so I'm not the man to ask about Malaysia.
I can tell you, Kev, it's absolutely going off there because they were 2-0 up against the big European side. They've managed to get goals on the board there. That they are winning. They are shouting. They have been a bit quiet in that group. The other shout we heard earlier on was Aaron. No surprises there. That was a Champions League knockout win as he goes there, right on cue, Aaron, against Real Madrid, Benji. He's beating Real Madrid with Dynamo Zagreb. I mean, very, very, very good.
Yeah, he's now 3 or 5. I think it's 3-0 up against, it's either Bayern Munich or Barcelona. Let me try and figure that out.
And then the other one that we wanted to talk about, because you're friends with him, so let's get your reaction to that. Jack Peachman. We went to the live scenes in Sport in Lisbon, as Aaron's on the screen now. I mean, he's known for directing. He needs some more. Do we want less emotion there? We want more emotion?
I don't think more emotion's possible. So I think certainly a little, maybe less emotion. But he's 4-0 up in that game, absolutely flying, having the time of his life. What's been interesting, we've got some real chaos going on in some of the groups. In Group A, we've got Germany who are cruising it. I've just seen Belgium and Norway just sort of sit with Germany and maybe enjoy a little bit of a win. You can see Aaron there, spinning his chair around. He's very animated.
Benji, that's Bayern Munich. And to be fair to Aaron, I've given him stick maybe across the whole tournament for maybe shouting a bit too much. He's 4-0 up against Bayern Munich with Dynamo Zagreb. Yeah. Unprecedented scenes.
With 37% possession. So it's not even like they're dominating the game, he's just taking his chances. They've obviously built a system made for clear-cut chances and they're taking them. He's playing a classic Aaron 4-2-3-1. They're very happy with the wider system. And it's adapted over time as well. Me and Dave were talking about it earlier. It's lovely to see. But you say for half time, it's 4-0. They're doing their team talk now. It's gone extremely well, and you can see how happy they are. I say happy actually. They look quite stoic. Like they expected this, Spencer. I don't know. They seem happy.
The energy levels are crazy with Aaron. I mean, this is a really important moment, not just in their save, but in that group, because we know how competitive this Group D is. And if he's able to actually deliver, and I'll be honest with you,
it's 5,
I thought it's 5 now, is it?
5, yeah.
Right. I thought he was full of it. When he was saying he was going to take Dinamo Zagreb, no disrespect, to the Champions League final, I thought, fat chance. In 3 years, never. He's looking pretty good for it, lads. And he's not just winning, he's winning games, well, at the moment at least, quite comfortably.
Yeah, this is the first leg in the semi-final. What it'll allow him to do as well is rest for a second leg, which I think is going to be really pivotal for him.
Do you think, though, because this game, sometimes you go away to Bayern, you could see a 4 or 5 goal swing, I think.
But look what we saw, in the Brighton group the other day. They were playing in the Champions League. They were 2-1 up going into the last minute, the Netherlands manager, against Barcelona. What happens? Ter Stegen pops up with a header, the goalkeeper, to make it 2-2. I mean, you'd be going, what is going on, Kev?
Well, on the topic of Brighton against Barcelona, we've just had Spain knock Barcelona out of the Champions League to get themselves through to a semi-final. Barcelona, Spain are cruising.
But in terms of achievements, though, I mean, great if we can see some of the screen of Aaron's playing on right now and the tactical changes making at half-time, because in terms of achievement, winning the Champions League with Dinamo Zagreb, would that be the most impressive thing we've seen this week?
Potentially, yeah, but not only that, it's probably the thing. If they win the Champions League, there's a very good chance they are the team that will go through.
Yeah.
And so the Champions League and the European progress of this particular group is everything. Group D is so tightly contested that, again, a 5-0 win, and Musiala as well has been injured for Bayern Munich, so that second leg is getting even tougher for Bayern.
Also, the most annoying thing, because we've been in these press conferences for the last 2 days, and the one thing that Aaron has said that he will be in a final. We laughed at him yesterday, we laughed at him the day before, but it looks like he's going to deliver on that. sickening, really.
Finished 5-0 as well. Pretty incredible scenes.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing
that's one of the most impressive. I mean, if he does get through that second leg, gets into the final, it'd be fascinating to see who he's going to play, who's waiting for him. But if he can beat Bayern by that scoreline, he could beat anyone.
Yeah.
For sure. I think it's a level that Dinamo now, it's resting. We've just seen him put everyone on holiday there. It's going to be around those games where they've got to really prepare. Is there something that they can do to beat Bayern Munich? At this point, I'm throwing men behind the ball. I think 5-0 is a dangerous scoreline on Football Manager.
What are you talking about?
I agree, actually, but he's got to go away. He's got to go to Germany.
Got to go to Germany. You've got to get the job done over there in Bavaria. These things happen in Football Manager.
I mean, if that happens, that would be one of the most ridiculous things. I might get a Brighton tattoo if that happens.
I've seen. Right, is that official? Is that a promise?
Moving on, Spen. What were we talking
Well,
about?
wouldn't it be Dinamo anyway?
Yeah, well, I'll just get a tattoo then.
Live.
Really want a tattoo.
5-0 is the most dangerous scoreline in Football Manager. Statman Dave. What am I
I don't know
hearing?
if it's the most dangerous.
I've just seen it before. I've
Yeah.
been there where you start these games and you're like 20 minutes in, you're 2-0 down. And then you survive until the 60th, 70th minute, and then the goals start to rain in. You try everything. You throw 5 at the back, 4 in midfield, no strike. It is very. I think it's very dangerous. You got to slow the tempo down in this game for me. 2 defensive midfielders. Just calm it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see some fireworks in that group, sure. There's a lot still to come, and there's still a number of teams that can win it. But if he gets his hand on that trophy, Champions League trophy of Dinamo Zagreb, I think his name is in the draft already, and it's going to be.
I would say,
hard
Spen, he's about to play it. I think he's gone straight through his league game. It's coming up next. So
Okay, well, we're going to get back to that. Chelsea's with Zealand now. We're going to throw to that and then try and join Aaron's game in the Champions League if we can.
Thank you, Spencer. I'm here with top streamer New Zealand. What are you seeing? Malaysia, England. England's making noise on that side. You have Malaysia, they're clapping. They seem a little positive.
No, Malaysia's always positive. I'll give them a lot of credit for that, but they're under a lot of pressure now. England's pace of play has been exceptional. They're already, up to the Champions League semifinal. They haven't gone through a non-vacationed league match in a long time. They're just simming through the entire league. But Malaysia is about to get into Champions League knockouts in the first place, and they're watching England, and they're a point behind them, so they know what they have to do. If England goes and wins the Champions League now, Malaysia, they're out of luck, basically. But if England loses it, then Malaysia still has an open door. It's the same thing for Lithuania, except if they can match what England does, they're good. But when you're watching this Team England go to the final with Dinamo Zagreb in the 3rd season, how are you supposed to react to that?
Your personal opinion, do you think this benefits by them playing such a slow pace?
I think that it was designed to benefit them, but it has ended up backfiring because Team England's like a snowball rolling downhill and just picking up.
Why?
Well,
Why are they playing so quick? Because, I mean, just looking at Aaron, him just screaming, then you have his partner sweating. It's emotional over there.
well, first of all, it's hot in here. You can't blame him that much. But I think, honestly, that RDF, as I'd call him, Aaron, he's going through the matches so quickly because he's so nervous. I mean, the pressure, the buildup of the pressure, particularly in that group, you've got 4 teams within 5 points. It's intense, and he almost can't bear to watch. Sometimes he's put his face down on his desk. But to his credit, when it's mattered most, he's been able to make the right decisions. And, I mean, they just beat Bayern 5-0. How can you complain about anything they've done?
All right, well, we'll see how this all plays out. The next match is on the way. I'm throwing it over to you, Spence.
Yes, it is. We're going to pick up that Champions League game we were talking about. It is Aaron of England's second leg, 5-0 up against Bayern Munich, and we are half an hour through this second leg, Dave.
We saw a few tactical tweaks. We saw a deeper defensive line. We saw more defensive roles. And so far, so good, Spence. No big highlights in the game, but Bayern Munich are dominating possession.
It's another injury, by the way. Alphonso Davies has got injured for Bayern Munich, and so another big loss. If you're England right now, you are cruising through this as
coming up, Aaron. Just in Group C, gents, just to jump in, obviously everyone's trying to chase down Indonesia. France got a huge Champions League game there. The assistant manager of France has just turned to the Indonesian booth, cut both of his ears and says, "Are you watching? Are you listening? Because we're coming for you."
I mean, I need to look at, this is the Indonesian area here, as you just mentioned, like still looking very good, though. No, you've been really impressed with them all the last few days. We all have, haven't we?
Yeah, they've just been absolutely relentless, haven't they, Dave?
They really have. I think that their system, their strategy is really, really good. And the tempo they're playing at as well, very decent. They've given themselves an opportunity to use the market, and they haven't used the market as much as you'd expect for a team that has been that dominant.
Yeah, that always impresses me because it means they can come in and they can work with the players they've got, improve them, bring people through the youth academy. Whilst we've seen a lot of disrespect for the budget in general across the board this week, when teams opt not to buy people, that's just like next level management for me.
I think it is. You know, you're using that squad, but it has. That is it. It's been done. Bayern Munich 0, Dinamo Zagreb. Oh no, sorry. Bayern Munich 1, Dinamo Zagreb 0.
Too late, surely.
It's over. It's got to be.
Dangerous lead though.
4 minutes left. 4 minutes left, I think. 5-1 on aggregate. And it's in injury time now. He's going to do it. He's up. He's off his chair. This is a huge moment, people. We could be seeing the moment England won Group D right there. Can anyone else? Yeah, John Terry's got in there. He's like...
He promised it, though. He promised it, and he's delivered. There's a lot of pressure on him today. We talked this up. He didn't do the press conference yesterday. He sent second yellow card, or Matt, as we know him as well. And now he's got John Terry and Jimmy Floyd-Hasselbank in the booth with him to celebrate. Look at him. He can't believe his luck.
He's a happy little chap, isn't he?
I feel so sorry for Kevin Benji. They have to deal with Aaron probably on a daily basis. Can you imagine if he wins this? It's the size of his head.
I've already blocked his number.
Well, listen, Chelsea's there right now. She's with John Terry, who's in the booth, and we're going to find out what's happening in that England booth.
Thank you, Spence. We're in the booth. You walked in right at the right moment, okay? They just won. How are the emotions?
Well, these guys are buzzing. Look at them. me and Jimmy are claiming to have like a part of this, so we're part of the team now, aren't we? Yeah, we're in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If it wasn't for us, I'm not sure you guys would have made it.
Terry is the lucky charm, let's just say. Did you guys change any type of strategies at all? Aaron, I see you screaming. You're happy, running around.
I know many managers are talking about this attacking football, that, but sometimes you just got to go to Madrid, you just got to go to Munich, you got to go to Milan and just use that defensive mentality, close the game out. Sometimes a little bit of luck, but sometimes a little bit of magic.
As you heard him, a little bit of magic. And someone that knows about magic is this man standing right next to me. What advice can you give them for their defensive line? How do they need to play?
Well, that's why they're in the final, because I said to them, you got to pull it back a little bit, guys, tighten up a little bit in defence, and they listened, and they're there. Not really.
He has so much personality.
I'm taking credit, but it's all these guys. We're just here supporting Team England, obviously. But listen, they've done great to get through. They were nervous. As you can see, the emotions, it's like 1 minute you're up, next minute you're down. But we have an opportunity now, so yeah.
It's all about the defense. How does one manage their emotions? I see you sweating over here. You're really red.
The trick is you don't manage your emotions. You let them go.
Aaron, exactly. I realize you play at a fast pace. You really don't have any type of patience to watch the highlights. Why is that?
A little bit of a superstition, I can't lie to you. It's a little bit of a superstition. It was the winning way, so why change something that's not broken?
So what's your chances against PSG in the final?
What are your chances?
We're just happy to be here, but the boys have made it this far. Why not? We said in the press conference, what did they say about the Champions League final? We didn't put a timer on it, but we said we can make it, and we've made it. So Spence, if we make it for tomorrow, I'm ready for that press conference.
The challenge is, how are you going to stay on top? That's the challenge.
On top of?
On just winning those victories.
It's the assistant, it's a team. I've got my assistant, it's a team. And
It's all about the fresh legs. Keep the rotation going, getting those fresh legs for 70 minutes, keeping the squad fresh for each game. Hopefully we win the cup and go from there.
Well, you heard them. They have to keep the fresh legs, keep the rotation going. Spence, I'm throwing it over to you.
Listen, fair play to Aaron. He's coming for me a little bit there. He hasn't been hearing us giving him his flowers over the last sort of 15 minutes, talking about how big an achievement it is. But listen, he earns it. And to be fair to him, he didn't say that they would win the Champions League. He said they'd get to the final, and they have actually already delivered on that.
Yeah, it's a big win for Aaron, Matt, and John Terry, who's taking a lovely amount of credit for that. But I think, you mentioned it before, right? We want to see characters. We want to see them progress. We want to see them at this pinnacle, at the point where they can really do something that they can remember for a long time, and that might be the moment. Hopefully, there's one more for them as well.
Also, we've got a live audience with us tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're in England. We're in Liverpool. I mean, Aaron's got a following already. Like, they're going to be backing the boys, making some noise if he's there.
Do you think there is a little bit of home advantage if he gets through? Is maybe a, dare I say, favourite?
Yeah, I think with the more pressure we can put on him, the more he seems to be delivering. So that's quite nice. Just in my group that I'm looking after, Indonesia are top of the table, but they are losing in their Champions League knockout game. Huge ramifications for that.
Let's get into that. Let's get to it right now.
That's where there's so many different points out. If you go out early in the Champions League, you lose a lot of points, and there's a huge chasing pack in Group C, isn't there?
So it's not over then. I mean, Indonesia's been a really interesting one because they were dominating. We thought they'd won the group. Then this morning you're talking about them maybe getting sacked. What's going on?
Yeah, and right on cue, absolute comedic time in there. Oh, it's been ruled out for VAR. We are still fighting in Group C. I mean, we've not seen Indonesia flustered at all. Like we said, everyone in that group from France coming up on stage with the sunglasses, Jack giving it the big one. They've just quietly gone about and done their work. And, not really done anything crazy, Dave.
No, I don't think so. I think they've kept it very, very similar. The goal has just gone in.
Big goal, that.
1-1. No VAR goal.
See, we're talking about, all the different things that are going on at the same time. There's a lot of narratives here. If you guys are on FIFA.gg, you've got some really interesting kind of information at your disposal. You've got the league tables, you've got the stream that we're doing right now, obviously. But it's not like being updated on a game-by-game basis, the points. It's very hard to do that. We've basically got 60 seasons happening over 3 days here, 20 different players doing 3 seasons in 5 different groups. So actually, it's just a mad amount of things happening. We will have the full points updated, but what you can, as soon as we can. But what you can do is you can kind of paint a picture of what's happening and what teams need to do, can't you?
For sure. I think it's been a marathon. It really has. The permutations of all these groups are so interesting. And we mentioned the Champions League being super important in the Dynamo group, but it's also important in the Sporting group as well. That is where you're going to get your big points. And we've seen some interesting signings over there. We've seen teams that are completely different. But Indonesia have been very, very solid in what they've done. They've built smartly. They've got a very good tactic, like a lot of managers have gone to now. They've had a vision, and they've done that vision.
I was going to say, it was quite funny, wasn't it, on that first day, because we weren't really looking at Indonesia. We were sort of like, Jack looked quietly confident. Obviously, he'd had his press conference. Then we went over to France, David, and then Poland crept up. And then by the time we got to the press conference, they were like, what? I think Benji walked over to the booth and went, just quickly one, lads, Indonesia have won the quadruple. And everyone's face dropped and all the emotion went out, didn't it?
Yeah, I think there's one single tear rolled down Jack's face. And he knew at that point, game on. Yeah, it was a sad moment for him. But I really enjoyed it personally.
For me, anyone that has a big success in the first season is the most impressive because we expect these guys, high-level players, as the years progress, their squads are built, they've brought in the wonder kids, whatever. But in that first season, particularly, there was no transfer market in the first season. So you had the January transfer, but in the summer, you had to work with what you got. And I think anyone that has that sort of success, a quadruple with no summer transfer window is very impressive.
It's incredible. And I think it's that Ancelotti management that the guys spoke about before, that John and Jimmy spoke about, that you have to build a system that fits the players. And it is going away from that philosophy idea that we're playing a certain way, we've got to go. That's absolutely fine in a few years. But we also see it in the Premier League, that there's managers that come in that need to maybe adapt a little bit more and then go and go their way. And it's quite interesting that we're seeing very much an Indonesia that's got such a big advantage from using the squad so well in that first year.
Yeah, we're talking about FIFA.gg, which is the website you can go to get all this information. Something else you can get there, which is very cool and very unique to this game, is you can actually access the saves of these players. You can play along at home, whatever challenge you fancy. Maybe you fancy a trip to Japan, South Coast down to Brighton, nice sunny away day in Portugal, or maybe even heading over to Croatia. You can get involved, and obviously get involved socially as well. Let us know how you're getting on. Are you doing better than these guys? I mean, is it even possible at this point?
I don't know. I don't think you're ever going to beat Sven and Germany, because the win rate is absolutely insane. 93%.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They've been teaching. I said it before, they've had managers, the other managers in their group round going, have we seen Jackson Irvine? See what we've done with him? You should have signed him. It's been fantastic. Well, something you said a moment ago, by the way, Spencer, was really true, in that the guys that performed on day one tend to have been the guys that have actually put themselves in pole position. And if you look across the groups, that's a theme. There's not many themes because of the difference of saves, but actually that's one that we've seen a lot of, and it's been fantastic to watch. Germany have been, say, cruise control the entire time. They've pretty much wrapped up what they think is going to be an easy qualification. They've still got a Champions League final to play, and that will be the pivotal moment for them coming up soon.
Should we head over to this draw? Lithuania are having a draw happen as we speak. They've just come out of it, actually, so we just missed that one. But that was an important match for them, I think, Dave.
I think that was a round of 16 game, and I think they have just been drawn with PSG.
Oh.
Okay, and
so
that's
that is very, very
Zagreb.
tough. We've just seen the assistant manager walk off. That is one of the hardest draws you're going to get in Football Manager. So they have got to pull out all the stops tactically to beat one of the most expensively assembled squads in the world.
Is that not the same opposition that Dynamo have got in the final for Aaron as well, isn't it?
Yes. So both managers have got to deal with PSG at some point. You've probably got to beat them anyway. So beating them a little bit earlier, is that much of a point? It's going to be a tough test.
Yeah.
Also, that was important because you remember doing the press conference last night, Lithuania sat up here and they said, look, the table's the table, but we know we're top because of the Super Cup win. So that group is so tight. And you imagine being sat next to Aaron. It's bad enough anyway with a loud noise, but he's put the marker down. He said, I'm in a Champions League final. Lithuania got so much to do to get there now.
Yeah, Lithuania guys have been good value as well, haven't they? And that is Ivarias on the screen right there. He is their manager. And we've enjoyed his press conferences, but will we see another one? Because that group is very tight. That is the group that Aaron Falloon is in from England. That is the group that's got Malaysia. Let's not forget Peru, who've been good. It's only really Switzerland that we knew going into they probably weren't going to make it. But we think Group D is the one that you don't want to take your eyes off. You know, don't go to bed, as they say. Wait to the end of the session and let's see who wins that one, because one team from every group will be in the draft. And that is going to be such an interesting juxtaposition as to what we've seen today, isn't it? How do they adapt to, you know, not inheriting a squad, creating one from scratch?
It's going to be so interesting. You've got to build it the right way. You've got to put enough money in your attack, enough money in your midfield and your defence, and of course the goalkeeper as well. So we're going to see things change a little bit. Again, we've got a lot of tactics that are very good against the AI, but when two of those tactics come together, we don't quite know what's going to happen. So it's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, well, we've got an interview coming up in a minute, all the way from Colombia, using satellite technology.
Incredible.
We're going to have a quick break now. When we come back, I've got a chat for you from Colombia.
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid.
I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the fine fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
My name's Owen Bradford. I'm the head of analysis at Brighton of Albion. Within the academies, we have a kind of a club philosophy of how we want to play. And then when it comes to the first team, that's more bespoke to how the head coach wants to play. Obviously, there'll be some elements within that are replicated within the academies because coaches are usually quite aligned with that as well. If you're a left back, if you're a right back, if you're a centre mid, you've got different profiles, different requirements. Those parts will be analysed. It's really important that we understand the philosophy correctly and that we can try and give the coaches and then the players some sort of feedback. We want to be a team that win the ball back quickly. There's intricacies in how we do that, and for us as a department trying to provide the coach with as much information as we can so that they have all the information they can do to set out and prepare the team as they wish. The thing that is probably changing now is the way that formations 10, 20 years ago were very important, and now how teams line up on the pitch at kick-off is kind of irrelevant. Like, there's so many changes in that possession that teams do that are very subtle that you can't describe by one label and they play a 4-4-2 because there's lots of variation within that. So I think that's one thing that has maybe changed, and maybe whereas previously they're a bit more rigid, whereas I think now they're far more fluid than they ever were.
Well, technology is such an important part of the game now. I think this event is a great example of that. And I'm delighted to say joining us from Bogota in Colombia is an expert in this field. He's the FIFA Director of Football Technology and Innovation. It's Johannes Holtzmüller. Johannes, it's Spencer here. How are you?
Hola, ¿cómo está? Hello from Colombia. Feeling very well, thank you.
So there's a lot to pick your brains on here, Johannes. But first of all, just how's it going over there? Obviously, the under-20 tournament happening in Colombia right now.
Yeah, first of all, it's been great here in the country with such a great football history. And I'm really looking forward now to the tournament, which is going to start today with the opening match, Colombia versus Australia. So far, everything is prepared. We're doing our last checks at the moment in the stadiums. Yeah, and we are really can't wait for kickoff now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your role particularly? What is it you do? What's the kind of highlight of your job?
Yeah, it's a very good question and something it's not easy to explain, but maybe only in a few words. So my team, or we are part of the professional football division within FIFA, and I saw Arsene was speaking before, and my team is overseeing the whole testing, trialing environment. So that means that we have I have a team focusing on trying to improve the game of football. We do that by try to identify problems, testing new solutions, and implementing these solutions then in the game.
And how do you juggle, you know, that balance between how much you use technology, how much innovation you can bring in, but also some of the traditions of football which so many people love?
That's a very good question, and I think that's a very fine balance. So As just mentioned, we try to harness technology to the best of its potential, but at the end of the day, we always try to find solutions for problems that are existing. I want to give maybe one example. At the last Men's and Women's World Cup, we implemented semi-automated offside technology, which on one side helps the referees to make quicker offside calls. On the other side, it creates a 3D animation, a 3D visualization for the fans to better understand, especially very close offside situations. So we try to improve the football experience on the pitch for players, coaches, but on the other side also for the fans.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff because I think everyone from a fan perspective kind of sees these changes and come in, but they don't realise the people that are behind them and the hard work that's going in to kind of get them working. I hear you're a Bayern Munich fan, is that correct?
Yeah, I was born in Munich, so you're either blue or red, and my dad brought me to the Olympic Stadium where Bayern Munich played at that time, so I'm red, yeah. I'm a Bayern Munich supporter.
Well, I've got some bad news for you because we just saw Dinamo Zagreb beat them 5-0 in the Champions League semi-final. How do you feel about that? 5-1 actually, I think it was in the end. 5-1 on aggregate, so you got one goal.
At least one goal, yeah. I'm not feeling good about it. So yeah, but I hope that for the match tomorrow, our first home match this season, it will be a better result than in the match that you just mentioned.
Have you had much exposure to Football Manager? Obviously, you're working in technology, you're working in innovation in FIFA. And for me, Football Manager is right at the heart of that. You know, not just what's happening in the game, but the way the game's being used. We're seeing it in, you know, in our country, the sports outlets are using it to compare players statistically. We know the scouting network is so well respected across the world. Like, it truly is innovating the sport. It's art reflecting reality and reality learning from art, isn't it?
Yes, totally it is. So, of course, especially in the build-up, in the preparation of the Men's and the Women's World Cup, we have very close relationship with the match analysts of each of the national teams. And as you just mentioned, and I think John Terry mentioned it as well, nowadays we have so much data available. And that's also one big challenge at the end of the day, since we are collecting millions of data points per match nowadays with the latest tracking technology. At the end of the day, the big challenge is, okay, what kind of valuable information can I get out of it? And here, of course, some clubs, teams are smarter than others. But here, yeah, we are in regular contact, of course, with the match analysts and also updating them on our side, as well as they tell us what is latest on their side, that we really provide them with the best service when they come to a FIFA tournament.
Well, great stuff. Johannes, we thank you for your time. We know you're over there in South America. We hope you have a great time watching the tournament. And yeah, we'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Good man. Well, that was Johannes Holzmeier there from FIFA Head of Innovation. Very innovative man.
Very interesting. We mentioned a lot of data. That's the type of things I like to look at. But I've got some bad data here, Spencer.
Oh, do you?
Lithuania are down 1-0. PSG with a penalty. Kylian Mbappe killed them. Could be 2 on the counter-attack here.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, it's all kicking off, guys. We're getting to business end of things now, but we've got another little section for you now. Chelsea is with, not Dr. Benji, a different doctor. Dare I say a real doctor, Dr. Chris.
About time.
Thank you, Spencer. Yes, he's a real doctor, Benji. I'm sorry. I'm here with Dr. Christopher McMahon, and something really cool about you is that you're a professor, a doctor, who has been able to combine this game with your lessons.
Yeah.
The first question that comes to my mind, how did you think of this?
The hours and hours upon hours I've spent playing the game itself was quite helpful. So like when you grow up playing this and you get a sense of how important it is and like shaping how you think about football and, you know, just generally how I talk about it, how I interact with my friends about it, and I must feel, you know, it's not just me. This is happening to everybody. So when I pitch it to my students to say, like, when you play sports video games like Football Manager, how does it impact your understanding of football? How does it change how you're a fan? And then from there, we can start discussing ideas of what football fandom is, how you become a football fan, and then importantly, how you enjoy the game itself. Because, like, it's not just about playing it physically, playing it digitally too.
All right, most probably no one really cares about this question, but I do. Where were you exactly when you thought about this? I'm going to combine these two things together.
Right. The first time it kind of clicked in my head that, like, I want to do something with this was during my undergraduate degree, me and all my housemates, well, not all of us, but we did used to just kind of sit around and play it. Like, we'd each have our laptop and just discuss our saves as we were playing it. And something clicked in my head a bit that was just like, this is odd, but in a very good way.
In a very good way.
Yeah,
Okay.
like we are all obsessed with football, and this is how we're choosing to primarily engage with it, understand it, and just talk about it all the time. So, like, yeah, just there and
And
then.
here I'm thinking you were possibly sitting at a bar and this idea just occurred in your head.
There was
But
beer there.
it was that, right? You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
wanted to be proper on camera and be like,
Oh, yeah.
no, it wasn't
Yeah, no,
that.
no.
I was in my room, playing the game.
Oh.
That's exactly what happened.
The beer helped. Yeah.
The beer helped, right?
Yeah.
The Guinness. I tried Guinness the other day.
Nice.
Don't like it.
No?
Don't like it at all. It's not a thing. It's not a thing for me. How old are you when you started playing this game?
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, I'm aging you, right?
No, it's fine, it's fine. The first game that I played a lot would have been, it was when it was called Championship Manager, like, so 01, 02.
Okay.
So I'd have been 9. So, like, just less sophisticated then of just, like, I'm going to spend money on the players I know and so on and so forth. But I've really grew up with it. I can't think of a year where I haven't played it. And so,
Okay.
like, it becomes just part of who you are and your footballing life generally.
Now, the question that really matters is, how have you been able to combine this game? Has it worked? Has it worked
Oh, yeah.
teaching your lessons?
It's definitely worked because it's one of those like pathways in to thinking more critically about the nature of play, about the nature of like spectating play. Because like the very, very first time I did it would have been about 2016 when I spoke to some students about like, can you ever see yourself getting as excited about like a digital football event with you playing or maybe your friends playing or prominent streamers playing? And there was like quite a lot of excitement there from a few students, but more and more and more, like when I did this most recently in the last academic year, the majority of the class was like, no, I get hyped for esports, I really enjoy it and I want to see it. And it's like being here, I've understood it. Like I feel nervous being around people.
You feel nervous.
Like when you see like the looks on the
You
faces.
should be
like,
the master of this game.
I
You should
wish
be
I
like,
was.
I can teach all of you here. No, I'm kidding. All right, well, thank you so much. You have made me want to take one of your classes because actually I started playing yesterday myself and I'm not so bad. 1 draw, 1 loss.
Yeah.
I'm working my way up. I'm striving to be a Pep Guardiola. There is a lot of action going on around this room. I'm hearing screams. So we really need to get to the action. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Spencer.
Thanks, Chelsea. Yeah, we've just seen a penalty shootout for Indonesia. Big scenes, Will.
Yeah, the most animated I've seen them all tournaments spend. They are absolutely delighted. 2 big smiles. They're doing the Kylian Mbappe celebration. They've won a huge Champions League game. It's one of the knockouts ones, so it's not all the way there yet. So they're looking to get to the final just to make sure that they can stake their claim as Group C, top of the league, and say, lads, are you listening now?
Yeah, huge moments. I mean, penalty shootouts in season 3, day 3. This is your life on the line. It's almost elimination football at this point.
It really is, and we got to the 9th penalty, I believe.
Yeah.
Missed. That type of drama is absolutely
Bayern
massive.
Munich again, Dave.
Bayern Munich seem to be knocking around, don't they, and losing games of football. But I do think it's that development of their style and structure. But sometimes, Spence, the penalty shootout is where it gets decided.
Yeah, it's a cruel mistress, of course, and especially in Football Manager, you don't have too much input. You can train them, you can select who's going to take your penalties, but ultimately you're handing it over to the AI, aren't you?
You're handing it over to the gods, of course. The natural advantage in penalty shootouts, the first taker gets a 55% chance of winning the game over the second, but we didn't see that just then.
Good stat, good stat. Chelsea's got something for us now. Let's go to Chelsea.
Thank you, Spencer. I'm over here with Indonesia. They have just made it through to the final of the Champions League final. How does it feel?
Wow, yeah, very, very amazing.
Incredible.
Incredible.
How are you going to celebrate this?
Mbappe celebrities.
Oh, maybe have a Guinness because we're here in England, and that's what I was talking about before. Did you change any type of tactics?
No, we still believe in our tactic.
We still believe in our tactic.
Why do you believe in it so strong?
Yeah, I think my tactic is strong.
Okay, I see you're playing a 4-2-3-1. There's a lot of combinations all around the field. I see you're not playing really central. You're going more out wide, correct?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I think in this formation, we can go top of the league.
it's better. I think we can exploit the enemy, right? We can high press in the goalkeepers, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Spencer, there's also some screaming on the India side, but I'm going to throw it back to you. Maybe you can talk a little bit more about that.
There's screams happening everywhere right now. Lithuania just had a big game, though, I believe. Dave.
Yeah, massive game against PSG in the Champions League, the draw that we spoke about in Zagreb. They went down a goal, killing Mbappe penalty. They then came back. Guedes inspiring them with a goal and assist, but then Mbappe late on for the 2-2 draw. We saw a little bit of action with some shushing as well, whether that's to England, whether that's to another team, I'm not too sure.
Will's going mad.
Mate, I'm always going mad. But down in Group C in India, they were drawing they were losing 5-4 in the Champions League knockout stages. They scored an equaliser. It was 5-5. They were absolutely delighted. We heard them. It was ruled out for VAR. It goes to the stoppage time. PSG down the other end, Kev. PSG score. India, if they needed to do something, it was needed now, and they haven't done it.
We need to get Johannes back on the phone. He's the VAR guy, by the way. I think that's one of the things he does. But what I love about you, Will, is this is a dead rubber. India are out the group, pretty much. Like, save yourself. We've got a draft to do tomorrow, man.
These guys, between the different positions from the group, you've got to be up and down. It could be life-changing money.
The only way India are getting out of this group is if we have 4 sackings in the next couple of hours.
Dare to dream.
This is one of the beautiful things about Football Manager. These two guys, before this tournament, didn't know each other. They've now spent 3 days together. So a lot of the managers and assistant managers have come together. And now look at them. One sat on the floor.
I know, we should get him a chair, really, shouldn't we?
We really should have. Our assistant managers have been treated as nicely as some of the managers. But you can see they really have bonded over the last few days. And this sort of moment, regardless of how dead rubber it is, Spencer, has actually been really great.
Yeah, and what I love about Football Manager is it gives everyone a chance. Even if you're 1 foot tall, you can still be a manager. I'm joking. He's on the floor, maybe for posture reasons. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to change. You got to think a little bit different. But I think it's time to speak to Chelsea.
Yeah, let's go. Chelsea, what you got?
Spencer, he's on the floor because he just stated he dislikes this game so very much. Why do you dislike this game? From what I'm seeing, you guys are out.
There's too much RNG for this to be an esport. What is this? We did everything perfect. We still lost.
What's everything perfect? Is there anything you would have changed, possibly?
We would have started differently. We went a bit conservative, but maybe we should have gone attacking from the start. We did that at home. It didn't work out, so maybe, I don't know. It's very confusing. It's like poker. I don't know. It's sheer luck. We even equalized at the end, but it got disallowed. That's why he celebrated and he's on the floor, because we conceded after that.
All right, well, you heard them. They should have played a high block rather than a low block because they should have been attacking. So there you go, Spence. I'm throwing it back to you.
India, I hate to say it, but don't get bitter, get better.
It's a really good point. It's the consistency, it's the strategy, it's the adaptation for tactics. But Spence, we have got a massive game here. Dinamo Zagreb versus PSG, away in Paris. The current score is 2-2. What I like about this, the Lithuanians are speaking to each one of their players before the game and praising them. That's something that a Dr. Benji would do.
It's certainly something a Lelujo wouldn't do. So, yeah, I mean, that's certainly true. Have you ever done it before?
Yeah.
One-on-one conversations?
Absolutely, you have to do that. It gives them that little bit of a morale boost that you need in these kind of situations.
I've watched,
that's Football Manager 101 doing that.
I've watched a lot of you and I've watched a lot of Zealand, and he's the guy that does that. I'm sort of a middle ground between the two. It's interesting, though, because these are the fine margins. We talk about these big competitions and these big tournaments. This is the sort of thing you have to do. And giving yourself the time to do this is probably the most important thing, because if you don't have the time to do it, this again might be those fine margins. If you don't get those wins over the line in a group as tight as this, it's a missed opportunity.
That group is fascinating, because what's interesting, we're in the 3rd season and a load of them are getting deep runs in the Champions League now with Dinamo Zagreb, which is no guarantee. This is Germany now on the screen, but we're going to get an updated league table for you soon. We think they might have secured the bag, so to speak, and got themselves through.
Not quite. They've got a Champions League final to play. This came down to a challenge on day 1 between them and Turkey. Turkey have finished very early. Germany have given themselves lots of time to conclude.
1 point.
Yeah, the state of that
is incredible.
So I think when you say they might have concluded, actually, that might be it, because Germany still have some points to put onto the board.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we think that Turkey have probably concluded, but they really tried to put the pressure on.
Well, they had a 5-point gap, didn't they, this time yesterday?
Yeah.
A couple of days ago, actually, after day 1. Now it's gone to 1 point. and obviously in a fairly harsh format, only one team gets out the group. To go out on 1 point in such a sort of complex scoring system, it's going to stay with you, Dave.
It is the consistency, though, Spence. These guys have been so consistent. I keep saying 93% win rate. It's now 93.2% win rate.
Outrageous.
On top of that, they're 8 goals away from scoring 900 goals.
This is why I'm not having what India is saying. They're saying it's too much randomness. Well, these guys are consistently performing year on year. You need to sort yourselves out, lads. But we've got Chelsea. She is with our German friends.
Thank you, Spence. You guys just did something spectacular. You won. I need to see some excitement. Come on. Do you not hear the English side? They're screaming over there. Is this the German way to celebrate?
We were just running around and dancing and cheering, but now, like after winning the Club World Cup, after winning the Champions League, that's like a lot of jumping around and cheering. So it's quite hard to get up again now. We need to cool down a bit, but we have one more Champions League to play, and then maybe there's going to be like one new exciting cheer from us.
Okay, how do you stay atop really quickly?
Well, just win games really. Like we haven't lost a single game in the very last, like in the entirely last season, and I think we won every single title. And I think we just kept improving the squad, and now our squad is pretty much unbeatable in all Japanese competitions, and yeah, it's looking really good.
All right, well, you heard them, Spence. They have to stay consistent, and they can't get too confident. I'm throwing it back to you.
Well, they were pretty confident in the press conference yesterday, but South Africa have got reason to be confident. What's happening here?
Yeah, they're in the Champions League quarter-final against Paris Saint-Germain. They've just missed a penalty. It's 0-0 in the first leg, but they really are setting the pace in this group, and really everyone else is doing just as well today. We've got other deep Champions League runs going from the Netherlands and Spain, and they're just waiting for South Africa, to slip up. And Paris Saint-Germain is going to be a tough game for them, and they are still not in the lead in their home leg. So it'll be interesting to see if they switch to their Plan B tactic here.
Yeah, you need to take a lead in that home game, don't you, really?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's just the fairy tale of spending $2 billion, isn't it? It's just
I love the romance of it.
Yeah, it's so romantic when you spend all the money in the world.
Look, the Netherlands have spent more than them. I'm going to defend my South African boys. Netherlands have spent more than them. They've earned this. They deserve it.
They've only spent 2.1 billion. So.
You know what would be an interesting stat would be at the end of the group stage. See, obviously we know who the group winners are. Let's see who's had the biggest net spend and see if it correlates. Because I'm not sure it will.
Yeah, feels like the Netherlands one's now is like a protest, because when you were speaking to them, we were like, we're not going to spend, and now they've probably spent the most.
The Netherlands have promised me another £1 billion spend by the end of today as well when I spoke to them earlier on.
What I'm hearing, I think, is a lot of people that, and listen, these guys are top players, I'm not for 1 minute slating them, but I think some people came to this with a tactic built for the format from day one, kicked in. Some people adapted on the job maybe a day late, and it's cost them.
You actually can't criticise it as much as I am because of sort of my beliefs of how to play the game. It's actually the perfect way to play the game with the rules that have been set for them. So it's hard to be critical. And it's been, don't get me wrong, it's been exciting. Watching the difference between that and the other groups has been really great. So if you've got that Premier League money, you might as well spend it.
We've got a penalty shootout here, we believe, with Spain.
They've just lost it.
Oh, they've just lost it. We just missed it. Okay.
It's in the FA Cup. I'm not sure which round it is. I can see it was an FA Cup game. But if having dropped points in the FA Cup, that effectively could put them out.
Yes, they've done in it.
They're not catching South Africa and the Netherlands now. I think Spain are probably done.
You need a perfect season to catch them at this point, and they've not done it.
They also had such a good start to the day. They won their Charity Shield, they won the Super Cup, and they turned over to South Africa, and they hadn't done that, so they'd already gained 10 points this morning.
But you can see on their faces they know they're done as well.
So we're getting to the end of the season, but we're actually going to find out probably a lot of the teams that are going to top these groups before the season ends because of what other teams haven't done and what they had to do to catch them.
We've actually got the other Champions League quarter-final going on in the Brighton group as well. It's the Netherlands versus Barcelona. So Netherlands have Barcelona, South Africa have Paris Saint-Germain.
Wow.
Netherlands are also 0-0 at home. But they lost. This is the second leg for them, and they lost the first leg. So Netherlands needing to get back into this game, or else they're going to be done.
It's a red card, right? Is it a red card?
Someone on the floor. I think someone's collapsed at the back of that.
Is it an injury? Because they've already got. That's not enough players.
No, we just had a red card.
Might need a medic.
It's an orange card. They're down.
They've had a red card. They're behind in the fixture, and again, they are not some happy faces, are they?
He's sitting on the floor.
We might be seeing the Brighton group resolve itself right now with these two drop points.
It's a must-win game. They're like 20
South
points.
Africa are just relentless. Yeah. They're into the second leg now. Actually, it's one. No, sorry, they jumped out of the match, went looking at fixtures, and they've gone back into the match. It's finished 1-1 in the first leg for South Africa, so they could be about to drop points as well. So it might not be all over for these other two if South Africa drop these points.
But they know they've got to win it, I think. The Dutch know they've got to win it because there's still a points gap. And I think what you're looking at here is live pictures of people realising they might be out of the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager.
There's a really early red card, and in Football Manager, it's difficult to control that tempo. You know, they've dropped one of their strikers back, so there's less threat on the counter-attack. It's a problem, Spencer. They've got to get to that second leg. If they can get to that second leg, either 1 goal down or 2 goals down, they've got a chance.
Sorry to jump in, Dave. This is the second leg.
So it's done.
This is the second
leg. It's over.
Yeah.
Best thing about that, how much you think we'll hear about the spending from the Netherlands. It wasn't an issue, then they started spending, and now what they're going to do?
I mean, this is a Netherlands team that's absolutely packed full of superstars, so they've spent plenty.
I think they were too true to their Dutch compatriots. He kept defending them after poor performance with Bruggen in goal. He said, no, we like him. Look, listen, game's the game.
The game is the game, and they spent 2 billion or over 2 billion, which is more than any other team at the tournament so far.
Feels like a panic 2 billion there, doesn't it? Like they weren't going to do that to start with. Now they've just gone, you have some money, you have some money.
It's almost like they've just done it to prove a point. They've seen South Africa doing that, well, we'll do that too, and it's always as if it's thrown them off.
I blame
they maybe
Benji.
should have stuck to their original plan. It's basically Ben's fault.
Yeah.
I hope you're happy. You've ruined that.
Well, you're saying panicking. It was sort of, their hand was forced. South Africa made everybody else in the group do this, and so that was part of their strategy.
South Africa made everyone think they had to do it. Netherlands have done it, and it's not worked for them. So maybe they shouldn't have.
But you look at the squad that they've assembled and the money they've spent. You couldn't do that with the season 1 Brighton side that was assembled.
Then you look at the sporting group where Jack has gone absolutely bananas spending money. Indonesia didn't follow suit, just did their own thing, and maybe the Netherlands should have just stuck to their guns.
That's true, but you're accounted there for Jack Peachman, who can spend a lot of money and still come out 4th in the group. So we'll see what the future holds.
This formation that we're seeing here, obviously, that it's a means to an end. They're down to 10, but they need to go out and play.
They really do. They need that defensive coverage in the middle. We're seeing that with the defensive midfielder, but they've also moved to a central midfielder to have that attacking threat. It is so difficult in these competitions to play with 10 men. This may be the solution, though, Spence. I want this to work.
Well, will it work? This is it. This is their life on the line, their Football Manager life at least, and they have to do something spectacular. We've seen it before, though, haven't we? We have seen these 10-men performances. There is a little bit of that in the game sometimes. Certainly, if it happens against you, I find if the AI get a red card, they seem to get better.
Yeah, they improve. They hold the ball. They're
now
create more
playing
chances.
A back 2. They've just thrown the wing backs forward as well, but they're 2 goals down with 10 minutes
This is a
to go.
formation now. Now we're talking.
Is this a Benji formation?
Absolutely.
It's basically a circle. That's what I'm looking at the moment for this formation.
Dave, it's desperate, and that's very mean. That's very mean Football Manager. Desperation, I've done it many times.
Let's have a chat about Renzo, which is the assistant manager in the back of the shot there. Now, listen, he's been in around the block. He's actually been a coach of a world champion in other esports, right? So he's comes with a lot of reputation. His reaction a minute ago when he's on the floor and he's basically like head in hands, like, is that? I mean, listen, we love Renzo, but is that what you want from your assistant manager?
I mean, he's hiding at the back.
It's high pressure, and you want your manager to go, we can do this. It's still on, and he's basically just giving up.
It's over. They're out.
From a competitor standpoint, perhaps, but I kind of like that they're showing how much it means to them. Like they look downtrodden, they look defeated, and after 3 days and maybe 30 hours of playing Football Manager, it concludes with, like, you can see him there, like he looks inconsolable.
Best thing there, get a camera in there. Let's feel how weird.
Let's get Chelsea in there. Let's find out.
Let's really wind him
what's
up.
going through their head. He's not a happy bunny, is he, Renzo? Oh dear, oh dear.
South Africa are about to kick off against Paris Saint-Germain as well, so they
Renzo's about to kick off.
They could be about to rubber stamp this.
It should be said that South Africa and the Netherlands are sat next to each other. So right now he's turned away from South Africa. He can't even look at them, which he can't necessarily pick up. He's going for a walk now.
I think Chelsea's there. I think Chelsea's going to talk to him. That Chelsea, Renzo, is not happy, is he?
Hey, Spencer. No, it's really dead quiet in this room, actually. Spain, they walked away from their desk. You have this guy here that was thrown on the floor 2 seconds ago. It's not funny. I'm sorry. I'm laughing.
It is, to be honest. If you know that you have one job, which is to stay on the pitch at least against Bayern Munich in the second fixture, Turncoat Miners apparently didn't want to do so, and we got a red card in the 22nd minute and just got knocked out in the quarterfinals. So I think we are pretty much eliminated right now from the competition. It will depend if we place second or fourth, but yeah.
Where do you guys go from here?
I mean, we just gotta go for second then, I guess. But congratulations to South Africa. That's pretty much it. I mean, I don't know. I have no words.
You have no words. What about you? Do you have any words over here?
Absolutely not. No, it's just heartbreak. Like, honestly, we started really well. Like, the first 20 minutes, we had 4 shots immediately against Bayern. And then Teun Koopmeiners just decided to, like, get a red card. And he just scored 4 goals in the game before it. So we were happy to, like, play him instead of someone that was tired. But he decided he didn't want to play, I suppose. So, yeah.
All right, well, seems like they're out. We're not sure yet. It's still not over. Throwing it over to you.
Well, let's remember, it's not over because someone could get sacked at any minute if they click the wrong button. It's happened before, hasn't it, guys?
I mean, that's clutching at straws a little bit. If they press the wrong button.
Come on. You're forgetting, we played a network save with
exactly.
Jack. Jack resigned by accident. It was a viral moment.
I'm going to say to you what you said to me a minute ago. That is the Jack Peachman factor.
Yeah, for the second time this week, you're right. Fair enough.
Right, we're watching Poland right now. There is an important game going on, I believe.
Yeah, they just won their Champions League knockout game against Arsenal. It just shows these guys are putting Sporting Lisbon at the top of European football. They just beat them 4-3. They're into the next round, and this is so important because Poland can catch Indonesia, but they need to win the Champions League.
And they've got Bayern. I've just seen that come up.
Bayern
Munich.
again?
I know.
The Kingmakers.
I mean, yeah, and also Poland, all week, they've been the loudest as well. Like, in that group, if there was a shout-off, they'd be up there with Aaron, and I just feel if they can keep going, we really want a showdown going into the end of Group C, don't we?
Yeah, because I think I'm right in saying that there might be 2 teams already guaranteed a spot, Germany and South Africa, looking like they're going to be in tomorrow's draft. So there's only 2 more spots left to fill. Could Poland get one of them? You've got the manager there on the left of the screen. His name's Patrick Zamirski. And you've got his assistant manager, Mikhail, next to him, who's been doing the majority of the press conference talking there. But, yeah, they've got to be pretty happy right now, Dave.
Yeah, they do. And I like their little adjustments. Yesterday, I watched them for a bit just to see how they play. They were playing a 4-3-3 yesterday. But at times, they were moving the fullback from the fullback position to wing-back to give them more width, more attacking impetus, and then changing it back when they'd scored the goal. That adaptability, we've seen that again with the formation today as well. I really like that. Different shapes, different ideas, changing things.
You know what we haven't seen a lot of on the show is France. What's going on with France? Obviously, they've got a real character in Joel, who's an assistant manager. And they're still in the race, aren't they?
Yeah, bonjour, Sven. They are doing really well. They are in 4-0 up in one of the knockout games in the Champions League. Scrap that. Let's make it 5. It's Beto that scored, but they are absolutely on Le cruise control.
It looks like the assistant manager's been... oh, no, he's not. I can see the manager behind him there, is he? I thought he'd been left in charge there, Joel.
Yeah, but Joel's been coming up to the press conferences, hasn't he? He's been one of the more flamboyant characters. He came
Where's
up with
his sunglasses gone?
Yeah, exactly. I think sunglasses come out for finals. It's sunglasses, then a party. But yeah, they're 5-0 up in this knockout game. But again, crucial, need to do it because they need to put the pressure on Indonesia.
Major update, by the way, for England in the Dynamo group. Aaron's taken off the tracksuit. He's put the black jacket back on.
Let's have a look at Aaron. We're having fashion.
He's taking it seriously.
Here. Aaron Falloon has got the. I mean, why though? It was working pretty well. Why has he changed things?
Champions League final.
Okay, so he's gone for the suit. Well,
he's gone for it. Which now leaves some sort of. If we're basing the whole tournament on clothing, which I think we probably should be, Matt doesn't look next to him there. Doesn't look like they're part of the same team anymore. It's been at times a little bit of a one-man show for Aaron, but in a good way. But again, a major change.
Was that Jack was in there as well? He's deserted Sporting and he's trying to go over to Dynamo. Maybe
you don't want to get advice from him, mate.
A very Jack move, a very big Jack move that as well.
Listen,
jump on anything.
Am I right in saying? I mean, the Champions League final coming up now, is it? Is he right about to play it?
Well, they're checking the manager attributes of the PSG manager, so they're obviously trying to get into that manager's head. But yeah, the fact that Jack and Tom are there, I would not be letting them in the booth. No. I can't believe they're allowing this.
Also, this is the most football manager thing we've ever seen. Surely, like some of us do it at home on our own in the bedroom with the suit on. Yeah. This is the biggest stage and Aaron's doing it.
Yeah, and this is the story really for me left of today is if they can win the Champions League with Dinamo Zagreb, it pretty much wins them the group, I think, unless anyone else repeats the same feat, and it puts one of the most lively characters we've got here in Liverpool into the final day, Dave.
Even bigger, Lithuania have just been dumped out of the Champions League by PSG, 4-0, game over. So this is even bigger. The question marks I'd have, has Aaron looked at his win percentage with tracksuit versus suit? Because this is a gamble. I hope the assistant manager has done his job properly, calculated that win percentage, because this is massive.
Has he got suit trousers on, or has he got tracksuit trousers?
He's got no trousers on.
At this angle, we can't see any trousers at all.
Jeans. There's a jeans manager. We've seen it done before. It has been done. What are Malaysia saying in all this? Are they still in any Champions League? Are they out the race now? Are they in the race? Peru? They got a chance? What
We're
do you
gonna have
think?
to take a look.
Peru got no chance, I'll tell you right
They're
now.
done, are they?
Yeah. I don't think we'll be throwing to them anytime soon. I think Malaysia were doing quite well in the
Well, I
Champions
was going
League.
to say Peru looked like a real favourite. They won. They were the only team to progress in the Champions League. And in this earlier today, they got knocked out very early in the Champions League, and that almost all but dashed their hopes of progression to the next stage. So it's big. Again, I think England now probably find themselves in pole position in a group that was very, very tight at the start of the day.
This is Malaysia we're watching right now. They're just doing some tactical stuff, Dave.
So just a bit of an update on that. They're in their last 16 game of the Champions League, so they're still in the tournament, and they've got Atletico Madrid.
Wow, that's actually not a bad draw.
Doable.
No disrespect to Atletico Madrid, but some of the other teams we've seen flying around, Munich and PSG, I'll take Atletico every day of the week.
Yeah, definitely not the Atletico of maybe the early 2000s or the late 2000s, should say. But at the same time, I find Simeone on this game quite difficult to manage against because he does change his system quite drastically during the game.
But is he still in charge? He might have been sacked in game.
That is a great point, Spence. We need to get a reporter down there to find out. But Malaysia versus England, that is the story right now.
Yeah, this is a fascinating Group D. We knew Group D was the group to keep your eye on, although there is some still stuff happening in Group C as well. But Germany and South Africa looking like, we will confirm this to you later on, but we're looking like they are through to tomorrow. 2 spots left. Only one from Group D can progress. Lithuania been knocked out of the Champions League. Probably won't be them now. But could it be England? Could it be Malaysia? This is South Africa now. We're pretty confident they're going to go through, and they're going to have to take on the challenge of a draft mode tomorrow, fantasy draft mode. And
I believe, Spen, they play each other, I think. Germany and South Africa will play each other in the round 1.
I don't think it's been drawn yet.
Oh, is it a live draw?
I think we're doing a draw later. So I don't know where you got that information from.
He's made it up. That's what he does.
Well, again, maybe I did a prediction.
Yeah.
but that would be great, though. 2 powerhouses. Like, if you talk about potential matchups, that would be something pretty special.
England, we need to get over to England if we can in Group D because Hansley said there for a second, I thought something had gone wrong, but I think he's just getting into game mode, Dave.
He is. The lineup has been selected. The opposition tactics have been done. This is massive. Dinamo Zagreb versus Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final.
If they win it, is it done? What do we think?
I think it's...
Even though Malaysia could still win it?
I think it could still be open.
Yeah.
I think it could be a little bit after, even if Aaron gets this done right now, still going to be a little bit nervous because we mentioned before Malaysia in the last 16, they've still got games to play. They've got to beat Atletico. They're probably going to meet Bayern Munich. They're probably going to meet PSG at some point. But this is why we are here. This is the biggest game of Football Manager in Aaron's life.
You can see our assistant there for England wearing the Zagreb or Dinamo Zagreb scarf as well. I love how they're taking on. This is one of the things I love about FM. You get these random saves with clubs and you end up supporting them in real life.
I genuinely went to Dresden.
Did you?
Because I used to play as Dinamo Dresden.
Well, how was it?
It was incredible. Best night out of my life.
We're nearly at half-time, boys.
I've been on the nights out with you, so that must be decent.
PSG have got a goal, 38 minutes in. It's gone in, and there's an equaliser, I think. I think we've heard Aaron celebrate. This is the replay of their goal. So Aaron's playing on a strategic highlight mode. We should try and get him to put key highlights on so we can see a bit more of the
action. Can we find out a bit more about the teddy bear situation as well? There seems to be some sort of teddy bear
mascot.
there.
It's a mascot.
Yeah, it's a mascot.
I asked him yesterday. At half-time, though, it's 1-1. And I think they're going with a no highlight strategy because Aaron finds it to be like superstitious.
Yeah.
Now we won't have this opportunity tomorrow, by the way, because we're sort of forcing highlights upon them. But it's 1-1, an early-ish
Ben,
PSG goal.
you need to tell him we've got a show to make here. We can't be watching only commentary in the biggest game of his life.
I saw Chelsea there. Can we get him to turn on key highlights? I couldn't give a stuff about his superstition.
Let's get the gameplay up on the screen if we can, because we want to watch this match unfold as much as we can, although obviously the highlights issue is not helping us on that. But the score we can tell you is 1-0. It's the 58th minute as we're watching it right now. In terms of XG, Dinamo are on top, and which is very impressive in itself.
Very much so, but a little bit less possession, so they're hitting PSG on the counter-attack, but that's a lot of chances. Fingers crossed for England.
So if a highlight shows up, it will suggest a goal. So that's how we'll know. With 15 minutes left of normal time, the XG currently in the favour, as you say, to Dinamo. And can they do it? A couple of bookings for that side as well. Defensively, they're playing really, really well. That's certainly been the story of the game so far.
It's going quick, this game, isn't it? The 77th minute
it's against Mbappe in that side for PSG. It's
also, like, we can see, want all the highlights that we want. We're going to hear it before we see it with Aaron, aren't we? We know to learn that.
Yeah. What we need here is penalties because we'll have to watch them. So we're at full time, and the team talk again is going to be absolutely crucial. He's got a few players looking nervous as well.
This is huge.
The orangey colour sort of highlights that.
Extra time.
Well, let's see.
is going to be extra time here. What's he going to say? He's going to point the finger. Okay.
I never point the finger, do you?
No, I'm an outstretched arms kind of guy, personally.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What's that look like?
It's just all like this. They can't see this on the camera, but just imagine someone with their arms outstretched. He looks a bit like Brad Pitt.
So no gestures for me. Keep it simple.
Not a visual
No
feature.
gestures ever.
Only
Just
if I need to
gestureless.
throw a water bottle. That's when it when it kicks off.
They never like. They never
very
like
calm.
that. They never like that.
I think it's all about motivation, actually, making your boys happy, and I think that's quite an effective strategy that's worked for some people across the week.
We'll talk about that in the draft mode tomorrow, Will. But this is literally, we're watching the inner workings of Aaron's brain here. This is a really important part. The decisions he makes in these next few seconds could decide whether he gets a chance to be the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager champion. And I mean, so far, he's done pretty well, so we have to back him to get this in extra time, Dave, don't we?
We do, yeah. I just got a feeling Benji's right. I think it's going to go to a penalty shootout.
Yeah.
Well, we're into extra time. Let's go to the gameplay if we can, because we want to see anything that comes in.
There's been a goal. I think we might see it shortly. An injury as well. PSG, Dembele's gone off for PSG. If we can get it back to the gameplay, we'll see. And we'll see here. There's a goal gone in.
There's a goal.
It's for PSG.
Wow, this is killer. There is a goal for PSG. He now needs one. He's going to have to get pausing. It's half time in extra time. He's got 15 minutes. Is he going to go all out?
He's got to. All out attack. He's got to be. You got to throw it up there. Maybe even chuck a centre back up front. Yeah. Then there's lots of important things he could do now to affect this game. But Aaron is a man who knows what he's doing.
Also, there's 15 points on the line for this, so there's 15 minutes left to grab 15 points. And then for Malaysia, they're still in the Champions League, so they could go and grab those points. The group is on a dime. In Group D, it could change in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask.
I know you're not having a lovely time.
Someone's finished. It's going to end, I think. I don't think it's going to do it, guys.
We've not heard him. We've not heard him.
No, we haven't heard him. That is the sign. There it is.
Fair play, though.
Yeah,
fair play.
I was going to say, what an achievement to get to the final with Dinamo in Season 3.
That is incredible.
He promised that. He never actually said he'd win it, interestingly, but he did say get to the final.
Yeah.
And that concludes then their campaign, and now they have to wait, a long wait potentially for Malaysia.
Yeah, and it's nice to see those scenes. You'd almost think there were celebration scenes there, where they were hugging each other, but it's been a slog for the last 3 days. They've done it together. They may have done enough, but all eyes are now on Malaysia.
Big, really, really big. We can see him celebrating at the moment. He's having a good time. But as you mentioned, Spence, that is an incredible achievement. The points as well in the bag. Obviously, Will, you mentioned the title is 15 points. But we're talking about advancing to the next stage. There's a lot of points in there that they've picked up on this journey. Congratulations to Aaron.
Yeah, one of the performances of the week for me, even if they don't make it out of the group, backing himself with Dinamo Zagreb. Has he ever done a save in Croatia before? We don't know. Maybe Chelsea can ask him. I think she's going to be with them now, with Aaron. And Chelsea, ask him if he's ever managed in Croatia before, please.
Thank you. Well, they want to know if you've ever managed in Croatia before.
Oh, plenty of times. Plenty of times. On the way here to Liverpool, we just had this weird feeling that we was going to manage in Croatia. We had no idea why. So we've done lots of practicing in Croatia. And, I mean, the FM gods answered our prayers.
Aaron, we were able to get a look into your brain because you made some decisions at a crucial time. What made you pull the plug, make those decisions?
It's just the years of playing Football Manager. I make a lot of content about tactics, so I feel like I know what I'm doing at some stages, which is why I'm confident enough to go with the defensive mentality. I'm confident enough to use defensive duties. I'm confident enough to look to man-mark opposition. Obviously, in that Champions League final, PSG are PSG at the end of the day. It's very difficult, but they struggled. I mean, it was a close game. I'm very proud of the performance of the whole tournament so far.
Well, there you go. He's proud of the performance that they've had so far. He's happy. Look at them. They're excited. There's a lot of excitement. There was tears being shed before this match. But I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you guys.
Thanks, Chelsea. Yeah, this is the other game we told you about. It's been played at a frenetic pace. Try and keep up with it if you can. But it is Atletico Madrid at home, second leg against Dinamo Zagreb. Malaysia in charge here. 3-1 up in aggregate and into injury time in the first half, Will.
Yeah, they were in cruise control, weren't they, with 3-0 up. We switched to the stream. Maybe we with the bad luck. We can only apologise, Malaysia, but now the pressure is on. Can they hand and stand for 45 minutes
What
left?
round is this, quarter-final? Or semi?
I don't know, to be fair. We're in the knockout strikes.
I think they said quarter-final, and that might be why the gameplay is so fast. There's time constraints. They haven't got long. We've just seen there, Aaron's wrapped things up pretty early, so now the pressure's on. And I'd like the idea of a Champions League. What if they run out of time before they get to the Champions League final? They
On holiday for that.
Might not even get to play it.
I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine for time, but we'll see. They're in there now. It's half time, making some changes.
While
We're
they're
3-1
making
up.
those changes, just to confirm, I think Group B is fully settled. I was just watching Netherlands coming over to shake hands with South Africa, and I think
nice.
South Africa getting through to the semi-final of the Champions League, which they've just done, I think, based on the numbers they've run, confirms that South Africa have won that group.
Yeah, so South Africa and Germany looking like guaranteed spot tomorrow. But will it be Malaysia or will it be England from Group D? Or Group C, we've still got a few decisions to make. Indonesia, front runners there. France, Poland maybe in the conversation still. But we know we're going to have Germany and South Africa in the draft tomorrow. But this is the one you don't want to take your eyes off. This is now half an hour left of in-game time. 3-1.
No, it's in Madrid. 3-2.
Oh, wow. Wow, they've got to be panicking now. Panic stations for Malaysia.
You can tell
3-2.
You can tell it's panic stations when they go straight to those quick tactics, trying to change things that they thought that worked so well. Now they've got an injury as well.
Oh, it's all, the wheels are coming off.
What is happening there? I mean, maybe the pressure from Aaron from being so loud, getting dynamo. How do you cope with that, Benj, Kev? You see Aaron getting them to a Champions League final. You've got exactly the same save, and you might not be doing that.
I mean, there's two questions there. How do you cope with Aaron? Earbuds. But yeah, I mean, they just have to kind of ignore what he's done and focus on their own game. There's no other way to do it.
Yeah, and they've been doing it in their own way, and that's important as well. There's been a lot of attention on Aaron, and rightly so, but equally it's sort of allowed them to play the background role a little bit. And you can see here, from the way they're doing things, they don't look that panicked. They're quite measured with the way they do things. They answer press conference questions very well.
Yeah.
So they're not that sort of team to be rattled by it. Whereas Lithuania, we've seen them sitting almost next to Aaron. They've struggled, and maybe that was a part of it.
Well, we've tried, haven't we? When Aaron's made his sort of outlandish comments, we've tried to get reaction from Malaysia, and they've always been like, no, we like it, we like it. Quietly going about the business. The thing is, when we saw Aaron's England not... Oh, it's a goal. It's a massive goal. It's a goal for Dinamo Zagreb. Malaysia 4-2 up now on aggregate. That should see them through, but they've still got work to do, because we're saying about Aaron, you know, not winning the final, but just getting to the final is so impressive. If unless Atletico Madrid can get one, what a game we have on our hands here. This is big. 4-3 now. 3-1 up on aggregate. Home advantage. Madrid need one more goal, and it will be 4 apiece.
We're on opposition instructions here. They're trying to do everything to stop Atletico Madrid. They've scored so many goals in this game. They're on them. They can't shake them. And you know, they're arm in arm there. They're absolute brothers in the booth.
Seeing them fiddling with all these forbidden screens panics me as well. Just sit on your hands and let the game play out. What they've done has got them to this point. I just don't fiddle.
I mean, you talking about fiddling, like, do you guys, as you know, regulars in the scene, do you think you'd still be in the race at this point? Genuinely, like, do you think you'd be able to do what these guys are doing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I knew that was coming. I'll be really honest. I think it would depend on which country I'd got. I wouldn't have played in the way in which Brighton would have played. I think I'd have been okay with F. Marinos. I think I'd have been okay with Dynamo. Sporting again would be very, very difficult, because the domestic, getting that first season domestic hump would be quite difficult, and then pushing it forward towards those European spots towards the back end of season 3, again difficult, as we've seen from the guys in Group C. So I'll be more humble than Kevin and more honest.
Ben, can I just say, I'm very humble, basically what you're saying now. I'm the best at being humble.
Yeah, I'm a wonderful, humble human being. Thank you, Spencer. Not the best doctor, though, we found out this weekend numerous times, which is a pity.
Ben, sorry to interrupt, but they're ahead by 1 goal. It's the biggest game of the season. They're playing a 4-2-4.
But they're actually not ahead in the game. That's what's interesting. They're in a game. They're losing 3-1 in the game.
Yeah, no, but they're ahead on aggregate.
Aggressive.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Surely
you need to attack.
You just sit back, relax.
No, because that just invites the pressure on you. Just keep playing your
Maybe that's what they've done to this
works.
point. Maybe that's why they're 3-1 down. They've been sitting it too deep.
Fiddling too much.
But Atletico Madrid are playing the Atletico Madrid way. They've got a very set 5. They've got 2 defensive midfielder in there, 2 midfielders. They probably feel like they can gamble and push extra bodies forward. And this is
gamble. It's 4-3. They're winning. Calm down.
Had another goal.
But I was going to say, you get another goal, it's probably over. Will, this is your inexperience, you see.
The thing is, away from home though. Away from home in Madrid, difficult place to go. I've actually played on that pitch, if you're wondering. I know you wanted to know.
Have you? That's very humble.
Yeah,
well,
no, I did play there. I didn't say I was humble.
So you know, we've all got our fancy things that we can brag about.
I actually assisted a goal. I was playing centre mid with Pirlo, if you're wondering.
No, we didn't ask.
No,
we've all done that.
Yeah.
Right, this is it. They've done it, surely. Is this fiddling going to cost them 6 minutes of added on time? Done it.
Yes. Wow, massive. Into the next round. We're still waiting to confirm what round that is. I think that was the quarter-final.
Yeah, you could see they were celebrating, but it was relief. It
We'll
wasn't euphoria, was it?
Should be some news popping up in a minute. Will tell us if it's semi-final or not. But they are through to the next round, that's for sure, which is fantastic. And it means they're still in a race. If they can win this Champions League, I think they might have to win it, Will.
Yes.
Then they might get out of this group yet and send England packing.
I can't imagine what Aaron's going to feel like. He feels like he's done one of the biggest achievements probably in Football Manager history, getting Dynamo there. But what are you going to do next?
Chelsea's with the guys from Malaysia. I'm sure they'll be able to clear up what round they've just got through to in the Champions League.
Thank you, Spencer. I just want to clear up because we're not really clear right now. What round are you guys in?
Now we're carrying on the quarterfinal of Champions League. We just win the game against Atletico Madrid.
You have a slower pace of playing rather than England. You see that they're already done. Do you think it has worked for your favor?
Yeah, we try to play slow and steady so that to make sure we're in control. We're still in time, so because of the league, we don't have any problem. We just can simulate the league. So we focus on the Cup and the Champions League.
All right, well, you heard them, Spencer. They like to take their time to go ahead and think out tactics, really observe and take every strategy in. So there you have it. Sending it over to you, Spencer.
So we have France here, one man down. I think Joel's gone to get his sunglasses, perhaps, but they're still in the race. We're going to focus a bit more on Group C and Group D for probably the remainder of today's stream, because this is where there's still a bit of jeopardy for our teams. This is Indonesia, who do currently lead, based on our last updated league table, Group C, playing this diamond formation with two up front. It's very old school. I enjoy it, though.
Worth noting, the French were the first managerial duo to win the Champions League in the entire tournament with Sporting. So whether they can do that again today, we will find out.
And they just haven't won enough of the other trophies, though. That's the problem they've had, isn't it?
Yeah.
It would be huge for the Asian continent if they were to have both Malaysia and Indonesia through to the last four in terms of putting their name in the Football Manager scene as a powerhouse.
Yeah, there's a massive fan base of Football Manager in that region, and so we know they've got massive online support for this entire tournament.
Yeah.
View numbers have been massive as well for those guys, so doing them proud.
Only one guaranteed European nation right now, and that's Germany. South Africa representing Africa very well.
Yeah.
You know, dare I say, I know this game is widespread. Of course, it's one of the best games ever made. But would you expect European nations to be performing a little bit better here?
England, yeah. But
especially when you consider that, you know, we have Brighton as a Premier Division challenge. We have Sporting as a Portuguese challenge, and Croatia. 3 of the 4 challenges are based in Europe.
I mean, it's the risk you take when you put Jack Peachman into the competition as your England manager.
We should clarify he's our friend, but you know, on this occasion we're simply pundits and he's simply a competitor.
But it's not all on him. We've had Spain, we've had Portugal, we've had Netherlands.
That's true. That's very
all
true.
failed to get out. Norway, Belgium.
I mean, to be fair,
Turkey,
some of them have been very, very close. So, I mean, Netherlands very, very close. Spain very close.
Sorry, Kev, to jump in. The one to watch now, Indonesia. They're top of the group, but they're playing against Real Madrid. We believe this is the Champions League final.
Oh.
This is the Champions League final. We won't do more of that.
Sing it all.
No, can't, not today. Sporting Lisbon against Real Madrid in the Champions.
Was that a missed penalty or were my eyes
It was a free kick, Ben.
It was a free kick, sorry.
And you've got glasses on.
I know, they're not magnified.
It's our second Champions League final of the stream. We've seen Aaron's English Dinamo Zagreb fall short of beating PSG.
And
but
then,
right now
Sporting. France are in their Champions League final against PSG.
At the same time?
At the same
We've
time.
got back-to-back Champions League finals in the same group. And it's basically going to decide who gets through. Will it be Indonesia? Will it be France? Indonesia just need to match France, don't they, really?
Yes, definitely. And what France are doing, they've been very attacking, Dave, but they've just been dropping all their players back. They're going for a defensive performance against PSG in that one. Indonesia obviously got Real Madrid. Oh, this is what we love about this tournament.
Indonesia a goal up as well.
Indonesia a goal up against Real Madrid.
Let's get back into that Indonesian game because that is happening as we speak. And they are 1 up against Real Madrid with Sporting Club de Portugal. That's the real achievement. Can they see it through, though? We know how good Real Madrid are at getting Champions League finals won.
It's about parking the bus now. Maybe playing on the counter-attack, sitting deep.
You are a coward, aren't you? Just attack. Goodness me.
It's Real Madrid.
Kev, I've been through so many of these runs. And it's broken my heart so many times that unfortunately I've become this bitter.
It's breaking your heart because you keep parking the bus when you're 1-0 up.
No.
Chance.
Goal!
Oh. And it's a goal.
This is for 15 points, so if they don't do this, then we really have got a real game on our hands in Group C.
There's a Real Madrid goal, making it 1-1.
let's get this party started, Dave. I think if they were to win this one.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. This is a humongous game, and they're on the offensive.
Yeah.
They're attacking Real Madrid. They've taken that.
Goal!
They're back. They're back.
Yeah.
2-1.
That's the man we've seen.
Oh,
VAR.
hang on.
Disallowed!
Oh my God!
It's worth noting as well, these two Champions League finals happening next to each other.
Yes.
So they're going to be able to hear each other. We'll see if there's going to be any emotion. There definitely will be from the
I'll
French
keep
guys.
an eye on France. I'll keep an eye
Let us
on
know what's
France.
happening in there.
as
In
well,
French,
yeah.
please. As
Ça
well.
va.
Comment t'appelles-tu?
0-0.
What's French for vavavoom? Hang on. I thought they were going to score there.
I thought you were looking up what French for vavavoom was.
What's goal in French?
Goal?
Yeah, goal, isn't it?
So this is huge. So Indonesia, second goal disallowed. Still 1-0 against Real Madrid.
Can I? There's the more aficionados of Football Manager here. France have got Max Aarons at right back in the 3rd season for Sporting Club de Portugal.
It's all about development, Will, and Max Aarons has obviously developed very, very well for Sporting Club. So you've got to throw those guys in.
So we're approaching the 60-minute mark. Second half. Corner here. It's going to be for Real Madrid. Rodrigo swings it in. Oh, it's a save. It's a big save.
What I love about the French, I think they've got extended highlights on. They are performing for the camera, and we absolutely love that.
Yeah, if the French game's underway, we'll go back and forth, but this is going to end real soon. 20 minutes of game time, and it's ticking fast. It's 1-1 here. We could see a second extra time situation in Champions League finals. 15 minutes left. Let's stay with this one for now because it's going to end any second. Although it is 1-1. But if there's a goal, we'd like to see it. Mason Greenwood as a player for them there, by the way.
Interesting, very, very interesting. Obviously, Gyökeres doing the business up front. He's scored so many goals for our Sporting, saves. He's a man that's in form in real life as well. He's a player that just has great quality, very complete.
So it is Sporting Club de Portugal in possession here. Late, a goal now would win it. A goal now! There it is! It's going to be confirmed! It is! No!
Check it. Hold on.
Oh, I can't believe it! 2 disallowed goals in the finals, enough to break you.
I thought he'd done it. I thought Victor had done it for the boys. Unbelievable scenes.
Let's go back to Colombia. We need to speak to that official.
If they don't win this now, all you're going to hear about is these 2 disallowed goals. And we need to get Johannes back on the phone. He's got blood on his hands. He runs the VAR. Hang on! Oh,
dearie me.
It's going extra time, guys. Extra time again.
Still,
second Champions League in a row.
The drama.
Still 0-0 in the French Champions League final.
Let's go over to France real quick and then we'll come back to this. But France is 0-0, as Will says, and that's approaching half-time here as well. A bit of a slower pace to this one,
It's
so we
been
might be
all
able to pick
Paris
this up.
Saint-Germain, though, in this one. The Sporting team really struggling to get in.
Chance there. But let's get back into extra time, that Malaysia Champions League final. Big decisions to be made here.
It's so tough in this moment. The diamond is so difficult to play on Football Manager. It overloads that central area, so you're not going to get as much ball, you're not going to create as much chances in those central positions. And we've seen how a lot of the tactics are quite narrow from an attacking perspective. Width coming from fullback is going to be massive. Crosses into the box.
Cancelo. That's what they've just brought on.
But
Joao
they've made a lot of substitutions as well, and this is where the squad building comes in. Like, how good has that been? Again, you're managing a Sporting side. It's all right putting together a really good first 11, but against the PSG side that are always going to have a good squad, this is where it might be the problem. Yeah, you'd hope not, though.
Look at that Real Madrid side as well, just packed with talent. Endrick, Rodrigo at the top end of the pitch. Bellingham, Tchouaméni in the middle, of course. I think they've got Toro at right back. They must have bought, obviously hadn't gone to Man United yet in this save because it's started at the start of the 23-24 season. And there is a goal for Real Madrid. Will this be disallowed? The VAR gods, will they shine?
Oh!
This is the third.
Get it right!
It's the third one.
We'll never see another goal again.
Will there be a goal, or are we going to go to penalties in the Champions League final?
I don't think I could cope with
the speed they're playing at.
Chance!
Makes it
Mistake in the back! Surely
my
it's not
goodness.
we disallowed this time.
Come on, they weren't sure. They waited.
It's legal tender. It's a big goal. And we're approaching half-time in extra time. They've got one hand on the trophy.
That was massive, massive goal. Now they've got to soak up the pressure. The time wasting put up to maximum. They're going to be sitting deep. They're going to be soaking it up. This is exactly what they need to do. I think, Victor Gyökeres, though, on the counter-attack, we could see a goal on the break.
Is this going to do it for them? We don't know the full permutations here, but if they win this, are they going to take England's spot?
I think they could do. It could be.
It's different groups.
Of course it is.
Even the spot's long gone in this
But
one.
they could take anyone.
But it's a situation where if they don't win it and France do it, there's another goal gone in.
Oh, it's another one. It's done, surely.
And
So-
they're checking it
again.
Yeah!
They're going to win the Champions League with Sporting Club de
The
Portugal.
celebrations are wild as well. They do you know what? They're both smiling now. They're pretty confident. They weren't that confident 15 minutes ago.
Big substitution that, bringing on Joao Cancelo in extra time, scoring a goal, Spence, from fullback as well.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of when Jose Mourinho won the Champions League with Porto, of course. No one saw it coming. Let's head over to France now, because this game is pretty much done. I think we can, they're going to win that. Let's over to France. Can France repeat the trick? If they can't do this as well, they're done, aren't they, really?
Yeah, they need to put the pressure on. We don't know what's happened in the domestic trophies because they're worth some big, juicy points, but these are big, juicy points. There's 15 of them on the line, and they need to get them. But so far, Kev, you've been watching it with me, they've not really been able to break PSG down, have they?
No, I mean, neither team creating a huge number of chances, but the few that we have seen have mainly gone to Paris Saint-Germain, and they're on the attack again here. And it's just been a lot of very good defending from both teams, as you'd expect in a 0-0, I guess. But I don't know. I think if there was a goal coming in normal time, you'd probably expect it to go PSG's way at the moment.
And the big question is, do they know that Indonesia have done it? Do they
They're
know?
sat next to them, so if they don't, I mean, Indonesia have not been the loudest bunch going forward.
Oh, mistake at the back. Kylian Mbappe scores. It must hurt even more. It's a Frenchman against a French team, and that it might seal their fate, guys.
Yeah, that's a big goal at a bad time.
They're going to have to change something because they've created very, very little.
Yeah, and now this is the problem. If you've played this sort of way the entire time, you try and be more expansive. You can just see the player who scored the goal, it's Kylian Mbappe. You don't really want to leave more space. So tactically, this now becomes very, very difficult. The risk versus reward part of this game is going to be in full effect for the final.
And so many of their key players are shattered as well.
I was going to say 25 minutes or so remaining, not long.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shouting going on still. I feel like there's too much shouting going on for what's going on.
This is
Do you want me to go and tell them? Are you upset?
No, I just want to know
Can
why
you
they're
keep the
shouting.
noise down over there, guys? Goodness me.
So
Will
seen
can't
them-
concentrate.
I just want to know who's left that's still shouting, because it feels like we're getting down to crunch time, and the crunch has been taken.
In terms of tactics, a lot more attacking roles. It's Secundo Volante at the base. They're going to be throwing bodies forward now, searching for the equaliser. Kylian Mbappe's 29th goal of the season.
I mean, it's a word to the French achievement and what they've done. And you look at their lineup, a lot of them don't belong anywhere near a Champions League final.
Like, I love Beto. He's one of my favourite players. In a Champions League final, that's touched me. That is part of my heart coming through.
chance.
I think if you're starting a Champions League final with Max Aarons in the third season, you might want to get back to your hotel room, have a long hard look in the mirror and say, should we have done a bit more business?
Forcing a save from
I'll tell you what,
Donnarumma there. It's not over.
Whatever changes they've made are working. Like it's chance after chance right now.
Well, they've just thrown so many players forward.
They're
They've
going
gone
for it.
mega attacking.
They might do it. They just need one goal to take it to extra time. Corners flying in. PSG on the back foot.
You've got to be wary though. Any sort
Here
of
we go.
counter-attack opportunity.
Oh,
Is this going to be it?
Get in the mixer. Get in the corridor of uncertainty.
Dear, danger perhaps.
Colo Morani running up the other end. Could be all over.
Oh, blimey, corner.
Corner for the Parisians. Mendes is going to swing it in. Have you ever tried commentating on the game being played at this speed, by the way? It's quite difficult.
It is a challenge.
All the time.
But there's, 10 minutes left to go? They're still going to make some changes. It goes back into what I said before about depth. Have they got options off the bench?
The risk they've got, I mean, someone like Beto, he's shattered, he's not had a good game, but he's such a threat from set pieces, and that's kind of all the chances that they've been getting. So they're really reluctant to take him off, but he just looks like a broken man.
They've got a guy on the bench whose name is R. Ribeiro. I'm pretty sure our friend who's from Sporting's name is Raul Ribeiro, who's here right now.
Has he added himself to the game?
Yeah, or they've renamed someone after him, which I do from time to time.
That'd be lovely.
Maybe he's a player and just very nonchalant about it. It's like, oh, by the way, I play centre mid for Sporting, but I don't like to talk about it.
That would be great. I think that the big thing now, though, got to remember the Champions League, the history of the competition. Manchester United, 1999. That is what could happen very, very shortly.
Just off camera here as well, I was just seeing Aaron walking around with a Dynamo flag. I think he feels like he's done it.
He's become an ultra. I think that's what's happened since then.
Let's see, we have 5 minutes left. It's now or never for our French team here in Group C. Sporting Club de Portugal in the mixer. It's offside. It's offside.
Not long left to go.
It's injury time. 3 minutes.
And they're going to
2
know,
minutes.
having seen what's happened to just to the left of them,
Look at this.
what this is going to mean.
This is it. 60 seconds. They're probably out of the tournament. They're pausing it.
What have they got left?
Why are they not stick more men up front?
Throw the whole kitchen sink at it.
They're on very
now.
attacking, which means the goalkeeper will go forward for corners. We could have a moment coming up here.
What's
boys and girls.
the French for kitchen sink, Ben? I mean, do we know?
I don't know why they've still got 4 defenders back.
Well, they've got 60 seconds left, and they've got a highlight on the way.
Here we go. Here we go. Surely not.
Chance.
Oh, Donnarumma catches it, and that'll be it, I think, for the tournament, maybe, for France. And you can see the dejection there, or should I say the dejection.
Downtrodden faces. Get the sunglasses out, it's time. But they've put such a great effort in, such great characters, the pair of them. Joel there. I want to go. I want to run to him. Do you know what I mean?
There's no sunglasses now, is there?
No, I want to hold him. It's not a move. It's there. It's just there. Oh no!
Let's get another camera in there.
Now the realisation of the fact it's over.
I tell you what, when your emotions at your lowest, you just want to turn around, see someone, say, "Let's have an interview," because they look downtrodden,
ultimately
dejected.
He has finished ahead of England though, and that's all he really wanted.
It doesn't look like it right now, does it?
Chelsea's there, and I'm sure that they do not je t'aime that one.
They're both two huge French influencers. Like, they're very well known. They've got a big community following them, a big community watching them right now.
Yeah.
You saw the Twitch chat there going wild as well. It's been a long day for them, and they were so close. And to lose it in that manner, to PSG as well as Frenchmen, there must be a bit of added sting to all of this.
Well, Chelsea is there. I think we're going to try and get a conversation with them, and I think we know they're not very happy, but let's hear from them.
All right, Spencer. Well, you're right. The room is really tense. It's quiet. France, I mean, Benji, you said you wanted to see some tears being shed, and I think we're close. We're getting there. What happened?
We made a good season, but the Indonesian is so strong.
What would you have done differently? Any words over here?
I'm sad.
He's just upset that he has no words. He's at that point, right? Anything you would have done differently?
I prefer not to speak.
All right, well, he has no words. Let's walk over to the Indonesia side. I heard them playing music earlier. I asked them, is that a way to prep for these matches or get you hyped up during the game to make those strong choices? They're even on FaceTime right now. Well, are you showing, who is that? Your mom, your brothers? Oh, okay, well, hello. How does this feel? How does this victory feel?
Yeah, this is really, really amazing. It's unbelievable.
Did you go out thinking that you were going to win this match?
Yeah, of course win.
We confident.
So the key was confidence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. The key is confidence.
My tactic is confident.
Yeah. Because our tactic is the best. Yeah. So we are confident.
What makes your tactic the best?
My tactic is not to lose in Champions Final League.
All right. Well, you heard them. The key is confidence and to just stick with the tactic, with their idea. Spencer, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to, actually, Will. I'm getting Will. I'm going to send it over to you.
Yeah, we needed to send Spencer over there, I think, just to console the French guys. He's gone off to give them a hug. Kevin, how would you be feeling? You've took that team so far, 3 years they've spent with them, and at the last hurdle they failed.
I mean, I mean, he summed it up perfectly. He's sad. I'd be very sad.
I'm sad.
Yeah.
I've been big fans of them. Every time I see them, I say, they're my guys, and they say it back to me. We've bonded over the week, and now it's all over for them. And even now, I'm watching them on their live stream, they're emotionless. Not emotionless, they're stoic. They can't believe
there's
happened.
plenty of emotion there. There's not very many smiles.
For a group that are so loud, and for a group that are so keen to show their emotion, right now they just don't have that. They've lost. It's like the energy's been sapped out of them, and they can't believe it.
Well,
they can't believe
also
it.
with the French as well, that they came into the press conference and they were saying so much. They were backing it. They were going against Jack, weren't they, in the English?
I mean, they ruined him. They've got that to take home with them at least.
But let's focus on the positive. Indonesia got here late. First they dropped a quad. Keep winning trophies. I go in the booth every morning. I don't say much to them. I just say, how many trophies today? Or they say 5 or 6, and they're backing it up, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been absolutely relentless for them. Someone on the socials, actually, I noticed it pop up on the screen before, said the really impressive thing about Indonesia, they've done so much of it with so many of the original Sporting players as well. They've not gone out and spent loads of money. As Ben knows, I'm very much about doing things tactically and not wasting loads of money on transfers.
They've done it my way, as Frank Sinatra once said. But it's been really impressive, as you say. They came in, they dropped the big moment of the first day where they went under the radar for everybody, to the point where their other managers across from them did not know they'd won a quadruple. We mentioned it before. I went over to Jack. I said, "It's not gone great, mate." I've not seen Jack today, actually, other than that brief moment. And so, yeah, huge. And now they're ringing around every family member they've got, letting them know. It's a big moment again. They've got a huge online following. It's lovely to see.
And do you know what the crazy thing was? We were sat there. You went to tell Jack the news about the quad, and then all of a sudden his face dropped, and then the transfer business started going crazy, didn't it? I went. We've got a great stat sheet in front of us that we see. We can get live information. They signed Turan for 85 million. I said, Dr. Benji, I have to call him his first name, he makes me.
Thank you.
I say, they've signed him for 85 million. You went, no, must be wrong. You went over. They're going crazy in the transfer market.
I can believe it. Yeah, we had the South African effect over in the Brighton group, and then we had the Indonesian effect in groups, in the Sporting group. It was unbelievable. And you could feel everyone else just suddenly step up and look around and think, these guys are here. And you heard it from the French guys as well. They were a little bit like, these are the problem, and they've known it for a few days as well. It's been a case of not can we do what we need to do, will there be a slip up from Indonesia, and we never really saw it, and we haven't seen it, and now they're going to be in the last four.
What is the saddest football manager has ever made you, Kevin? Have you ever been sadder than these two Frenchmen sat right here?
No, it's never come up. I've seen people this sad. I've beaten Ben a few times and seen him this sad. I'm usually pretty happy.
Bit of a weird one here. I actually remember you two being very sad in a draft mode we played earlier on in the week, but we can bring that up later on if you want.
Remember when we were teaching you to play draft?
Let's focus on the French now. Ben, have you ever been this sad playing Football Manager? Let's get back to the facts as well. £100,000 prize pot. It's all divvied up as well, but there's money being lost and dreams being shattered.
Yeah, Kevin mentioned it. He's beat me a few times in competition format, and so that's been quite embarrassing on live streams and whatnot. But you can see, I mentioned it before, you can see Joel in the background there. He can't even better look at his monitors.
But they're broken.
They are broken.
It's so sad.
When you get this close, and you see the money on the line as well, but it's not. But for these guys, it's not really about that, I don't think. It's about the prestige. It's about representing your country. They've had such a wonderful week, and to see it end like that is disappointing. And also, by the way, you've got to realise the performance in the final wasn't even very good, and that's going to be the thing that's probably going to sting now.
And the performance wasn't good tactically in that game, but then I looked at the starting 11, and for me, it just didn't have enough quality in there. We're in the third season now for Sporting. Surely, Kev, that people have manoeuvred transfer budgets. They've managed to make more money. Surely there should be more quality going into that game.
The thing is, it was players that are very good in Football Manager. It wasn't necessarily world superstars, but they had so many of the big, strong attackers. So, they're signing the right kind of players. And that's how they got themselves through into the Champions League final. I guess we've got to remember they've had an incredible 3 seasons managing a Sporting team that you wouldn't expect to be getting to a Champions League final with.
Do you know what the frustration is? You're sitting across from people that have been in the exact same position with you, with the same parameters, with the same rules, with the similar budgets, of course. And that's the thing that will sting. They'll have just seen Indonesia celebrate, and that's probably making it far, far worse. So it's a frustration for them, but. Okay, you said it best, actually. The credit needs to go to Indonesia. They've rocked that group.
Just finally, just before we wrap up, I think we're going to go over to Chelsea and Zealand, but they, like you said, they've all had the same chances to do it, and this tournament has come down to these absolute margins, isn't it? The way the tournament's laid out, points mean prizes, and they're happening all over the board, aren't they?
And we're seeing just how important the first day was. So much of this is coming down to those narrow leads that were established on the first day, and it's just been relentless performances from everybody. I mean, if you took the first days out of the equation for all of these groups, they would be even tighter than they are, because in each group you've had at least 2 or 3 teams who've won pretty much everything throughout both of the second and third seasons. So that first day is so much more important than we gave it credit for at the time.
Would you have won, Ben?
Well, no, I wouldn't have. I'm giving Jack a lot of stick, knowing that I'm not in that position to be criticised. So it sort of is what it is. But I think it's been a really entertaining group. Like if we focused on C and D, we knew coming in today it was going to be fantastic, and it hasn't disappointed.
Well, I'm going to hand over now to what I'm calling my favourite football manager YouTuber. I believe Chelsea's with Zealand.
Thanks, Will. I'm here with Zealand. How are you? What are you seeing in this room?
I'm tired, but the energy is fantastic. We've had so many teams eliminated in the past couple of minutes. It's been an absolute whirlwind.
You know what's been really interesting is that everyone started this tournament happy to be here. I'm excited. This is a great opportunity environment, and now we're seeing tears.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the most pressure that a lot of these people have ever been under in their entire lives. We've seen managers, not even just Team England, simulating matches because they cannot take the pressure of actually watching it unfold once they've finished all of their tactical tweaks. It is almost moving to watch how intense it's become for all of the people still involved.
The Dinamo side is practically already done except for Malaysia.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they taking their time?
Well, they're taking their time now because they know exactly what they need, right? They watched all of that, all the flashing bulbs, all the TV cameras. They know England made the Champions League final, but they also know that England didn't win it. So if Malaysia can win the Champions League final, they will pull off just an absolutely epic turnaround, and they will knock England out of the tournament. If they do anything other than that, then England's going through.
All right, well, you heard them. They might have a chance. It's not done yet until it's done. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Spencer because they might have some interesting news to share.
Yes, indeed. Malaysia's Dinamo Zagreb side have just conceded a last-minute goal in this huge Champions League match. Talk about one of the biggest transfers they made, Will. Lamine Yamal been involved in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it, in the press conference yesterday? They announced it to the world. We looked at the England assistant manager. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it.
I've known him for years and never seen that face. It was amazing.
And then just off the back of that, Kev, Statman Dave, with one of the best questions of the press conferences that we've had, he said, well, you don't play with the right winger. And they said, we'll make it work. They've made it work. He scored for them, but we're going into deep. Added on injury time.
And that is why you bring in the big names for big moments, Champions League semi-final moments here. And, he scored, but it hasn't been enough because we're looking like we're going to go to extra time again. We keep seeing it in the Champions League matches here, don't we? Fine margins, especially when you're control of Dinamo Zagreb.
Where's Aaron? We need to find Aaron because surely he's in this arena watching it somewhere.
Oh
my goodness! Last minute, they were winning. They drew in the last minute, and now they're losing in extra time.
And that will probably be it for them. They won't be catching England on points, I don't think, considering they got to the final.
We need a mathematician immediately.
We need a stat man or a Dave. If we can get both, that would be fantastic. There's so many permutations going on. Dave's chowing down on a chow mein, I think. There's been another goal out somewhere. There's so many shouts going on the arena. Let's get the multi-view up.
I think that was Portugal. Portugal were on the
verge.
Are
they still putting the pressure on?
They're not in the mix, are they?
They're not in the chance of winning anything, but they're just having a lovely time trying to win the Premier League.
The Moolah as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not forget.
And is it Aaron again?
Aaron has done the maths.
It's done. Malaysia.
Aaron has done the maths.
He realises that him, his assistant, and his teddy bear are going all the way through to the final. Who said managers with teddy bears won't prosper? Whoever said it was wrong?
Spence, I think we're going to need a bigger arena to hold Aaron's ego. It's not going to be wide enough. It's not going to be big enough. The man in the press conference, he talked the talk. He's walked the walk.
I wonder if he'll be sending his assistant again tonight.
Yeah, no chance on that.
Unbelievable scenes. England have, we think, we will confirm it in time, we think we have a representative in the final four spots. The draft day tomorrow is shaping up. I'm going to put this out there right now. It's looking like we might know our four.
Yeah.
I think it could be Germany. I think it could be South Africa, Indonesia, and England, which means we have two European, dare I say, powerhouses against the one Asian in Indonesia. Malaysia just missing out. And then from Africa, the south of Africa to be precise, South Africa. In what's shaping up to be a completely different challenge, isn't it, Kev, tomorrow?
Yeah, it's going to be a completely different kind of game. And this is where you start testing more of that more of that tactical ability again. Obviously, we've seen South Africa throw the money around to get over the finish line with Brighton, but also play some very interesting tactics that they used in a draft tournament to get here. They know their system already works in draft mode. I know Aaron and Matt, the English management team, very, very well. I've played draft mode with them many, many times. I know they've both got what it takes on draft day. I think the real question mark is Germany, because obviously Germany have been absolutely incredible playing against the AI. Can they convert that amazing win rate into PvP play tomorrow?
Are we 100% that Group A is wrapped up when you consider them? They've not got the Champions League still to play.
I think
they were
the
deep
Club
in
World
it. Yeah,
Cup difference was Germany won the Club World Cup. Nobody else did. I think
that was Turkey with 1 point ahead with the champion, and they were advancing in that. So that feels wrapped up.
Okay, so we may well have our 4 teams confirmed, but we'll obviously officially announce them soon. We've also got a press conference to do later as well when all the gameplay's done. We can talk to our 4 finalists. We've even got the matter of a draw, because that's going to be pivotal. I mean, Kev, you've probably done more draws than anyone, more drafts, sorry, than anyone in potentially history. How important is the draft order?
We were talking about this when we had a couple of run-throughs ourselves, because normally you would say you'd want to be draft pick number 1, but it really depends on what the draft pool is, and we don't know what the draft pool pick is. Because if you've got a draft that has, let's say, 4 or 5 absolute standout players, then maybe, if you've got 4 players, you want to be draft pick number 1. If you've got a draft that has, let's say, 6 standout players, because it's the snake draft and whoever is pick 4 then also gets pick 5, you might get the person who gets draft pick 1 getting the best player, but number 4 gets 2 of those top players. So so much depends on what the draft pool is and how much quality you've got within that draft pool. So it's very difficult to call, and I'm not entirely sure where I would want to be in the draft until I know the size of the draft pool and the quality that you've got within it, and things like the budget. There's so many variables.
It's also your approach, right? Because some people will go with the best players they can possibly get and then just pepper the rest of the squad. Or some people will go, I want an all-rounded squad and maybe no high-value players, but lots of middle value.
I think even if you are going for that well-rounded squad, if you've got a draft pool that has, say, 3 or 4 like proper elite level players, you know everyone else is going to get one. I think you have to just go and get one. I'd be really surprised if we were left with let's say the 5 most expensive players in there not getting drafted by anyone, regardless of the circumstances of the draw. I think you have to take the risk because they're your big match winners.
Do you go with a big combination of young players rather than experienced players? Because you can work on a young team. You can mold them to your style. An experienced player, not so much.
The thing is, at most, you're playing 4 matches. So you want the best players for now. It almost the reverse of what you're saying. You could draft someone who's 38 years old, and if they've still got it now, it doesn't matter that their legs are going to be gone by Christmas. You just need to get them through these 4 matches.
There's other things to think about, though, we think, in the draft mode, isn't there? Like in terms of cohesion, in terms of potentially even the languages the players speak, because it does factor in some elements in the draft.
There's so much discussion about what exactly does factor in. There is talk that if you get players from the same leagues, players who speak the same language, it does help with the team cohesion stuff. But there's plenty of examples of people who've just drafted the best team and ignored all that stuff. And it really does just come down to, a lot of it even comes down to psyching out your opponent. It is like a game of chess. I know you're a chess guy, Spencer.
Yes, yeah.
If you can get in the head of your opposition, and this is where Aaron might have a real edge, because if you can get in the head of your opponents, you've got that constant back and forth tactical tweak stuff going on where you kind of almost want to force your opponent into making a mistake.
Yeah. And listen, I didn't want to bring this up, and I know he really didn't want me to talk about it, in fairness to him. He actually said, don't bring it up, it's embarrassing for everyone else, but I'm going to. We did a practice draft, and Will, I mean, how do you think people should...
Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, just because you did win it.
Did we? Oh, sorry, I didn't know we were going to talk about that today.
Play me in, remember?
No, I prepared a speech. No, I just went in with the tactic of I was going to play the gegenpress. I got the lads on work weight and stamina. I got the people that I wanted, and then I just said, go out and enjoy yourselves. And boy, did we enjoy ourselves, didn't we, Spen?
You did. I mean, you beat me in the final. I thought I'd slip that in there as well because we both.
And who did I beat in the semi-final?
Shake on there.
Who did I beat in the semi-final?
Who did you beat in the semi-final?
Dr. Benji.
Yeah, Dr. Benji. He's not here. I think he knew we were going to talk about it.
Will was so
He's done a bit of a
happy.
runner.
I think he ran around, screamed, and I was like, what's happening? He's like, I just won. I'm like, okay.
And I'd only met Ben the one day before, and then I was screaming in his face, so I did feel a bit bad, but not that bad. Hi, Ben. We're just talking about the draft that I won.
There was talk about them taking the doctorate off of him, actually, after that, and no longer being a doctor.
You can call me Dr. Brazier if you want.
You can be Doctor, he's just Mr. Benji now.
Yeah.
We're talking about drafts, obviously. We've got to talk to you, Chelsea, because obviously you live in America, and American sports drafts are just bread and butter. You know, different kind of draft. You might be drafting one player from college or whatever. We don't really do them in football / soccer,
I'm not really
do
a
we?
fan. I'm not a fan of drafts.
Because it's not traditional football, is it, really?
It's not traditional football, and you really can't tell the future of a player, right? Once he gets to the squad, everything can change completely. It's kind of what Kevin said. You never know if they don't speak the same language, the environment, that all plays a part.
Is that not true of a transfer as well? If you're buying a player, you've still got to do your homework on them, find out, all these things.
You still got to do your homework, but sometimes it doesn't work out. And if it doesn't work out, you're spending a lot of money.
Yeah, but I think that's true of a transfer and a draft. I think, and in this specific example, like Kev says, you just draft him for a couple of games. We've got a semi-final and a final. So I don't know if we can see drafts in football come in some sort of world. Can you ever imagine it, Kev?
I sincerely hope not.
Too many transfers,
yeah,
you want.
as our resident old man traditionalist, absolutely not. But in Football Manager, loads of fun.
Also, the thing with that draft that we sat round on that, when the time pressure is on with the time constraints, that was just 4 of us sat over there. Imagine when the bright lights are on you and you're picking for potentially £20,000, £30,000.
Well, what about the players that slip through the cracks in the draft?
Yeah.
Like a 3rd division, 4th division, whatever it is. That's also my issue with drafts in the States, because I'm like, hey, what about a player that's playing in 3rd division football rather than 1st? Everyone's looking at the 1st division.
And also, you can look at those superstars, and I think we did when we did ours as well, but then there was some absolutely anomaly players that came up in that one. People that, you could say, this man won me the draft. You wouldn't have scouted that, would you?
No, absolutely. And I mean, I've
taking it in, weren't you?
No, I've had some mad players come out as the stars in drafts, and it's never who you expect it to be. I did one of the first tournaments I ever won. My star player was Ben Chilwell, just because he took a good corner. So you never quite know who's going to be your star.
How many have you won, Kev?
7-time champion. Will.
Wow.
As you bring it up, I don't like to talk about it, but as you brought it up.
Well, we're obviously looking forward to drafts tomorrow. There are still games going on here, but we think we know our 4 finalists, so people just sort of finishing things off and maybe playing a few bits. But we've got a few pieces to show you now, and we'll be back very soon.
I'm Ian Buckman, Academy Manager at Brighton and Hove Albion. I've been at Brighton for 11 seasons now. When I arrived, we would have been just transitioning to the Triple P, and then we kind of felt we could evolve into a Category 1 club with the move here to the training facility. That gave us sort of a nice platform to build upon in terms of games programme and developing the staffing and the model that we have today. Primarily, we're here to get people in the Premier League for Brighton and Hove Albion. That's what we're here for, and that's what excites us the most about what we do. That's our first priority. Can they play first team football for the football club? Obviously, that becomes harder and harder as the levels rise, as we have done moving into Europe in recent years and top 10 of the Premier League. We're conscious not everybody makes it, and so a big part of our programme is very much around our educational support and our holistic support, and we do a good job, I think, in preparing people for life. The beauty of Brighton is that there is a pathway there, and the club are very deliberate about that. People have seen their teammates and colleagues progress into the first team and play in the Premier League and play in Europe. It's been done before. It's possible, and they know at the football club that they'll be given a chance if they're good enough, so that's a great motivation for a young player. We want people to feel they're part of something special here, and they want to continue their journey here, so that wider holistic support and how we look after them on the pitch, off the pitch, from an educational perspective, from a holistic perspective, all goes into that. We want it to be somewhere where they're happy, where they're comfortable, where they're looked after. Ultimately, we feel that's the best way to get the best performance out of them.
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid. I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the Fine Fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
My name is Miguel Saraiva. I'm the coordinator of the Youth Observation and Analysis Department of Sporting Clube Portugal. I'm collecting data using some specific dashboards in game situation, one according to the game model and another according to the player central model. We collect all the collective actions and behaviors from our team and the opponent also, so we can have some data reports, image, and also direct communication to the bench where the coaches are. We're talking about some shots, crosses, tackles, some individual and specific actions, and then work that qualitative data into qualitative information and try to put some knowledge on them. The data collection, it's very important here in sporting, is one way to reach the knowledge and to give some specific and individual development plans for the player. So the coaches sometimes used to make some objective targets to the player. In the higher levels, I think it's more important to be more specific with some behavior in the game. In the lower squads, probably in the principles of the game, some with the mastering of the ball, is some that the behaviors that we are looking about. The Football Manager was, for me, the start of everything, the real football environment. I think it's a good resources for understanding the level of each player in each competition.
Great stuff to hear from Sporting Clube de Portugal. Now it's time for some stats, particularly about Group D. We've got Statman Dave and the artist formerly known as Dr. Benji.
Formerly?
Well, you're not a doctor anymore, are you?
No, I'm sort of dropping it.
He's de-doctored you in the draft.
Is this the time to drop it?
I still think you're a doctor on this telestrator.
A tactical doctor. Thank you so much. I've just had a little chat with Aaron, who's made himself through. We're going to look through some of his tactics here as well. Apparently, you can see it there, right? They've apparently taken inspiration from Jack Peachman. We saw them chatting pre-final with the England boys. They've sort of come together, and unbelievably, it worked. Well, it didn't work. They didn't win, actually. I should say that, but it has guided them through to the next round. It'll be interesting tomorrow to see if, obviously, in an online format, if this will work, but you want to talk us through a few things.
We have seen this tactic quite a lot. I think we've seen this setup, the 4-2-3-1. It's something we started the show with. Yeah. The adaptability of this tactic is great. The interesting thing with this one, though, there's not that many player instructions, but a super high tempo. Football Manager is about playing at the front foot. We kind of see that with the players and their stamina dropping through the games, but the big reason is because of their tempo. Yeah, it's hyper aggressive as well. Playing narrow, running at the defence, keeping short when they need to, passing into space, looking for those spaces in behind if they can get them, which again is a counter-attacking style, really. It's not something that they're going to do well against if they've got a little possession. They're not trying to do that, and they kind of know that they're the underdogs, and that's important when you're a team like Dino. It's not easy to just suddenly assert yourself in the same that you would in the league format. So they've done really well at adapting to the European stage and getting to the Champions League final, which ultimately, those extra little bits of points, progressing through, even though they didn't win it, was enough. I think it's massive, and this shape and system, we spoke about this before, the narrowness of it, you know, moving into the middle with those two wide players, roaming from their positions. Yeah. So in a way, Aaron's system that he started the day off with, or started the competition off with, this narrow 4-2-3-1, has been adapted with more wide players, but you're creating that similar structure where the ball's coming in. And I think from a defensive perspective as well, we saw a lot of teams pressing high. It is the kind of meta of football right now. This is across Football Managers, across football. A high defensive line, stopping the opposition playing out from back. So effective. Yeah, and you could see there when you go back to the way in which the winger and the fullback are interacting, that was clearly something they wanted to focus on. Those fullbacks are very attacking, and having someone there to support them, when you're playing narrow with shallow strikers, you don't necessarily get that opportunity. So it was really nice to see the way that they've adapted and are prepared to adapt. And that's something that in draft mode they're going to have to deal with tomorrow, because the decisions that other managers are making impact you so much more in online. When you're playing against the AI, yeah, they've got an idea of what to do, they're trying to counteract what you're doing and have their own style, of course, as well. But actually, against a human player, this is going to be really important. And the tactical analysis that they have to do mid-game, pre-game, and change it all over the place is going to be great. I think one of the big things is I don't think we'll see as many much higher defensive lines because of the pace. I think with the drafting, how we're going to look at the strikers, they're going to be specimens in a sense, so they're going to have pace, they're going to have acceleration, they're going to be able to jump, and they're going to be very good in the air. I don't think we'll see much of that. No, I don't think we will. I think for those that are experienced in draft mode, and that's going to be, we'll know straight away, by the way, first 4 or 5 picks, Lelujo Kev will say they don't know what they're doing, because he's got a tried and tested method. He mentioned before he'd won 7 times as a 0-time winner of a tournament that we've played for a few years now.
he knows the strategy to do this. He knows the way in which it needs to be picked. And again, those first few picks, I think we mentioned it, that first pick will be a real indicator. And it'll be interesting because they've played 4 different ways of playing. If they'll stylistically go with what they've done for 30 hours, or if they'll go right back to what they're used to doing offline, maybe at home.
It's going to be so interesting because that, like you just mentioned there, you've done something for 30 hours. You have won the tour. You've won your group. Yeah. An incredible achievement already. You're not going to change yourself there, but I think we might see that. I think we might see some narrower formations in the draft. But I think you're looking at these types of instructions, obviously in possession. The team's looking to pass into space. Most managers tomorrow will probably have that instruction on, hence why that high defensive line is a problem. But I do think there'll be pressure. I think pressing is a big part of Foot Manager. We will see that. And I just want to take you to the Bayern Munich game, Benji. I had a little bit of a look about this before. That was obviously the biggest result in Dynamo's history. A 5-0 win at home to Bayern Munich is absolutely bonkers. And I think in terms of looking at the styles that we'll probably see tomorrow, we might see teams getting caught high like we saw in this goal. The opener, Vitinha. This is kind of what we're talking about when we're coming from a pressing perspective. We've got the setup of Dynamo on the back line. There's a lot of aggression, in terms of the man marking. We've got a good coverage in the centre. But I want to show you in a sec, Benji. As we kind of play this clip on, you'll notice a bit of a problem now. The press has snapped in. You've got pressure on the football from the players in behind, but also they're closing in. Yeah. That forces Harry Kane, one of the best players in the game, to make a humongous error, play the ball back, interception from Vitinha, round the goalkeeper, 1-0 Dynamo.
Yeah, and strategically, that's kind of what they're going for. If we just come out of this screen and go back to the final match ratings of this game, right? 5-0, they've had 5 shots on target. We'll go back to it. And the key thing for me is that they've obviously started to counter-attack. Look at the average ratings of the players in behind Vitinha. They're not really there. They're very much doing exactly what you just said. Yep. They're pressing, they're working for the team, and knowing not to play through them and being prepared to play direct in these big games. They've had 5 shots on target, they've scored 5 goals.
Just quickly, I'm going to interrupt you because we're going to go to, it's South Africa. We're going to go to Portugal because even though the groups are done, people are still playing for money. The higher you finish in the league, the better you do. And Portugal are in a final here against Chelsea. It's the 117th minute. We need to get it on the screen ASAP if we can. It's 1-1 against Chelsea. There's a chance here on the attack. We can bring that into the screen any day
Something's
now.
happened, Spen. His face told
Here
a story.
We go. So Portugal, you can see standing up. And it's 1-1. This is a cup. I think it's a final. And obviously Brighton is the team that Portugal are in charge of here. Chelsea on the ball.
Final seconds as well of this game.
It's going to go penalties.
It is going to go penalties.
Unless there's something. No, surely not.
Is it, Spencer?
Surely not.
It?
Here we go. Right, we're going to watch a penalty shootout here. And this is obviously playing for money, Benji. Like, let's remember, this is kind of first ever done proper prize money, Football Manager opportunity. Yeah, you're not going to win the whole thing, but you're going to take thousands of pounds home.
Yeah, and it's a matter of pride as well, isn't it? You don't want to be in the relegation zone. Not that that's what we're doing here, but you don't want to be down there. You want to be able to say, do you know what? We had a chance at doing a little bit more, and we did a little bit more. And so this penalty shootout now is probably going to mean something. Dave, what did you see?
I've just seen we've got the goalkeeper taking the 6th penalty.
Love that.
Oh, he's gone.
Now we're
That
talking.
is bold. I love that.
Maybe he's decent at them. Some goalkeepers are. Nicholas Jackson up first for Chelsea. Let's have a watch. Oh, cheers for that. Camera angle, Portugal. Thank you, Daniel. Here we go. Nicholas Jackson scores. Obviously, Brighton are the team Portugal are in charge of here. Evan Ferguson going to take the next one. He scores 2, sends the keeper the wrong way.
A few teams chose to sell Ferguson. They did not, and that's why.
Reece James is going to pull a hamstring.
Oh, there we go.
He missed and he pulled his hamstring in the process. Sesko scores. Brighton lead against Chelsea.
Got a score now.
There it is. Canate for Chelsea there. Danny Olmo. Nice little purchase for Brighton. And it's top corner. Sanchez goes the right way but doesn't save it. Big penalty here for Chelsea.
Noah Lang misses.
Score to win.
Score to win.
For Brighton. This could they're not going to get out of the group, but it'll get them some more money in their pocket back to Portugal. Get themselves a couple pastel donatas.
Here we go.
There it is.
Ah, there it is. They do it. And he's so happy with it. Look at him.
That's good stuff. And there's the trophy lift, which, if you're a successful football manager like me, you've seen enough of them in your time. There's obviously the assistant manager, Francisco Cruz, former world champion himself. Great man to have in your corner. But you guys want to finish your point. It was brilliant. I was loving it. I just had to interrupt you, sorry.
That's absolutely fine. We need the penalty shootouts.
We do. We always need the penalty shootouts.
But one last thing I wanted to just touch on here, obviously the style, the pressing to score that first goal. I think I've seen one of the best goals of the weekend right here. This team move from Dinamo Zagreb, Aaron's Dinamo Zagreb, massively important. So we'll just load that up, we'll get that ready. And as soon as we can switch back to it, we'll get into that action. Because again, I think the duality of what we're going to see tomorrow is teams pressing high, scoring goals like we just looked at, but also your team needs to play.
Yeah, they do. And that's the one thing. We've seen a few managers disappointed, feeling like they haven't necessarily had the rub of the green, but it's that consistency if you can find it, and trusting a team, changing a tactic and thinking, you know what, if that's not going to work, this is going to work. And that's what we've got here, I think.
And I think a big part of what we've seen work so well in this tournament is fullbacks that are in attacking positions. You know, if we look at the centre part for Dinamo Zagreb, you know, you've got just your two centre-backs, your two central midfielders, or two defensive midfielders, sorry. The rest of the team is on the offensive, and that's why we've seen so many teams do well. As we roll the clip on, again, they've stretched the pitch one way, you know, classic football, pulling it left, then switching it to the other side on the overlap. That's a fullback, by the way, cutting inside. And that's something in terms of you'd expect a winger to do, right, Benji?
Yeah.
Cutting inside, drawing the defence even more narrow. Jorginho, edge of the box, what a goal that is.
Yeah, Bayern Munich well beaten by Dinamo Zagreb. Who thought we'd be saying that at the start of the week?
5-0, Spence. What a result.
Well, there's something crazy about that team as well. They were telling me, you know, they had Lacroix at centre-back.
Yeah.
The guy who's just gone to Palace in real life. Well, they were, the good thing about this is that the community can help. So they see Lacroix come up as a comment on their stream. They go and buy him, and then they realise the comment just come up because it was telling them he'd gone to Palace. And they bought him anyway, and they've got to the Champions League final. So that is
absolutely incredible.
There's not many other esports where your community can help you as well, which I like. But okay, so got a nice little piece for you now. I actually had the chance earlier to talk to Ollie Wynne-Griffith, who's a rower, an Olympic rower. He got himself a silver in Paris, but more importantly, perhaps, he loves Football Manager. Let's see what this chat was all about. Ollie, hello. Thank you very much for joining me. I know you're on your holiday, a well-earned holiday, I have to say, after fantastic heroics in Paris. But how are you, my friend?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm on holiday right now in California, but honestly, I could not pass up the opportunity to be part of this. Like, I've been a massive Football Manager fan probably since I was maybe 6 or 7. So, like, I don't know, it's just great to be here, honestly.
Join the club, mate. Join the club. You're in good company. We've got a room full of FM fanatics here. And, I mean, so much so that you said your Instagram bio, right? You're, like, literally quite upfront about your love for the game, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I've just said as a fan, but I think addict is probably a more apt term to use for most people in this community. But it's actually dovetailed pretty well. Like, I mean, yeah, I train a lot for rowing, but there's only so many hours a day that you can train. And we go away on training camp a lot. So it's kind of like, right, whenever you get away from the world, you can kind of shut the emails off, shut all the daily tasks off, and you just like settle in and see how many seasons you can get through, really.
I always find that interesting. It's like, because I'm exactly the same, right? I'm not in the rowing industry, I work in the football industry, and that's something crazy in itself, because I get why you want to go from rowing to having your mind focused on something different. It always fascinates me when footballers finish playing football and then play FM afterwards, right? But you're turning your emails off and then essentially just managing emails in a virtual game, aren't we? But we love it. We love it.
Yeah, for sure. It's like my missus looks at me. She was like, right, what is this? This is like spreadsheets and work and emails and you don't play? I'm like, yes, it's honestly just bliss. You sit there and you get messages from fictional people asking you to do annoying things. But yeah, mate, it's been, honestly, I'd actually hate to see the amount of man hours I've sunk into this game over the last 20 years of my life.
Yeah, no, listen, you're in good company. We're all in the same boat, and people just don't get it. That's fine. They don't get it. Everyone here is competing, as you know, to be the first ever like world champion of Football Manager. How does that make you feel? Because this is a new thing, right? Like, we've grown up playing the game. There was no kind of trajectory of where FM could take you until now.
I think it's mad because like the game has always been, for me, about like immersing yourself in like a reality that's your reality. It's another universe. There's not a massive amount of interaction with there's zero interaction with other people about it. But I remember as a kid playing with mates, and we just spent like hours sitting on the computer. We probably get through 8 weeks of a season, right? But you're like still kind of like enjoying that early stages, and enjoying like, I guess, like enjoying the game with someone else. So like now to like have it be like a worldwide community and like obviously like linked through online, and now like you're in a room with other people playing the same game or like competing against each other. I think it's just like so cool. and you see like the community online, like you go through the Reddit feeds or you go through like the Instagram feeds and stuff like that, and like you see how many people have like enjoyed the same thing that you have, basically from the comfort of their own home, and you realize that actually the community is massive, and like everyone has the same jokes, everyone has the same like enjoyment. Like you go through like Reddit threads of like old players that people are picking out from like 2006, 2007, 2008 who are like absolute goats on the game, and like for me that's just like so enjoyable to read through.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about the 4 groups earlier. We were speaking about the challenges these guys are facing. Have you had any experience in any of these nations as a manager yourself? The J-League in Japan, Premier Division, obviously in England, or maybe you've done something in Croatia or Portugal? Like, what's been some of your more memorable saves?
Well, I'd say probably one of my most memorable saves was a long time ago now. I was in the Portuguese second league with Beira-Mar.
Okay.
And I took over the job. Shoestring budget, nothing going on. But like, you know, you settle on a tactic and you're like, right, especially in the early iterations of the game where like, right, there's not a massive amount of, like it's obviously so much more complicated now in the last like 5 or 6 years than it had been like, this must have been like 2010, 2011.
Yeah.
Big team and like, they're probably 10 points off the playoffs, off promotion, and needed to win probably 8 of the last 10 games to get there. Yeah, took him the whole way. Got him into the Portuguese Super League. The less said about the next season, probably the better. It was our second season in the job, but like I can just remember like winning each game and thinking like, no way, this can't be happening. And then suddenly you're like Googling the names of these players and putting faces to names that like you feel massively attached to at a club that you'd never heard of like 3 weeks before, and now you're like, oh, like I still look out for Beira-Mar in the Portuguese leagues. But yeah, that's probably my most unique save.
Yeah, I love that. I personally have got so many like relationships with clubs. Sometimes actually in real life I've been lucky enough to make them, but that have been born in Football Manager, you know, from having those random, and sometimes it's like you might be unemployed and you just get a job offer from a random club, or, you know, you give yourself a challenge of starting somewhere, but you create these sort of romantic relationships. So I love it. Listen, I can tell you're a proper player, a proper fan. I think we could probably talk all day, Ollie, about different FM saves and things, but I know you've got some well-earned break to do, and we've got a World Cup to finish here. So listen, I just want to say again, massive thanks on behalf of the country for your hard work at the Olympics, of course, and throughout your career so far. And also, yeah, keep playing, keep doing what you do in the FM community, because we love to hear these stories. And if you've got any closing words to our competitors here, maybe wishing them, the 2 English lads, some good luck, perhaps?
Yeah, obviously, lads, go well. Excited to see who comes out on top. If it's not an Englishman, something's gone wrong. Because, you know, this game is... It's a national gem for me. But yeah, like go well, enjoy it. I honestly wish I was there. Like I can imagine like the amount of like nerdy fanaticism that's going on must be phenomenal.
Yeah, we'll get you here next year, Ollie.
Hopefully I'll make it in the future.
You'll be a competitor. Mark my words, we'll get you here. if it works with your diary, your own diary, we'll get you here, and you can be a future 100%. World champion. All right, good man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
On holiday in LA, yet he wishes he was here because he loves FM. Ollie Wynne-Griffith there. What a man. Wishing the English boys the best of luck, and obviously one of them has made it out. He's going to be in the draft mode tomorrow.
That is amazing. That's kind of what we wanted. You know, a team that's set the tournament up here in the final. Draft mode's going to be different, though. Going to be changed up. They're going to have to move out of Croatia. They're going to have to move out of Zagreb. And have to start again.
Yeah, totally. And before we get into that, loads to talk about with tomorrow. There's still cheers going on. Even though we know the 4 finalists now, we think, we've got money up for grabs, haven't we? We've got places in the group. Kind of like a world ranking, actually. You could say I'm effectively the whatever best player in the world, couldn't you, Benji?
Yeah, you've got Poland currently trying to take money out of France's pocket. That's what's going on right now. You can hear the Poles behind us going for one final last hurrah. And from the sounds of things, it's going pretty well.
Yeah. So based on the Germany, South Africa, Indonesia and England being our final 4, let's park them for now. What other performances have impressed you? What nations have stood out? Not made it out the groups, but, you know, carried themselves in a certain way and impressed you?
I mean, I've been loving the work of the Netherlands and all the money they've been spending. I mean, that £1 billion transfer window that they did is a thing of beauty. I've only ever done that once myself in 30 years playing the game, so love me £1 billion transfer window.
Well?
Well, Spen, you can probably tell I'm quite sombre. I came out here for a little drink, and then I turned to my right and I saw two sad Saudi Arabian men. They're going home. They don't look very happy, and neither am I. I thought maybe we could get off the bottom, but they didn't do that. But I've made some friends for life there, and that's the real tournament.
Yeah, Saudi Arabians, you could call them. Sorry.
That's poor. That's poor.
What about yourself?
I think Turkey. We've got to look at Turkey because they did so well in the J League, but it was against a team that was even better. And it's so hard, and obviously the tournament has given us this storyline. The consistency of Turkey's been very, 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 very good, and only beaten by probably the best team in the group stages. From a pure win perspective, I keep talking about that win rate perspective. Really, really impressive. But I've liked some transfers here. I've liked some transfers there. I've liked what people have done. A lot of creativity in terms of using their budget. It's just been great.
Benji, anyone else for you that stands out?
Do you know what? Some of the press, I love Germany, and I've still got my little patch somewhere that I like to. Again, I'll bring this out tomorrow if I need to. But now England are in the final four. I maybe can't do that. I've actually probably talking to this. I think I forgot what I was doing there. Do you know what I've enjoyed? Some of the press conferences. The South Koreans are a joy, and actually. That's been my favourite bit of the tournament. Yes, the tactics are good. Yes, the transfers have been expensive. But actually seeing two people come together that don't normally play together and have to co-manage a team for their nation, seeing that across 20 different desks has been really fantastic.
Yeah, under time pressures as well that they definitely don't have to deal with at home.
And you could see, what's been really nice is on day one, it was two people that didn't really know each other, and then by day three, they're hugging, they're dancing. It's been romantic, but also football romantic and fantastic.
That was just me in the Saudi Arabia booth.
It was about 10 minutes ago. It lasted way too long.
I'm glad you mentioned the South Koreans, though. I thought the manager's fantastic in the press conferences, even when he was on his own, of course. But what about transfers of the tournament? Who are big names and maybe some of the flops of the tournament? Did anyone buy a player, spend a lot of money, it didn't work out?
I think Benji's got to start with Kefram Turam because that started what the rest of the spending, the $2 billion from the Netherlands.
Yeah, we mentioned the ripple effect, right? It's the thing that set everything up. We mentioned it earlier in the show. That one move by South Africa changed the shape of the entire tournament. It forced Jack to make moves that didn't work. It forced every other nation to go, do you know what? We should be doing this. And then they started doing it. And as Kev's enjoyed, billions upon billions.
I just enjoy a transfer. I mean, that William Saliba transfer, the £500 million deal, wonderful stuff. But ironically, despite loving all of the money that has been spent, I still think transfer of the tournament is probably David De Gea turning up in the J League as early as he did. I still can't get my head around how they did it. Because they were only paying him £10,000 a week as well, and it was end of season one. It wasn't as if they'd already established themselves as like dominant Asian Champions League winners. I don't quite know how they persuaded him to do it.
They had something on him.
I know if I did that in a video, the comments would be telling me I'd use the editor. I don't understand how they managed to do it.
It's very romantic is the thing though, Spence. And one thing I was looking through the saves before, just so we finished, and I noticed a certain Luka Modric playing for Aaron's Dinamo Zagreb side. 40 years old. He brought him back. He brought him back. Very, very romantic. A brilliant transfer.
We all loved that. You absolutely loved that, didn't you?
For me, that is Football Manager. Everything, and also it's one of the club visions as well. Sign Croatian players. That is the real quiz.
No one's mentioned Jackson Irvine. I thought that was a heck of a sign.
No, Germany will rely upon him. I hope we see him drafted.
Imagine.
That's the thing. How many players from now are going to end up being drafted because they've done so well over the last couple of days?
Based on our studies, we did in-depth tactical analysis, studied it here. There's only one name they need. Will, what's that name?
Brandon Aronson.
Is it Brandon or Brendan?
Brendan Aronson.
Doesn't even know his name.
I got his brother. Brendan and Brandon, both good together. If you play them by the side of each other, the chemistry is absolutely unreal. But 7 goals in 3 games. I mean, you lads laugh.
Are you playing tomorrow? Are they letting you in? Was that another qualifier?
They did ask. I said no. It's not about me.
We're not laughing at you. We're laughing at the fact you didn't know his name.
He didn't know his name when he drafted him either. It was
called Aaron Brendan.
He didn't even pick him himself. It was a pick that he got because the timer ran down and the game did it for him.
I think Benji said it best. He was like, "Will's just gone to the toilet and he still won the draft mode." That was when he was really annoyed.
Yeah, it was very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Well, listen, we're not done yet by a long shot. Not even today. We've still got a press conference to do. We've still got a draw to do. Tomorrow we're going to have, of course, a draft. It feels a little bit like the end of a chapter there, doesn't it? Because we've finished our league play and we're going into a completely different version of the game, Dave.
It's been a journey. I think we're going to get a lovely, friendships out of here. We've had a great time.
But I also think the competition has been really, really good. The way that the points have worked, it means that the competitiveness really matters. And with, for example, the Dinamo Group, that European trophy was so important. I think, the Club World Cup was massively important for the Mariners. It's one of those situations where I think it was really, really well done.
We are about to see our final press conference. This is going to be a different one. We're just going to see the 4 group winners. So not like the ones we've seen on previous days. I want you all to give me a press conference champion. Who's been the best in the press conferences this year? Because it's a new thing, right? It's a new element we've added, real-life press conference. In the game, it fast becomes a bit of a chore, and you kind of fast track your way through it. We haven't allowed them that. We've actually been sometimes quite harsh, but certain managers have really risen to that, I thought, shown some personality. So, Benji, who would you give your crown to?
You know where I'm going. I'm going Team Germany. The German assistant manager is fantastic. Don't arm me. He's fantastic, and we're going to hear from him shortly. There's been confident and there's been clever, and they're both, and they understand what they're doing. There's been portions of this tournament they've not even managed. They've just gone, do you know what? We know how good this tactic is. We've set it up like that, and then they've talked about it in the press conferences, and you can see other people thinking, we're not as confident as that. So I've loved Germany.
It's a dangerous game being that much confident. If it doesn't work out, it could have gone wrong, but it didn't.
That's the thing. We've got some of the best press conference guys have made it through to the final as well, because you can't really look past Aaron with England as well. I cannot wait to see those two go at it in this press conference. I mean, we asked one question and just let them two go at each other. We just sit back and let them do it, because I mean, we even had the German assistant manager asking questions in one of the other press conferences last night. So just leave them two to it.
Well, you can't say Saudi Arabia.
I'm going to leave that. No, I've got another answer. I know it's going to annoy Benji, but I really want to give credit to Jack, because he walked in here on Tuesday or Wednesday when we were doing the draw. There was a lot of nervous faces. That man had cojones. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to be the pantomime villain. And to be fair, we got a character on the first day. The emotions have changed. But to walk in on day one when you don't even know what team you're getting, I give him real credit. So sorry, Benji.
Yeah, a bit of a pantomime performance in the end, though, wasn't
I was going to say character on day one, loser on day 3.
Yeah,
so
and he didn't even do the second press conference. Sent his assistant, Tom.
I think he has gone home now, hasn't he?
It's not a long journey. About you, Dave, who's your...
Team Lithuania. They gave me the heebie-jeebies. I think the comedy, the timing was sensational. And they're lads that not only go out there and work really, really hard when it matters, the tactics, the transfers, but they know how to party. I think they're going to go out with Team Poland tonight. I think Liverpool is going to go off.
Fathers, lock up your daughters. I think there is another one for me. No one asked me. But, for me... Well, you've got to remember, this is press conferences. We've got cutting-edge journalists and Will in the crowd asking questions. And a lot of these guys are doing it in another language, which is just unbelievable. For me, South Korea, I think Jay is the most naturally funny guy here, not even trying to be funny. He's hilarious. And obviously, it would have been easy for him to be a bit darker because it wasn't going to plan, but he kept the comic relief really good. So I really enjoyed the press conference element. Something we'd like to see continue.
Yeah, definitely. It's been awesome.
Certainly.
Okay, so we are sort of transitioning out of group stage play now into draft play, and that's going to happen tomorrow, but let's have a look at what we can expect from our fantasy draft.
Managers will draft between 18 to 25 players to be used throughout the final day. They'll all have the same budget and one draft pool. Here's how it works. The draft follows a snake format. First pick to last, then last pick to first, and so on until all squad spots are filled. Managers have up to 60 seconds to make each pick. Choose wisely, because once a player is drafted, they're off the board for everyone else. If a manager doesn't make a pick in time, the game automatically assigns a player. But it's not just about picking the best. There's a transfer budget in place, so every decision matters. Can you build a winning squad within the limits? The draft is the final step before the semis and final showdown. Once it's complete, it's time to analyze, adapt, and finalize tactics. The day kicks off with 2 thrilling two-legged semifinals. And then it's time for the final clash to determine who will be crowned the FIFAe World Champion, featuring Football Manager.
So that is how the draft is going to work. Before we get into it, we know the 4 teams: Germany, South Africa, Indonesia, England. We're going to find out the draw soon. What's our dream semi-finals? Because if you don't know, obviously, explaining it to you, it's semi-finals and a final. 2 legs, everything 2 legs. So, I mean, we've got 2 European teams. Do we want them to avoid each other ideally in the chance of an all-Europe final?
I'd quite like that. I also would quite like to see South Africa-Germany, because you've got a very good system in Germany that's very structured, that's very efficient, versus a South African formation we saw previously that is pretty crazy. I'd like to see how they could compete against each other over those two legs. It would be really interesting semi-final.
So that'd be Germany, South Africa in one semi, Indonesia, England. That's Dave's dream semi-final. Any variants from that? Anyone want to see England up against Germany, perhaps? I mean, South Africa and Indonesia. Would they have been on anyone's bingo card before you came here? If you were, who's going to say who's going to make the Final Four? I think England always had the best shout because they had two competitors. You know, Germany, we know they've got a big FM scene. I know Turkey has as well, and they're probably disappointed even though they ran them close. But would you have had South Africa in there realistically?
I mean, I've recently done a save in South Africa, and it's a
You've
fun
done a
place
save in every country this week.
You played the game for 30 years, Kevin.
I play a lot of Football Manager, Spencer. So yeah, I'm very happy to see South Africa get through.
But it's not about whether you're happy though. Did you expect it?
I mean, I knew nothing about them, so it's we went in. Apart from the few guys that we knew already, we went in here completely blind, not knowing who would be good and who wouldn't be, and I think it became pretty clear pretty quickly who were going to be the most difficult competitors. But yeah, honestly, initially, no idea.
Well, I've got some good news for you guys, because the press conference and the draw are right around the corner. We're going to watch a quick piece about our Group D team, Dinamo Zagreb. When we come back, we'll find out who's playing who, and we'll hear from our winning managers.
My name is Marko Maric. I'm the sport director of the club. Here I spent all my life as a player. I came back as director of football and development of young players last year, and a couple of months ago I became a sport director. There are clubs where the sport director basically has to focus on scouting and buying players. The clubs that have a really huge budget and they can just buy the best players in the world. If you compare those clubs to Dinamo Zagreb, it's different, because the most important part of this club is our academy, and we don't have unlimited budget. We have unlimited resources of young and talented football players. The most difficult and the most important part is to promote them with a good timing, because to get the kid to play for the first team, there are so many circumstances that have to be good. That's where actually my role is, because the long-term interest of the coach and the club, they are not always the same, because there can be one young player who is an amazing prospect, and then we can see that we can create a future star out of him, and we finance ourselves from the transfers and from the results in European competitions. This club is unique. If we only produce young players and do transfers, that's not enough to cover the budget. So we have to balance the development of young players with the results on a European scale. So we need to have good results. When you are a club that you need European results and you need to produce young players in order to survive, there is lots of pressure.
Yo, wanna smell premium? You gotta try this new Lynx then.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' around the town, off this way, doing all the shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close.
Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
My name is Diogo Teixeira. I am the technical coordinator of under 15 and under 14. This development of these all ages is the most important thing of sporting. Usually we say is where they born to shine one day in the first team. What we want is to promote and pass the values of the club. We need to get players with the risk. That's why we have Ronaldo, Figo, Quaresma, Nani, guys with the pleasure to have the ball. If we lose the ball, the mentality should be we want to win the ball really quick. If we think about these three keys, technique, decision, and interpretation are the most important things for us. We have the common characteristics for each position. Of course, we just need to look to what is going on the field all over the places. You have small guys, big guys, you have the really quick guys and the guys who have the control of the game. What we need to understand is we need to find what make them to be different and promote that. We don't want a specific aspect for this position. We want them to show us how can manage the game. This is about how they manage the space, how they manage the ball and the tempo and the rhythm of the game.
Welcome back. We have moved back into this press conference area. I've got Mr. John Terry with me because he's about to, by the way, this is called the draw vessel, if you're wondering. This is the draw vessel, John. John's going to do the draw for us. This is the draw to decide the pick order. Okay, so in terms of who's playing who, that's going to be decided in-game by Football Manager. So what John's going to do in a minute is going to empty 4 balls into our draw vessel, and then he's going to pick them out one by one. The first pick out will have the first pick in the draft. Second pick will be second. It is a snake method in the draft as well. So if you pick 4th, you'll then pick 5th as well. Okay, and then after that, we'll speak to our 4 managers who are in the front row, and we'll ask them for their reaction to the draw and everything that's happened so far today. So, John, if you wouldn't mind emptying the balls into the draw vessel. 4 balls in there. And when you're ready, pick one out and let us know who's inside. This nation will get first pick. Very important, this. So it's Enzo Bento of South Africa. If you can hold that up there to the camera. And Enzo is going to have first pick. So we know that now. Big. I can already see the cogs turning. Who's he going to pick first? Second pick will be Indonesia. Will be second pick. Iksan, you have the second pick in the draft. Remember, 4th will snake. So it's going to be either Germany or England that get 4th pick.
Quite nervous here.
And there is England will be 3rd pick. Picked. How cool is that? You just got picked by a former England captain. So England, we can pick the 4th one just to guarantee. Should be Germany. And that means you'll make 4th pick, Sven, but you'll also get the snake. Yes, Sven Golly there. 4th pick for Germany. So we know the order. John, you're telling me off camera there, you've done a draw in the Champions League before, but you're more nervous for this one.
I've never been so nervous in my life, so apologies.
If you were having a draft and you had to pick one position on the pitch, you had first pick, which you know South Africa have got, what would you build your team around? What would be your first position?
Start from the back and work your way up for me.
Maybe a centre-back.
Foundations, yeah.
We know John would be pretty good in this version of the game, wouldn't he, scoring headers from corners. Right, we're going to welcome our managers up here now, and we're going to start talking to them and asking them questions about what's happened. So we have, of course, Germany, South Africa, Indonesia, and England. We know our order. We know first pick will be South Africa. So my first question will be for Enzo. Have you thought about this yet? Have you had a chance to go from, league play to draft play mentality? And how do you feel about having first pick?
I think I haven't thought about it. Literally just finished playing, walked over here. I don't really know what to think. But with regards to the pick, I think it's interesting. I don't exactly know where I'm going to start, but I know who I'm going to pick.
Do you want to tell us who?
Absolutely not.
Well, you could, because no one can take him off you now. It's yours.
We'll keep it a secret, because then you know how I'm going to build the team. Gives you a good idea of how I'm going to build my team.
Do you think first pick is an advantage?
Definitely. I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else got a question? Will's got one.
Yeah, question to Aaron. The word humble maybe many wouldn't associate with yourself, but do you feel like you've humbled many journalists, maybe me in the room, by getting to that Champions League final and silencing a few haters there?
Yeah, I do remember the first press conference when someone was shocked that I thought Dynamo could make it to the Champions League final. We didn't set a timer on it, but thankfully in season 3 we made it to the final. We're not going to gloat about it though, because of course we didn't win. I did say that Porto win it, so why not us? We weren't quite the special one yet, but I'd like to think what we did was almost equally as impressive.
To be clear, I wasn't saying you couldn't do it. I was surprised that you were saying it on the record. That's what I was surprised about. But yeah, fair play to you. I think it's really, really impressive. Next question is going to be from Statman Dave.
Question for Enzo. Obviously, your formation and tactics are a little bit crazy, but you spoke about building a box and that being a key part of your formation. Why is that so important?
So I have a good idea of how I want my teams to play, and it's very much funny enough, it's based on Brighton, and more so De Zerbi, and he likes to build up the back two, with the 2 in front, and then the 2 holding width in the initial build-up phase, and that's kind of the way I see it. So all my formations, no matter how I play, start like that. Everyone goes either 3-2 or 3-1. Mine is always a box at the back and the 2 holding width.
I've got a question for Indonesia. We're going to use a translator here, which is, first of all, very impressive. Congratulations for getting through. Do you feel like you went under the radar a little bit in this tournament? Perhaps other teams making a bit more noise, being more confident, but a very impressive display.
Jadi pertama diselamatin dulu sama dia. Tapi selama turnamen ini ada berasa nggak kayak mungkin kita tuh lebih sedikit diremehkan. Mungkin bukan diremehkan tapi kayak nggak serame tim-tim lain gitu. Kita lebih low key aja, nggak terlalu berkoar-koar kayaknya.
Ya, kita datang ke sini memang telat. Mungkin kalau kita diremehkan, ya kita datang ke sini untuk juara. Jadi nggak cuma faktor laki, kita juga datang ke sini bukan untuk dilihat orang lain, tapi kita di sini untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia bisa menjadi juara.
So they did come a little bit late. Flights landed a bit late, but he said he doesn't care that he's under the radar. He's here to win, and he feels that being under the radar might be a good thing. But he's just they're mostly here to prove to everybody that they can actually win the whole thing.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for Sven of Germany. Firstly, congratulations. Very impressive display. Your assistant manager made the headlines yesterday with some bold claims, some very funny comments, but you've come to join us in the press conference today. Is that to indicate the seriousness at which you're going to be taking the next phase?
Well, that's funny that you say this, especially from yesterday. So yesterday I smashed away his smartphone to check if he has any escape plans if this goes wrong. And he didn't have any, so I'm pretty sure he meant it seriously. So that gave me a lot of confidence today. And as you might have known, we went basically invincible today. We haven't lost a single match. We won every single title throughout the entire competition. We already also won every single game in the qualifier to get to Germany in the draft game. So yeah, we feel pretty confident going into this grand final.
And into a draft mode, obviously a very different challenge. Have you got a lot of draft experience?
Yes, at the qualifier. I had to beat 31 other trainers in Germany, and I won every single game. So I think.
So it's pretty good stats.
We'll be doing fine.
Not bad.
They're great stats.
Yeah. What's motivating you? This is a question for everyone on the panel. What's motivating you going into this? Obviously, there's prize money. We know that, which is important. You know, there's representing your country, which is also an honour. But there's also the chance to be the first ever FIFAe World Cup Football Manager champion, which is the priority for you, Sven.
I think for me it's pretty much the opportunity being like at the very top of a game that I just really, really love, and I have like really high how do you say it, like a passion for the game. I think like I spent so much time in the game, thinking about the game, doing tactics in the game, just thinking over football overall. So I think just achieving something like becoming a world champion in this game would be just something you probably don't forget your entire life. So I think this is probably the most important thing, and also getting the opportunity from the German Football Association to compete in this is just very great, and it's an honor really to be here. So I think we want to make the very best of it, and still hoping for a great competition. It was really fun so far. We had amazing opponents in group phase. They were extraordinarily good at Football Manager, I think. So yeah, I'm pretty happy to be here, and we'll try to win.
Excellent. Enzo?
I think for me it's primarily just to represent my country. I think South Africa has always been outcasted from everything, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to enter a different game, to put our name on the map. And yeah, I think in FIFAe we have sort of a good name, but I would love to push the South African brand even more. This is the perfect place to do it. I mean, it's a completely new game, new esports rather, should I say, and what better way to raise your country's profile by being the first to do it for them.
Do you want to ask the question, is it for the country, the prize money?
Jadi selama ngikut turnamen ini, motivasinya tuh utamanya apa sih? Apakah untuk uang hadiah atau semangat merepresentasikan Indonesia, atau juga mungkin kesempatan menjadi juara pertama FIFAe Football Manager?
Oke, kita di sini, saya dan asisten manajer saya dikirim untuk membawa Indonesia terbang di dunia. Jadi kiblat Football Manager ada di Indonesia, bukan di Inggris. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure he said Football Manager.
He might have. So essentially for them, it's all about representing the country and showing people that the center of Football Manager might not just be in England and in Europe, but in Indonesia too.
Yeah, putting it on the map big time. Aaron, are you going to say the money?
No, honestly, no, it's not. It's similar to them. It's represented in England. I remember the literally the moment I got the phone call, or the Zoom call, I should say, from the England game and Manager as well. And it was a proud moment. My little boy's a massive England fan, so it just felt like it was a special moment. Then, obviously, inviting Matt, my assistant, to come as well. Obviously, he's taking days off. He's spending time away from his family as well. So it was important to do it for him. And then the support online as well has been incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Even helping you with signings, I hear. Centre-backs, suggestions in the stream.
Oh, well, they said Maxine the Crow is going to Crystal Palace. So I said, whoa, that's not happening in our game. Apparently, that's happening in real life, not in my game. So
you bought him and you get to a Champions League final, so it's not bad.
Yeah. And Jorginho as well.
Yeah. Next question is going to be from Kev.
Enzo, delighted to see you here as the poster boy for doing transfers the right way. We'll chat in a bit to see if we can figure out a way to do the draft on instalments as well. Hopefully there's going to be a way. But my question really is for all of you. I'm wondering how you're going to be preparing for tomorrow morning. Is it going to be a night of practicing draft and trying to get as much sleep as possible? What kind of preparation do you get over the not very long gap you've got between finishing playing in single player mode and moving straight on into draft mode?
Well, for me, it's just do what I've been doing up to this point. Even earlier, many people wanted me to watch the Champions League with highlights and stuff, but we got to that stage without doing that. So it was why change it at that moment. Today is going to be the same. I'm not going to go back into the hotel room and plan. I might have an idea of who I want and what system that I'm going to go with, but that's practically it. Just going to switch on match of the day and have a good night rest.
Enzo, how are you going to prepare?
I think after this, I'm going to go grab a beer, get some dinner. I'll probably go to sleep after. That's tomorrow's problem, I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Sven?
For me, it depends a bit how much information we get ahead of time, especially like regarding who's participating. If we can pick John Terry, that would be nice. Basically, we're already team Swan Terry, so that would be a great fit, I think. But yeah, we'll have to see. I think I'm already quite well prepared due to the qualifiers, since I had to prepare for draft for that. But yeah, we'll see. We're confident. We'll sleep well today, I think.
Zealand's got a question for us.
I do. This question goes out for everybody, but particularly for Aaron. Tomorrow there's going to be a crowd for the first time ever. I mean, I know you've been interacting with chat, you've been interacting with Twitter, and a lot of you have heard a lot of support from your home nations, but there's going to be a live audience. How do you think that's going to factor into the event tomorrow?
Well, many of you have been watching me, maybe not so much today, we was completely locked in today, but you see me over the days. I love the camera. I love the attention. To be honest, that literally motivates me more. It makes me more determined. I just want to put on a show for the people that have come to support. And for my group as well. The group pushed us, so Switzerland, Peru, Malaysia, and Lithuania, thank you as well for great competition.
And for Enzo, for Sven, for Ihsan, you're going up against the home nation at the first World Cup. There will be loud support for Aaron. How are you planning on dealing with that?
Have you been to the Brighton booth at all? It's loud all the time. These people don't stop. There's so many people there all the time. I feel like I've been playing in front of a crowd the entire time. So to me, it's going to be nothing new, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to this. I hope it gets a bit hotter and more like cheery in there and like some spicy interactions. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Anyone else with a question here? John Terry's got one.
Guys, just want to say I'm a big fan of the game and played it when I was younger, and just blown away by the scale of it today. Do you think there's an opportunity for you guys long term to go into the real game? Do you think you guys can offer your knowledge, tactical awareness, and the understanding of football to a football club?
Well, I've been fortunate enough, so in my off time, I do a lot of scouting. I've been fortunate enough to have worked with Dynamo Tbilisi and my local town, Cheltenham Town ladies as well. So it is something I'm actively doing as well. So for me, yeah, hopefully this gives me a little push. Visiting Dynamo as well, I'll be showing off my knowledge there. Don't you worry, giving them my LinkedIn and all.
I don't doubt that.
I think it's a unique opportunity. I think it allows us to enter into the space, and that's up to us to choose what we want to do with it. For me, I would love to, in any capacity, wherever I can use my skills, I would love to. But yeah, this is just the start of it, and I'm hoping to pursue it.
I think there's quite a few things, especially being a manager in like real football, that we can't really practice when playing Football Manager. So I think there's like quite a big deal to learn if you want to get into being a football manager in like real football. But I think like lots of knowledge we gather here, especially regarding tactics, about like how to compose a squad, etc., also helps a lot. And like as for me, I have like a deep data science and computer science background, so I hope at some point working maybe in the industry, like being like an assistant or analyst, and just combining basically these two aspects about like knowing a lot about tactics, knowing a lot about players, and knowing all these technical and mathematical backgrounds to basically extract the relevant information and basically helping a real football club doing data-informed decisions. That's pretty much the goal at some point.
Well, wish you guys all the best.
Cheers. Thank you.
We're going to ask that question to Indonesia now as well.
Jadi tadi ditanya, setelah main Football Manager ini berapa lama, apakah ada kemungkinan di pikiran atau apakah ada wacana gitu ke depannya akan bisa mengaplikasikan pengetahuan di Football Manager tuh ke klub bola beneran, Mas?
Untuk sekarang sih belum ada karena belum ya masih dalam proses pembelajaran gitu kan. Cuman kalau ada yang mau untuk ngerekrut kita untuk belajar di coaching course ya it's okay lah.
So, as of right now, it's not something that's in his mind because he definitely still feels like this is still part of his learning process. But he's definitely open to opportunities if anything arises in the future from teams in Indonesia.
Fantastic. We've got a question from the community on the front row. Just need to get a microphone. There we go.
I've got a community question from Frederick Müller from Germany for Swan. You have played very well in the group phase. Is that due to the added assistance of your assistant manager Terry, or would you have performed worse without him? Also, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. I think it helped quite a lot having Terry there, just to keep all the interviewing community stuff a bit away from me when I was focused on the game. So that's quite relevant, I think, because you have to deal with so much input at the same time there, basically keeping all the players happy, doing all the rotation, doing the tactical stuff. And then there were always people coming, communicating, keeping the chat in place and basically interacting. I think it's quite helpful. Also, I think it made it quite a lot of more fun, because I think just having these kind of shots fired to the other trainers is really, really good fun. And I'm really looking forward for the next few days, and especially stuff like all the installments. I'm really looking forward to see how we will do this in the draft mode as well.
Me too, trust me.
Jack's got a question.
Yes, this is for Enzo as well, leading on about the installments. I managed to see your transfer spending earlier. Do you have a message for the Brighton owners after leaving them nearly £1 billion of installments left to pay?
I've changed my identity. I am moving to Cuba. Do not get a hold of me. That's
Wait, you said you were going to play on for the next few years every day?
Yeah, I lied. I'm sorry.
Unbelievable. Benji's got a question.
I can't believe it. There's no question. But yeah, the question really comes to the idea of is there another manager here that you're worried about? There's three sat next to you. Is there one in particular that you're worried about? That's to all of you.
It's tough to tell. I think idea of tactic with that, I don't know, how many playmakers? 8 playmakers or something? That sounded quite scary for me. Hard to predict. Usually I'm pretty much reliant on predicting the opponent, like tactics, etc. Like any meta tactics I'm fine with, but that sounded scary.
It was a test. It was a test.
I don't know. Look, I haven't spent enough time watching these other guys to see how they play, or obviously, as you said with RDF, you never know. This guy, did you see what he used in the cup finals? A 1-4-5 with no strikers. I mean, I don't know what to do against that. So that's what we'll find out when we get there. I think it's just a matter of focusing, taking things step by step. The first thing is to do the draft. We have to focus on the draft, and once we're there, we'll deal with it.
Well, I think if I'm worried about anyone, it'll be more myself, if I'm being totally honest. Yeah, it'll be more myself and the decisions that I'm making, but thankfully I have Matt right by my side, leading me to make the right decisions. A lot of the times I don't even make substitutions, and he's always in my ear, fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs. And many of the times those fresh legs have gone on to score the winner. So for me, it's going to be very important to listen to Matt and his input.
Any other questions? Yes, on the front row from Michael.
Yeah, I have a community question from Jack McCormick from Argentina for all of you. How much did you actually rely on gegenpressing to win your games?
Oh, well, we use defensive mentality a lot in that system. So we went away to AC Milan. I think we got a win there on defensive mentality. We went away to Real Madrid, defensive mentality, got the win that we needed. I can't remember the other team. There's so many big teams that we went away and used that defensive mentality. It's not always about gegenpressing, but if that's your style of play, then it's your style of play. We use that often, but of course there are moments where it's not going to help you at all, and you've got to be a bit realistic. Of course, at Dynamo, you've got to be a little bit realistic with the matches that we play. So we do what we need to do to win the game.
I think for me, I mainly used two tactics. One of them was full on press. That was towards the later stages once I had a better team. But I think initially we played a slightly lower line, didn't engage in a press too much. Obviously, just because of the quality of player we had. But obviously, once the installments came out to play, then we went for it.
Well, first, like winning the Club World Cup with Japanese club, that kind of relied a lot of gegenpressing, obviously. But I think what's also was quite impressive, like our assistant manager in game won actually the Coach of the Year award in our league because he had to play every single match for us because we didn't really participate in any of those league games, and he had to play with a tactic that was way more relaxed. So because we couldn't really afford getting any injuries, so he had to play with a way less intense tactic with way less gegenpressing. So that also worked apparently.
I have got some news for you that I can give you now in terms of tomorrow's draft. Budget. What would your dream budget be before I tell you, Sven? What would you like to have?
220 million.
Okay. What currency is that?
Euros.
Okay. Enzo, what would you like?
I'll spend. Of course he does. Unlimited budget. He doesn't want anything.
Aaron, have you got a dream?
My dream would be 100 million.
You want to keep it low?
Yeah, keep it low. I think that would really test us and our knowledge, because we would really have to be smart in picking our players.
Well, I can tell you in dollars, which I think I know is the answer in pounds. 274. So 200 million, I think it's 220 euros probably, million. That's what you're looking at. 2,500 player pool as well. What are your first reactions to that, Aaron?
I'm just excited, man. Whatever the rules, whatever it is, tomorrow, bring it on.
Enzo?
I played in the qualifier for South Africa, and I think it used a similar rule set, not the same. So I'm all right with working in that budget because there was the same budget. So yeah, I know how to plan for it.
Sven?
Let's go.
Let's go. Do you want to break the news to our Indonesia manager?
Of course. Jadi besok budgetnya sekitar 200 juta pound. Dan player poolnya sekitar ada 2.500 pemain. Gimana perasaannya mendengar budgetnya dan pool playernya?
Biasa aja.
He doesn't feel anything.
He feels nothing. It's like even Drago from Rocky. Okay, cool. Next question. Yes, community in the front row, please.
Yeah, we got a community question from Tobias Dierspacher from Germany for Team South Africa. You conceded the most goals with Spain in Group B. Do you think you stand a chance tomorrow with the strategy against the other teams?
Well, I don't think I'm going to be using the same strategy. It's a completely different game, so maybe I will. Who knows? We'll have to see. But I do feel confident. We used to outscore. If you watch the games, we outscored our opponents many games. I don't think City managed to score a single goal against us in the entire save, and I think we put probably about 45, maybe 50 goals past them. So I think attacking-wise, I think we're ready to go.
It's a very different challenge, isn't it, going up against a human player than it is going against the AI. You guys know, and everyone here, I think, that's played at this tournament has sort of mastered to some extent the game and the way you have to play it. But how can you master other people that have mastered it? What can you do to get that extra 1% you're going to need to win this tournament, starting with you, Aaron?
Well, not to give any advice to the other managers, but you just got to be yourself. Whatever whatever led you to this moment here, you've just got to stick with it. Don't change now.
Sven?
I'd rather not say. We'll need every edge we can get tomorrow. I think they are pretty good, and I think I'm well prepared.
Do you believe that you have an edge? Do you believe that you know something that the others don't?
I think so. So I'm playing like twice a week for 4 hours in like an online community with like 40 other human managers for like 2 years now. So I think that's quite a lot of PvP practice. So yeah, I'm quite confident due to that.
Enzo, how important is the draft versus the way you manage the actual squad you end up with in game?
Well, it depends. It depends how you pick your draft. For me, I don't really want to say how I want to pick my draft, but there's a way that I want to pick it, and the way that I manage it will dictate that. I understand that the draft is, of course, quite short, and so my initial way of planning a draft is not how I would do it now. But I think for squad management, it's about picking the best players that suit your idea of football, not necessarily the best players out there.
Okay, have we got any more questions from the floor? Yes, in the middle row here, please. Just to get a microphone to you.
I have a question for Sven. So in the first press conference of the tournament, there were some rumors about getting a tattoo. And so the newest rumors we saw in the chat are maybe getting a partner tattoo with your assistant manager. So is that correct?
I'm not quite sure where this comes from. That sounds like a very interesting idea. We'll have to see.
Any other questions before we... Yes, front row, yeah.
We can have a partner haircut if you want. I will not come to your level, but I can recommend you my haircutter. Barber. It's, by the way, the same barber Bastos uses, so maybe we can go there and have our haircut.
Have you got over the fact that he didn't? You're the godparent, right, of one of the players that you didn't get used. Have you got over that? Have you amended your differences?
Oh, we are on the final, so I think my bank account will be better when we get home. So yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
You're going to get cut in, are you? Is that the deal you've done?
Sorry?
Have you done a deal? Have you? You're going to get a share of the winnings?
Yeah, we've got the deal done. Yeah,
okay.
We've got it.
Sven, you're aware of that, right?
Yes, I am. We had to promise her a present, so.
Okay, we've got a community question on the front row.
I got a question from Marcio Faustino from Portugal to South Africa. What was the hardest challenge during the group phase?
I think the hardest challenge is probably maintaining consistency, knowing that everyone around you is doing the exact same thing as you and wants to do the same as you. It's about being focused on yourself. And that's what we did in South Africa. Obviously, we wanted to know what everyone else was doing, but for the most part, we were taking it game by game. How can we keep winning? How can we keep improving around, obviously, being all these people who have the same intentions as you?
Okay, we've got time for one more question on the back row, please.
Hi, congratulations to all 4 of you for making it to the finals. I have one question, and this is for everyone. As FM25 is, approaching, what advice would you give to people who want to get into Football Manager and, I guess, compete at the top level?
Firstly, watch this tournament. Hopefully that will inspire you. But just play the game, enjoy it. Don't listen to any outside noise. You play the game. It's a single-player game, essentially, as well. So play the game in the way you think the game should be played and just have fun with it.
Anything else to add, Enzo or Sven?
Yeah, I think just watch RDF Tactics.
I wanted to say that, but it's humble vibes today.
I have to fully agree. I think there are like 2 skills in Football Manager. There's for one's like being good at Football Manager. That was what we're practicing right now. And there's also good at having fun with Football Manager. And I think that second skill is the first you have to master. You have to actually enjoy the game, immerse in it, try to basically do realistic saves or play it however you want. And then once you get a hang of it, then you can start trying to get it like on the esports level. I think that's the way to do it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Round of applause for our 4 group winners. You guys can stay there, and we're going to have a quick chat now just to finish off the show. What do we make of that, Kev, that press conference? And did we learn anything new there?
They were all very cagey, weren't they? No one really sharing what their plan is going to be for tomorrow. It's going to be really interesting to see who that first draft pick is. I think first pick has got a good chance of setting the tone for the rest of the draft.
Anyone brave enough to make a prediction here? I know there's so many moving parts in a draft and in the games themselves, but Dave, what are you thinking?
I think after that, Sven and Enzo seem to have had a lot of experience playing draft, which would naturally give them an advantage. But saying that, the underdog Indonesia of the tournament's been big, and Aaron is obviously Aaron. So I think it's a very level playing field, but the experience is going to be quite key tomorrow.
I was going to say, Aaron needs to set an alarm properly. He's expended so much energy shouting today. I want to make sure he's got multiple alarms in there so he gets into the arena at the right time, because the sleep's going to be the biggest sleep of his life.
Do we think getting first pick for South Africa, how pivotal do you think that's going to be?
Well, now we know what the draft pool, or how small the draft pool is. There's likely to be quite a small number of players in there that everybody is going to want to have. So, like I said when we were talking before, it really depends on just how many of them there are. The advantage could be with the person who gets first pick, but if there's maybe 5 or 6 really, really important players that everyone wants, having that fourth pick and being the first to get the snake and get 2 of those 5 or 6 could be absolutely crucial. So I think you're looking at first or fourth probably as the positions you'd have wanted the most.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see the different strategies that are used, but also like if people panic, right, under pressure, because you've got that time pressure that's very different to the 9 hours they've had to get their seasons done here. It's going to be much quicker than that. And how do you think you'd cope with it, Dave?
Terribly. It's going from a marathon to a sprint. You practice all your life to run that marathon, the 26 miles. Now we're going for a 100-metre race. It's completely different strategy, completely different adjustments that the players have got to make. It's going to be like chess. Obviously, Spence, you like a bit of chess. You've beaten me a few times recently. But that's exactly the game. Do you want to control the centre? Do you want to play a high line? Do you want to play over the top? Do you want to be direct? All these questions need to be answered tomorrow by the guys.
There's going to be much more chance for tactical analysis, isn't there? Because we're going to have one game at a time. We can watch it in depth, no skipping highlights. We can really see how their identity and philosophies come through as coaches.
Yeah, and also we've got the big factor is playing under the lights as well, playing in front of a crowd. Like that's going to be like they've had the safety net of the booth. Now they're going into the Lions Den. We've got 350 plus people coming. Like how are you going to cope with that? I think some people will and some people won't, and that's going to be the real winner there.
You're moving into a new stage. They might not have even seen it yet. It's really feeling like the levels are going up, isn't it? And
Does look very good, Spence.
We've barely spoken about the prize money as well. Life-changing amount of money, a chance to be the first ever world champion of this game. It's a real opportunity, Kev.
I mean, it's certainly some bragging rights that I'm starting to feel a little bit jealous of. Is it too late for me to enter this?
I think this time, yeah.
Never mind.
Right, well, the time for talking is pretty much done. Our group stages are finished. It's been an incredible 3 days, but tomorrow it's time for the draft. It starts nice and early. At 1 p.m, we've got the draft show. We're going to show you exactly what's happened in the fantasy draft element. Then we're going to get into gameplay. We're going to look at tactics. We're going to look at the approaches. We're going to see 2-legged matchups, 2 semis, and then a final, which will also be 2 legs. And only one of these 4 group champions can be crowned the overall champion. Only one can take the grand prize in terms of prize money. That amazing trophy, the first ever FIFAe World Cup 2024 featuring Football Manager champion, will be crowned tomorrow. We hope to see you there for it. We'll be there. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll see you then. Thanks for watching.